I've been laying in bed for like fucking 6 hours because for some reason, I don't fucking know. I don't know what's happening to me. I have no fucking clue what's happening to my sleep cycle right now, man. I slept for like 12 hours randomly for like, 'cause there was no good reason. Like previously, like 3 or 4 days ago, I'd slept for 15 hours. But that was because I was really sick with the flu. But yesterday or last night, I slept for 12 hours and I'm not even really sick anymore. So that was really fucking weird. I don't know why that happened. So I'm assuming that's why I'm just unable to sleep now. I've been just laying in bed, just like alternating laying in bed, trying to sleep, and then getting up and like going on the computer and seeing what's going on. And then it doesn't fun. I don't know. I should probably get up and do something, right? Like, I think at this point it's obvious I'm not going to be able to fall asleep. I don't know why I'm still pretending that I'm going to be able to. Yeah, you know what? At this point I should just give up. You're right, no thank you. You should just give up. Anyway, because I'm fucking delirious, I'm going to weigh in on the trans women in sports debate. Because, fuck you. Here's my opinion. It's not a popular one. Should trans women be allowed to compete in women's sports? There should be no such thing as women's sports. We should abolish the gender differences in sports. There should just be one category for everyone. And we should legalize all performance enhancing drugs in sports. Because they're all doing them anyway. And then I might actually fucking watch them. Because I want sports to be fucking a bunch of steroid-filled fucking post-human creatures battling it out on the field. Like, I want to watch a powerlifting competition with motherfuckers that look like the Hulk and shit, you know? I want to look at people with, like, tumors growing out of their backs and tubes coming out of their throats that are feeding them God knows what nutrients and nanobots and shit, and then they just lift a fucking car. Like, that's the fucking sports I want to see. Okay, I don't give a fuck about trans women or trans men, but like none of that shit really matters because that's the watered down version of post-humans in sports. And I say let them fucking play because they're already doing it. We're holding humanity back, people. We're holding humanity back by banning performance-enhancing drugs, okay? I want to see the conscious beings on this planet we call the Earth reach their full potential, not held back by some nonsensical humanist ideas that we need to ban steroids from these competitions and we need to enforce the gender binary in these competitions because, oh, it wouldn't be fair. Listen. No one said evolution was gonna be easy. We need to abolish the gender binary in sports and we need to legalize performance enhancing drugs to the point where words like transgender don't even have a meaning because we're talking about ogres here. Okay, we're talking about people who can barely even be described as human because they've been so heavily modified in order to be optimized to perform one hyper-specific activity the best it can possibly be performed. That's what I want to fucking see. And then, you know, if anyone doesn't want to do that, don't become an athlete. No one's forcing you to do it. You know, that's what the fuck I want to see, okay? So get all of this short-sighted bullshit about, like, oh, but they have an unfair advantage, or, like, it's like a performance-enhancing drug. Good. Give them performance-enhancing drugs. Let them compete, and then let everyone use performance-enhancing drugs. It's a level playing field then. It's a fucking level playing field. Because if you're a cis female athlete, right, and you're really that invested, firstly, you're on steroids already, because you're a female athlete. But secondly, if you're really that invested that you're getting mad that a trans woman is in your category and out competing you, you're gonna take so much fucking tea yourself that no one's gonna be able to tell the goddamn difference. In fact, you're gonna end up with more tea in your bloodstream than any trans woman. So that's what the fuck we need to do, man. That's how it needs to be set up. And I will not listen to any other opinions on this matter. Everyone else is wrong. I am objectively correct. I think it's official. I'm officially over any possible and prim tendencies I might have had. Okay? The fact that I can press one button and then 15 minutes later a pizza will arrive at my doorstep. I mean, it's just a miracle living in a modern age. Like this is wonderful. Look at that. Look at all that ham and mushrooms. I fucking love pizza, man. If I could just eat pizza for the rest of my life, every meal, I wouldn't be depressed. I completely forgot that I had this set up on my X60, because my problem has been that web browsers are slow, and Firefox doesn't work. They broke Firefox at some point, and no one else seems to be having a problem with it, and I can't be bothered to make a fucking GitHub issue about it, because that's too much fucking effort. So I had to use Midori, and Midori's a fine web browser for doing basic stuff, but it is extremely fucking slow. And I'd forgotten that I already have... I mean, I can use, like, you know, fucking... For text-based websites, like, I can use a text mode web browser, like W3M or whatever. I think I already have W3M set up. Do I? I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah, if I don't know. Yeah, as you can see, W3M works fine. Well, it works as well as it generally works. Images aren't doing so well right now, but who needs images? But I'd forgotten that I actually have a fucking feed. I have an Invidious feed, RSS feed, that'll let me, like, you know, fucking, oh, okay, apparently it doesn't like working anymore. It was working earlier. I didn't change anything. What's happened? I think it's working now. Maybe. It's very slow to open videos. It always kind of has been. It's especially slow though. Oh, the internet's not working. That's why it's not loading. Because the Wi-Fi broke. Right. Oh, there we go. Okay, going. We can watch the real shit now. Wait, this music? What's this from again? What the... Wait, what... Guys, comment. What the fuck anime is that from? It's... Oh, it's fairly recent, right? Fuck, I don't remember what... I wish every video on the internet was in this resolution. Wait, I can do that. I can make every video on... Hold on a minute. Vim.config. Typing with one hand makes me feel like a retard. mpv.conf. And now we just set YTDL format, best video, and then we set the height to, what, let's say 360. Right now it's at 480. Fuck. CAW 360. Nope, that's 369. 360. Right, quit. That should be good. Okay, now if I watch a video, let's go with Quake 3 online multiplayer still works. Wow, that's not ideal. I don't know. Oh, I guess this is just my font not working.
It's 2022 and you can still play Quake 3 Arena online on your Sega Dreamcast. All you need is one Sega Dreamcast, one copy of Quake 3, one broadband adapter or DreamPi, optionally a Dreamcast keyboard, and a Dreamcast...
This looks like 240p to me. Yeah, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. Who wants high resolutions? Honestly, I record all my videos in 640 by 480 because that's God's holy resolution. And I think everyone else should join me. And I think not only is it good from an aesthetic standpoint, I know some of these fucking retards out here. There's tissues everywhere. It's not cum, okay? It's because I've been sick, and then I knocked my fucking bin over last night when I was, and all the fucking look, like my bin has tissues in it. They're just snot. They're not cum, okay? I promise you, they are not cum. I promise you, you will not find a single cum tissue in this bin. Okay, it's all snot. And that's equally gross. I understand that, and I should probably go chuck it out. In fact, I will do that the second I stop recording this video. But the problem is, last night I was going to bed, and I fucking kicked my guitar by mistake, which then knocked over this, and then tissue spilled everywhere. So that's why there's tissues everywhere. I swear I'm not like that gross that I'm just leaving cum tissues on the ground or whatever you guys think I'm up to. It's not what I'm doing. I promise you. But yeah, this looks like I think it's working now. I don't. By the way, this like where I press O and it opens it in MPV. This shouldn't be working. It wasn't working, and I was like, okay, I give up on making it work. So I tried to set it to open everything in Midori instead, and then it started working. I don't understand. Like the normal macro that should do this isn't working, but for some reason the macro that's supposed to open it in Midori is taking like 5 times longer than it did before, but opening in MPV. And I don't really understand how I managed to make it do this, but I'm not going to complain. So it looks like YouTube videos, they work okay. Although right now it doesn't seem to be working, but I think that's because I'm having internet issues right now. Yeah, I think it's because I'm having internet issues. Rather than... it's just internet issues going on. Yeah, it seems to be working.
I'm starting to stream off with a bonus hack, the Royal...
Anyway, yeah, it doesn't do live streams very well. I tried to watch a Twitch stream the other day, and it doesn't seem to... I mean, it like physically works, as in I can type MPV and then the live stream link, and it will bring it up, but it slows down to a crawl. Like you get like massive frame lag, and it doesn't really like working, which is not really a problem because I don't really watch live streams. The only time I ever watch live streams is if I'm like grinding a Trackmania map and I just want something on in the background while I'm grinding. I'll put on a simple flip stream or something. If he's live, but like that's about, that's like the only time I ever watch live streams. I haven't really managed to get anime working super well yet because most anime you'll find, at least modern anime, when I find torrents for it, or I mean when I find perfectly legal ways to watch my animes, they're normally in 720p, and this computer just can't. It's not new enough. It's too old. It's like 14 years old. It can't do HD video, which is fine. I don't particularly care about HD video. I'm perfectly happy watching everything in 360p. Not a problem for me. The problem is it's hard to actually find anime nowadays in that low of a resolution, because that's not 90% of people's use cases. Most people want everything to be as HD as possible, and no one cares about us, the little guy with the old computer. The reason I'm even concerned about this in the first place is because I've noticed my X220 kind of going downhill recently. And what I mean, I'm not entirely sure. Actually, I'm pretty sure I know what happened, which is one time I turned it on in the morning, as I tend to do, and did what I normally do on a computer. And then like after a little while, I got up and I moved to the desktop to play video games all day. And then when I came back after 5 or 6 hours or whatever, I came back to my room and this computer was still turned on, and it was going with the fan running fucking crazy. And I was like, oh shit, what's happening? So I went, and I didn't know I don't know what happened, like if there was some memory leak in something I had open. I'm pretty sure I just had a web browser open, but maybe my web browser has a memory leak in it, I don't know. But I don't know what had happened, but it was at, like, I checked the CPU temp and it was like 96 degrees, and I'm gonna guess it had been like that for like a few hours. And so I think I accidentally fucked my computer, which is really embarrassing and bad. So ever since that day, I've noticed the computer's been like slower, which is really like, ooh, not ideal. A little bit like not ideal there. So I'm trying to make sure that in case this bitch ever decides to break on me, that I have a backup. Or, I mean, I just really fucking love the X60, the way it feels to use. I love the sort of slim utilitarian design with the no bezels, and the keyboard feels amazing. Like, it's just a really good form factor for a computer. I would say it's probably my favorite form factor of any computer I've ever used. If I had one gripe with the form factor, it's the escape key is kind of annoying in a bit of an annoying place. I know you can like replace the escape key with the caps lock and like switch them. I know a lot of people do that. I might do that. But yeah, that's like, in terms of form factor, this is the ideal computer form. And yeah, I don't know why I don't use it more often, really. I guess it's just because it's pretty underpowered and yeah, stuff. But I suppose that doesn't matter that much. Or maybe it does matter. Anyway, there's simple flips. Yeah, I don't know. I need to figure out how to get, like, if I can find good ways to watch animes on this computer, it's done. Everything else is done. I never need to touch a high-end laptop or desktop in my life except to play Counter-Strike. That's not true. I've also been thinking of man, this type of video is not the sort of thing I make anymore. I often record vlogs like this, but I'm not doing those like 6 hour long things where I just combine a bunch of clips I've recorded anymore, because I don't know why I'm not doing that anymore, but I'm just sort of not, because I started looking at them, and then I started realizing that I'm just sort of saying inane bullshit the whole time, and I kind of felt a bit embarrassed. Like, I started looking at them, and I just sort of thought like this is fucking awful. Like, why would anyone watch this? And so I've been stopping myself from posting these sorts of things anymore. But maybe people like them, so yeah, I don't know. I guess people do like them. They tend to get views. So we're reading in the middle of each bit. Let's see. Hold on. as someone who has been vehemently anti-rounded corners for my entire fucking life, I hate this shit, man. I hate the fact that YouTube is all rounded corners now. Rounded corners are literally evil. They're fucking Satan shit in a bad way. They're Satan shit in a bad way, and I'm personally not here for it. But yeah, my channel sort of petered out. Like it started just sort of sticking it around like 150. Like this was about the peak of my channel. I'm pretty sure it's just over now, which is fine by me. Like I've never particularly cared about views, I suppose. I don't know, but it seems like I'm just gonna get around like 300 views to 200 to 300 views per video forever. It seems like the days where I could just post anything are gone. I don't know, like that's what it just feels like to me. Not that I particularly care about views, but like this Not Pilgrim versus the Flu video to me is like one of my old school kind of videos, but it doesn't get views. But then this one, which I would think would be more like a, I don't know. Again, I'm saying this, but like I'm gonna post whatever the fuck I want to post. I'm not. I care more about whether I think it's good than whether I think it's getting views. Yeah, I care about more whether it's good, whether I think it's good versus whether it's getting views. And I think that these like day shift videos are more the direction. I mean, like really the direction that I want to be taking is what I made with this video that I just made, and I'm happy that people seem to like that video, because like that's like what I want to do. If anything, if I have like a channel direction, it's I want to take like the sort of current internet events, like stuff that's happening online, memes, just happenings, you know, and then with my particular skill set being someone like basically just tie it into my particular skill set and interests is what I mean. So like take some phenomenon like the TikTok witches hex the moon video that I made back in the day. I don't know why my internet is so shit right now. Like this one, for example, okay? Like this video, I take some current event that's happening and then I use it really as a segue to talk about like you know, philosophy basically. I'm to talk about how people are bored with materialism. As society crumbles, they're sort of desperate for some alternative to a materialist explanation, right? Like that's what that's the sort of thing I want to do. Or this anime memes video where I start off by talking about this like silly anime memes thing, and then I use it to segue into Yanis Varoufakis' economic theories and some theories that I've been thinking about forever about like the structure of websites and stuff. I've been thinking of making an addendum to that video, but I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe this is the addendum to that video. Probably not though. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I just kind of feel. I feel like everything's dying. Like no one, like all the videos that people make these days are like, I don't fucking know, man. There's no soul to anything anymore, man. Fucking Facebook has stolen my soul. Metaverse has stolen my soul. Elon Musk has stolen my soul. You know, it's interesting watching on Twitter, seeing the thing that I knew would happen. All of the the right-wing accounts that were like, hell yeah, Elon Musk is gonna give us freedoms, slowly come around and be like, actually, Elon Musk is part of the elites and he's evil and we've always thought this. Whereas they haven't actually always thought this. But anyway, who cares about Twitter? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the internet. I don't know, man. Where do you guys get your soul from? Tell me in the comments. Anything soulful happened to you recently? You guys found any soul recently? Cause I'm lacking in soul, bro. Like there's no like look at all of this shit. Like most of this is zero soul. I'm not even subscribed to this fucking channel. YouTube just keeps thinking I'm subscribed to these channels, but I'm not. Like none of these channels am I subscribed to. I guess I'm subscribed to XQC, but there's no soul there. There's no soul in XQC. Jago Hazard, this guy's got soul. CNS, these guys got soul. Okay, this fucking guy that makes Toho videos, this is soul. Mega Pig, this fucking guy, this is the one guy keeping the internet alive, bro. Like, this guy's got fucking soul out the wazoo. This guy's got soul out the wazoo. I'm telling you. Like, his videos, he just makes, like, these hyper-specific Toho videos. And, like, I don't even know shit about Toho. This motherfucker's got soul out the wazoo. Okay. You guys know this motherfucker? You guys ever heard of Osaka syndrome? There's some soul there. Congratulations to them for transitioning again, I guess. This guy I feel like got soul. You know what? Maybe there is soul. I don't fucking know why I'm subscribed to half of the Forest Anon, soul. I don't know. I'm still undecided on whether Germa has soul or not. The Score Esports, no soul. Casey Neistat has the opposite of soul. My brother, this guy is actually soulless. Casey Neistat is the antithesis of everything we should be promoting in our society. My guy has no fucking soul. Peter Draws has soul, but his videos are also bad these days. So that's my opinion, at least. Modern Rogue, they used to have soul. It's all gone. Like, look, where's all the thumbnails? What happened to thumbnails? We don't have thumbnails no more. We don't fucking need no thumbnails. Pan and Coic, soul. That's real soul. You know, I'm suspicious of this shit. I'm just gonna put it out there. I'm actually hella suspicious of this shit. I've started thinking that, you know, all the speedrunning YouTubers, they make these, like, endless videos about Billy Mitchell and Todd Rogers. Like, I'm convinced that there's something going on here, that, like, this story, this narrative, I haven't looked into it, but I'm, like, I feel like Billy Mitchell can't just be insane. Like all of this feels like, it's starting to feel like a grift to me, you know? You know what I mean? It's starting to feel like a grift. Like, I feel like these guys must have something going on behind the scenes that they're not talking about on YouTube that's causing these lawsuits to happen or whatever. Ben Eater, soul. Shondo, soul. I know people are going to disagree with me there. SNES Drunk, soul. Anyway, whatever. This is a stupid fucking video. We're not here to just say soulless on various different things. Although Mega Pig 9001 is 100% soul. What I was gonna do, actually, was talk about this. Okay, this fucking Wi-Fi thing is getting a bit ridiculous. I don't know why it's suddenly so bad. Maybe I should try and drill a hole in my wall. Because this wall goes to the front room where the router is. So, like, what if I just drill a hole in the wall and run an Ethernet cable through it? I could definitely do that. That's within my capabilities. I'm pretty sure. I don't own a drill. Nor have I don't think I've ever drilled anything besides your mom. But you can buy big Ethernet cables easily. Maybe I should just do that. Maybe I should buy a Black & Decker drill And here's my F91W, by the way. It's the strap's broken. That's why I don't wear it. But maybe I should buy a Black & Decker drill, or see if if I have a neighbor who has one who will let me borrow it, and drill a hole through the wall and then run an Ethernet cable through it. What do you guys think about that as an idea? You think that's a terrible idea? Good idea? Because my desktop doesn't have these problems, so I'm pretty sure it's just Wi-Fi problems. Bro, this is fucking ridiculous. What's happening? Why is the internet down? It shouldn't be. Fuck's sake. Well, let's entertain ourselves with analog methods while I wait for the Wi-Fi to come back up. This is how we used to entertain ourselves back before you had Wi-Fis and metaverses. People just played guitar for fun. This is how we used to entertain ourselves. You know what the fuck I'm talking about, Wody? This is how we used to entertain ourselves. I hate fuck. Yeah. Fuck. It's these picks. I'm telling you, these picks are flimsy and dog shit. But the only other picks I have are bass picks, which I'm worried are gonna break my strings. But I have these big, thick bass picks. But yeah. Love that song. You know this song, guys? That's from Subahebe, the best visual novel ever made. What is that, 7 seconds? I think that's Young Till I Die. What if I did this, guys? How does it fucking go? That's Seeing Red by Minor Threat. I'm genuinely confused as to why this isn't working. Now it's just not. Is this a problem with this computer? Now it's just saying like Conman GTK is not giving me any networks. I'm gonna try turning the Wi-Fi off and on again on this computer. with the physical switch. Okay, now it's at least showing us again. Configuration. Ready. It's not showing no internet anymore now. Hey, okay, so it was just... maybe it's just something wrong with this fucking computer then. I'm convinced that it's this fucking ThinkPad that's broken. Okay, let's see if I can do this. People are making requests of me. People want me to post specific anime webms. Let's see. Where is this webm? There we go. So I don't know what I'm doing. I wanted to show you this fucking thing. I wanted to say fucking thing. Simula. It's a VR window manager. And I thought, this looks neat. I can afford a VR helmet, but I don't think it's worth it. So I'm probably not going to buy one. But I can theoretically afford one. And these guys sell their own VR helmet that's open source hardware, which is pretty neat. But this suit seems kind of cool, in that you can like, I mean, like, look, it's a VR fucking thing, you know. There should be this. Oh, don't show that on YouTube. There's lewdness in that wallpaper. Whoops. It crashed. Cute browser fucking crashed. How dare you crash on me? But there should be this fucking... Yeah, this is the fucking thing. And they have this ad. And I don't know why they have this ad where it makes it, like the premise of the ad is use this in public and everyone will think you're a fucking weirdo. That's literally the premise of this ad. I don't know why. Replace your laptop and desktop with this fucking thing. The mechanical keyboard is really cool. But and look, I don't think this is particularly bad. I don't really want to be fucking craning my... I don't want to be fucking like programming or whatever these people expect me to do and be typing and looking up here. Like, I don't know if that's particularly good ergonomically, but maybe if I just have I don't know. But like, this is the gimmick of the ad. Is guy walks into a hipster coffee shop and then everyone's like, who the fuck does this guy think he is? And everyone's like, what is going on here? Like... And then he tries to drink a coffee. Bro, this is the worst ad I've ever fucking seen. I swear to God. Look, okay. So the premise of the ad is everyone's staring at him because he's using a VR thing in a coffee shop like a fucking retard. And he gets a coffee and he tries to drink the coffee through the VR headset, but it gets in the way and he can't drink it properly. And they just cut away really quickly. It's fucking hilarious. And then everyone's just staring at him. I don't know why is this supposed to sell me on the device? Like, I don't know. Is this supposed to be like, bro, buy this fucking thing and use it in public and everyone will think you're fucked? Yeah, I don't know. What a weird product. But it is kind of neat. Like, terrible ad aside and ridiculous fucking price point aside, and weirdest. I don't know if I really like the aesthetics of it either. But it's better than using some meta fucking thing, you know? Like, look, this might be stupid, and the ad might be stupid, and the concept might be stupid, but if you're gonna use VR, better this than some, you know, meta, you know, thing that's fucking selling your soul to Mark Zuckerberg's fucking, you know, whatever he's up to. Yeah, so better some open source hardware Linux thing. I'm happy that it exists. I'm happy that it's not just Meta and Valve and Microsoft that own the entire VR space, and and these, like, you know, Chinese manufacturers, and there's actually some open source Linux people involved who seem to, I mean, this is still pre-order, so there's no reviews, but who have had hands-on with the product, but like, it seems to be fairly industry standard, not particularly high-end, but within the standards, so that's good in my opinion. As a standalone computer, it seems kind of neat. Like, I'm kind of, yeah, I don't know, I think it would be kind of sick to walk around with one of these in pass-through mode, just like walking on the street. They never have good enough battery life that you can actually do that though, but like, that would that would be kind of sick. That would go kind of crazy hard, I feel like, just as a funny thing. But who wants this shit? Let me tell you, who wants this shit when you can have this shit? They've already invented the perfect portable computer, and it's this ThinkPad X60. Even though it barely fucking works. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like all of this high-end fucking bullshit. I don't want high-end anything. I want fucking 6502 chips. I want to see people. Tell me when you can. You know, I want to see people fucking. I don't know what I want. I want to see people fucking. Listen, I want to see people fucking, okay? I don't care about any of this. I just want to see people fucking. I want to see people fucking, like, hey, should we check in on these guys? Should we check in on the guys? Let's see, what are these guys up to? Has Jelaine posted anything recently? No, Jelaine has not. Where are these fucking guys? They haven't posted shit. They're not doing anything. Oh yeah, they got a play date. That's their new thing. Their new thing is they got a play date. I don't know about the play date, man. The only thing I think is good about the Playdate is the screen. I think the screen is really cool. I wish they would just sell. I don't know. Do they just sell this particular, like, screen? Because I would so fucking just imagine you just have this, like, monochrome LCD 1-bit screen that just pops out, like, folds out here. That would go dummy hard. I'm glad that these guys are acknowledging the fact that it's bullshit. This collaboration between Teenage Engineering, a company who makes boutique electronics, and Panic, a company who writes proprietary development software for the platform that most aggressively fights against right to repair. But despite that, it's surprisingly easy to open the Playdate and replace its standard 740 mAh battery. All is needed is a slotted screwdriver. We did not receive our pre-sale unit with a disassembly manual nor the tools to open the case, but such third-party manuals exist. The Playdate documentation, something about something. You need to install the GNU cost compiler for ARM EABI bare metal to be, I don't know what that actually means, to be able to make ARM compatible binaries. This is too technical for me to understand. We simply use make as opposed to, oh yeah, that makes sense. I understand that. So their point is just to make a UXN emulator for this fucking Playdate thing, which is good. I mean, having UXN running on as many things as possible is good. But Yeah, here's some fucking Famicom architecture shit. What is... There's shit here that I haven't seen at all. What is Reform? There's new shit. Reform is a laptop. This is new. No one's told me this. No one tells me nothing. I think that time when I left this computer and it was at like 90 degrees centigrade CPU temp, 96 probably for a few hours, might have fried the Wi-Fi card. Here's this computer preloaded with Debian and none of the images are loading. A network change was detected. There's nothing changing about my network. My network is the same. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Hold on. What's the URL? mntre.com. All right. Let's just try a different laptop. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Okay. Here it is. Oh yeah. I have to scroll with other buttons now. The MNT Reform. This is what we're talking about here. The much more personal computer. Oh, and there's a YouTube video. Should we check it out?
This is MNT Reform.
Holy shit, this is a thick boy. Oh god, that was such a cringe Reddit meme. I'm really sorry for saying that. I'll never say that again. Oh god, that was terrible. I feel gross. I need to take a shower after saying that. That was disgusting of me. I'm really sorry. This form factor is rather large.
Reform is open hardware and fully documented. From the aluminum case down to the electronics. Even the drivers, the system controller, and the input devices are open source. Reform respects your curiosity and your right to repair. You can take it apart with a single screwdriver, and you can easily exchange the batteries. Reform is engineered to be durable and sustainable, and to stay with you for a long time.
What is this? Is it supposed to look like this? No, it's just bugging. The video is glitching. Maybe this computer isn't the best thing to ever be made. Hold on a minute.
This is MNT Reform, a new kind of...
Okay.
Even the drivers, the system control, your right to repair. You can take it apart with a single screwdriver, and you can easily exchange the batteries.
That's good. I would honestly buy it just for that, because when my batteries die, I have to replace it. It's annoying.
To be durable and sustainable, and to stay with you for a long time. With its brilliant full HD display and mechanical keyboard.
I actually like the touch bar. Do you know what? This is kind of fucking sick. Is that a split spacebar? Bro.
It is a pleasure to use. It runs all the free software you need to get your work done.
What's Neverball? That sounds sick.
Reform has no secret components compromising your privacy. There is no camera, no microphone, no cloud, and no spyware. Everything is under your control. MNT Reform, the much more personal computer.
That's kind of sick, but it's probably £10,000. Fuck off, YouTube. Bro. Oh wait, I'm not in the EU anymore. Well, maybe it still counts. Yeah, look, what is this? Fuck off, man. Fully assembled, €1,299. Assembly DIY kit. I mean, I would probably buy the DIY kit to save money. This is kind of cool. Yeah, I don't want the trackpad. QWERTY US, yeah, that's fine. SSD NVMe storage, terabyte of storage. Wi-Fi card. Wait, are you telling me it doesn't come with a Wi-Fi card by default, or that this is just a different Wi-Fi card? Bro, you need a Wi-Fi card. What? I mean, this is kind of cool, I guess. I don't know if I'd buy it necessarily for that price point. Like, it's kind of expensive. Kind of. I mean, it's definitely overpriced. But, it says it's open source, but what is it? But, like, tell me about the fucking... Look, bro, tell me about the Intel management engine. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, well, whatever. That's kind of neat, I guess. What else do these guys sell? Something for Amiga, a USB keyboard, some sort of sleeve, a bunch of just stuff, I guess. Bro, stop worrying about this shit and get your fucking end costs down, bro. Get your fucking... Don't be making this shit. I mean, I guess this is just stuff that they have in the meantime. But go get some fucking investor money on board and bring that price down, my guy. Bring that fucking... You're never gonna sell shit if your fucking laptop costs €1,300. Like, it doesn't matter if it's good. At the end of the day, you're saying only rich people are allowed. And I know I just saying bring your costs down is dumb, but also just bring your costs down, bro. It's easy. Just make it cheaper. Just make it cheaper. I mean, what else do you want me to tell you? Just make it cheaper. I've been saying I'm gonna do this Ethernet cable thing for ages, but I should actually do it. Because, like, this wall, for example, like, that's brick. Well, that's a fireplace, but, like... Wait, this sounds kind of hollow. I know that... Okay, well, now apparently I don't know, but I'm not... This one... Okay, now I don't know what to believe. What about this one? That's loud. What? Why does it sound so hollow? This is the outside. I guess there might be some layer of, like, insulation or something. But I don't know. I just don't want to fucking deal with Wi-Fi anymore. Now everything wireless sucks. This is the thing Zoomers don't understand. I don't know why Zoomers hate wires, but, like, in my experience, everything without a wire is just unreliable and shit. Like, there's no seamlessness to it. You can never make something wireless and that's actually seamless, because none of the technology works. Like, it's just all an illusion. I don't know, man. Hold on, I just had an idea. Why don't I buy... Let me see if there's no way this hyper-specific part. How am I gonna find this? Hold on. This is from Chino. My problem, by the way, is that these headphones, the ones I use, the Sennheiser whatever the fucks, they have this 3.5mm jack. I mean, sorry, 6.35mm jack, right? And laptops don't have that, right? They use this 3.5mm jack. So I have this thing. The problem is, this thing is actually broken. You can't really see it, but it got bent, kind of. Can you see it? And so it only works in one ear now. And the double problem is that this doesn't work. This computer got broke at some point. So I then have to plug this into this. It's a really long fucking chain. It's a chain. So I plug my headphones into this adapter, and then I plug this adapter into this adapter, right? Which I'm not going to do because I'm worried it's going to snap off and get stuck in there. And then I plug this into the computer. There doesn't seem to exist in the world a USB that I can just plug this directly into, you know, right? Like, that doesn't seem to exist. Now what I used to do is this audio interface, oh wait, it's actually the other audio interface, it's in the other room. But I used to just Velcro it to the back of the computer here, and I'm thinking I should just do that again, because now it's broken, and apparently all the shipping in the world just is fucked now, or China hates me. The Chinese government has it out for me, and they won't let me ship parts quickly anymore for whatever reason. Why did I come in here? Scissors. They should be in here somewhere. Unless the scissors are in the other room. Hold on. Well, either way, I'm gonna grab this. So I can plug you in and put you here. Perfect. Did I put the scissors in here at some point? No, it didn't look like I did. Now I don't know what to do. I'm gonna go look for some scissors. Well, I have these tiny fucking nail scissors, so they'll have to do. Okay, what is this? This is the spiky side. So I need the non-spiky side. Hopefully this works okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Now let's see, how would I want this to stick on? Like this. So let's... Good enough. Boom. Now, that can stick on there. Wait. I used the wrong side. Am I really that stupid? Wow, that was embarrassing. I specifically said out loud, I need the non-spiky side, and then I cut the spiky side anyway. That was fucking stupid of me. Well, let's get another strip. I'm purposefully not using very much because I don't want it to be super strong. Otherwise it just pulls the the sticky back off. Alright, let's try this again. Okay. I put it in the wrong place now. Oh well, whatever. It'll just go over here this time. Alright, that's there. Now I can plug my headphones into the audio interface here. Is this gonna fall off? Maybe. I should probably do this better. Hold on a minute. Can I not just... Can I put it here? It'll do. It doesn't really matter. And now... that's not the right one. Hold on a minute. That's not the right one. Do I even have a USB-C to USB? I don't think I do. Fuck. Well, that didn't go very far. No, it doesn't look like I do. I used to. I don't know what happened to it. Well, whatever. So that idea failed. I have this that I've just seen. Does this work? I don't want to do it this way, by the way. Let's test audio by LF downloads anime. Let's see. Yeah, it seems to be working. Okay, well, I don't need to worry about any of that apparently, because it seems to be working. I may make a standalone video about this at some point, but I may as well just ramble about it into a camera. And it's about Twitter. So, Elon Musk, he bought it, he fucked it, right? A lot of people right now very pessimistic about the future of Twitter, as in it existing. Mainly, some of them, they don't really know why they're pessimistic. But the real reason why the people who know why they're pessimistic are pessimistic is because of advertisers, right? Twitter, the modern web as a whole, is reliant on advertisers. The reason Twitter was fairly strict in terms of speech was to please advertisers, not because it was run by a bunch of liberals. I don't know where people got that idea from, but no, it was always because advertisers get freaked out very easily. They're like deer. They spook easily. This is the thing about advertisers. They spook easily. And right now, Twitter is having its own version of the YouTube adpocalypse. Elon Musk basically implied that he was going to be allowing anyone to say whatever they wanted, including bad, naughty words on Twitter.com. And all the advertisers were thinking, I don't want my ads next to that stuff. And so they pulled out. And then Elon was like, oh shit, oh fuck, that's bad. That's where our money comes from. And so he did two things. The first thing he did was get them all in a room together. And this is like all billionaires. Elon Musk believes his own hype. He thinks he's like a genius businessman or whatever. So he got them all in a room, in a meeting. A bunch of the big advertisers and meta advertising companies who manage a number of other advertising companies beneath them. He got them all in a room at the Twitter offices. He organized this meeting in order to reassure them. And while we don't know exactly what happened in this meeting, we do know it went fucking terribly for Twitter. It was a really bad meeting. So bad, in fact, that some advertisers pulled out of advertising on Twitter during the middle of the meeting. That's how bad it was. Okay, so this stuff did not go well. He went, oh fuck, we're bleeding money. I already paid too much for this website. We're bleeding money. We've been bleeding money. Downsize the company, which is probably a good thing, by the way. I know everyone's mad about him firing people. I'm not. It's okay that he fired a bunch of people. His method for firing people was terrible because he's an idiot. He fired the people. He kept the people who wrote the most inefficient code because he fired people based on how many lines of code they had written and fired the ones who had written the least. In other words, the people who wrote the most efficient code. He fired those and kept around the people who wrote the least efficient code. So, that happened. So that was dumb. And apparently he's begging some of them to come back now. He's sort of having... look, whatever is happening with Elon himself is really not very consequential to me. What's interesting is the company, really. It's weird how much power he has, but I guess it's to be expected. That it seems to just sort of be him making all of the decisions for the entire company is kind of weird. Yeah, so then he did the blue check mark paying money thing, where he was like, pay $8 a month to have a blue check mark, and then because he knows he's lost all the advertisers and he needs to get money from somewhere. And then he said in an interview that if you don't pay for a blue check mark, you'll be algorithmically suppressed, so people won't see your posts. And that's, I think, the thing that people are really mad about, is because, otherwise no one would buy a blue check mark and it would be fine. But the fact that, like, if according to the way they see it, or the way they interpret this interview, which I think is a fair interpretation, but I don't think Elon is very smart. Like, I don't think he's really thought it through or really knows what he was saying at any particular point. So he's probably just sort of spitballing. Like, I wouldn't take it as gospel like they have, but I don't think it's like stupid to take it as gospel. I think it's fair enough if you want to do that. They're basically thinking, great, so the website will be unusable if I don't pay money. Fuck that. And now, so with looking like very few people are going to want to pay for blue check marks, with a lot of the Twitter's biggest users having a specific dislike of Musk, and advertisers pulling out, no one looks like they want to buy this blue check mark scheme, or not many people look like they want to buy into this blue check mark scheme. And Twitter bleeding money, it's looking like the website might go under, especially since people seem to be under the impression that Elon wants to revive Vine in order to compete with TikTok. They really cannot afford the upkeep costs for that, the server costs for that, or the R&D costs for that right now. So I don't know what his plan is there. Just throw his own money at it until it works, and then hope it generates a profit. I don't think it ever would. It's a strange... I don't know what's going on, what his plans are. But that's the intro. That's the 6-minute long intro to the point I actually wanted to make. So, people are saying, where do we go? Let's jump ship. Let's get out of here. Get out of Twitter. Which is completely fair. Completely fair reaction. Well, where do we go? Where do we go? If we don't want to be on Twitter, where do we move to? Good question. Luckily, I am here, the world's expert in internet things, so I will help you to know. And there's been two main options that people have sort of been talking about. Tumblr is one of them. Go back to Tumblr. Tumblr recently re-legalized boobs. Now, I've never been a Tumblr person. I've never found Tumblr to be just really good a good platform for me, for my, like, it doesn't, I don't know, it's never clicked with me. But if you want to use Tumblr, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. Have fun. The other big thing that I'm actually interested in talking about is Mastodon. A lot of people have been talking about moving to Mastodon, or maybe even more so talking about why they don't want to move to Mastodon. And this is interesting to me as someone who had a similar experience many years ago. Well, not that many, but I've had on and off experiences on Mastodon, and I think I could give some interesting takes maybe. So for those who don't know, what is Mastodon? Well, Mastodon is a part of the Fediverse, which is a system, interconnected system of federated, I don't know what to call them, just platforms, federated platforms, all of which can intercommunicate via this protocol called ActivityPub. And Mastodon is probably the biggest one, and it's a Twitter clone. It's a Twitter clone that is decentralized, so you can host your own instance of Mastodon if you want. There isn't just one twitter.com you go to. There are many different Mastodon instances, and you decide which one to join, or you can make your own if you really want to host one, which you probably don't. It's probably more hassle than it's worth. Now, in my opinion, Mastodon is not very good. There are a few reasons for this. The first one is that by being a Twitter clone, it doesn't solve any of the inherent problems with Twitter. Right? I actually already wrote a blog post about this. Or I mentioned this in a blog post a while ago. But it doesn't solve any of the inherent problems with Twitter. So that's your first problem. The second thing is by downscaling to a more localized level, i.e. an instance-to-instance basis where things are smaller, it actually makes a lot of the problems with Twitter much worse. See, on Twitter, you can always fly under the radar because it's so huge. You as a random Twitter account with 100 followers can say whatever you want, do whatever you want to do. No one's paying attention to you. On Mastodon, this is not the case. Someone somewhere with power is always paying attention to you, and you don't want that. That is generally bad for your experience, especially because these instances are not businesses like Twitter is, right? Rather it's more like a subreddit, and people who have been on communities like that, like subreddits or forums or Discord servers or whatever, know that it's kind of a dice roll whether you're going to end up with these sorts of power tripping mods or owners of this, like, how often that shit happens where some Discord server has like a power tripping owner, or like some insane mod, or a subreddit gets like tanked by some mod who decides to nuke the whole thing because he had a bad day, like that sort of thing. It's very much possible for that sort of thing to happen on Mastodon, and it does happen with regularity. The second thing is Mastodon. There's a few things. You know what? Actually, I should mention this up front because this is one of the most egregious things about Mastodon. The messaging system, the DM system in Mastodon, is unencrypted. So if you message someone, the server owner can read all of your messages. Whoever owns the instance can read all the messages of all the DMs of everyone in their instance. And if you DM between instances, then the owners of both instances can read all of the messages. This is just a really fucking awful way of doing things. Like, that's obviously terrible, right? It's just an obviously terrible flaw with the system. So yeah, that's a problem. Another problem is the way that the sort of cabal of Mastodon owners run things. So they don't just run their instances. Oh, okay. How do I spent a while in my blog post phrasing this in a smart sounding way, in a way that makes sense, but to put it in sort of very plain English, the incentive systems that they've set up for themselves sort of make it so that every Mastodon instance gets pushed to either sort of hug boxy liberal kind of thing, or racist, it's all Nazis kind of thing, and no in between. And that's kind of just not a fun place to hang out on if you're not either of those types of people. I know some people probably want one of those. There's probably some Nazis watching who are like, a social network where everyone's Nazis. I love that. Or a social network where I never have to see opinions I disagree with. But you don't actually want that, because half the fun of Twitter is getting mad at people. So the way this incentive structure works is basically because of block lists. So there are these big lists of instances that get passed around, of these instances that are more free speech oriented, and obviously any unmoderated online space inevitably becomes right wing. That's just the law of the internet. So these sorts of right wing instances, and it's not just right wing, they also like anime instances that don't ban lolly, for example, like stuff like that. They end up in these big block lists, and the way Mastodon instances work is they can all intercommunicate with each other, but the owner of the instance gets to decide what other instances can be seen, right? So they can block instances, and the other person has nothing they can do against it. And so you end up in this sort of walled garden where whatever instance you're on is either blocking all the instances it doesn't like, or is blocked by all the instances it doesn't like. And then there's this sort of social pressure to, like, hey, you better block those Nazis or you might end up on the blacklist next time, Like, there's this sort of social pressure to do stuff like that behind the scenes. And these owners, they're all in cahoots with each other. Like, they talk behind the scenes. It's not actually the free decentralized platform that they'd like you to think. It's really all run by a fairly small handful of early adopter owners. And of course, the sort of person who, like, if you think about it for a second, it's like the way cops are all assholes, right? You might or nurses. Like, the sort of person who would be like, I want the power of owning a Mastodon server so I can decide who gets to live. Like, that sort of person is the sort of person who ends up in charge of these things. And they're incentivized to grow their network. It feels good to get their thing big, and so they're incentivized to suck up to and obviously they don't want to be blocked by all the other networks. So they all get sort of pressured to enter the walled garden, or they decide we hate the walled garden, and then they end up in their own walled garden. So you sort of just end up with these two camps, each of whom hate each other, don't cross communicate, and push each other to further extremes in terms of speech. Like, if you're on one of the Nazi servers and you start talking about, like, I don't know, pro LGBT stuff, they're not going to be very happy with you over there, and vice versa. But if you're just a normal guy who just wants to chill, I don't necessarily think you're going to have the best of times. Maybe none of that matters to you, but there's some other stuff. So Mastodon tends towards two, maybe three types of people. I suppose there's three types of people, or really two types of people that end up on Mastodon, like the main bulk of its user base. Number one is people who post content that isn't allowed on Twitter. So I'm talking about either porn, maybe some questionable porn, or Nazis. That's the first type of person that ends up on Mastodon. Or like super far, like when I say not necessarily Nazis, actually just political extremists. The sort of person who thinks that Twitter has this insane bias against their political ideology. So, the Nazis who think Twitter is all just a bunch of libs who have a massive bias against them, or the like communists who think that Twitter is allowing the Nazis to stay, and therefore the Twitter is not. You know what I'm saying, right? Like, these are the sorts of people that end up there. The people who post content that is objectionable on Twitter. And secondly, type of people that end up on Mastodon are just tech enthusiasts who are interested in the technology. And that's cool, in my opinion, but they tend to talk about just sort of their own stuff. And they also tend to fall into one of the other two camps. So, that's kind of weird. They didn't address, like, the fundamental flaws that make Twitter centralized, right? Like, there's still the power dynamics are still there. They're just more local now, and because they're more local, they're actually felt more readily than they were on Twitter. So Mastodon actually, in my opinion, ends up being more authoritarian than Twitter does, even though that authority isn't being handed down by $1 billion company. It's being handed down by a bunch of mods and owners and stuff like that with their block lists, who also all talk to each other behind the scenes. So if you get in trouble with one, you get in trouble with all of them. And by get in trouble with, I mean, if you have some personal issue with them, it's not going to end well for you because they're all friends. So that's the sort of thing that happens on Mastodon. And then another thing that sucks about Mastodon is getting started, finding people to follow. It really sucks. There's no algorithm or anything like that, right? It's all just old school, which makes it just fairly hard to, and that's not necessarily a bad thing in itself, and it might be a good thing, but it does make it kind of hard to get started. Like, people won't just find your posts at random and comment on them. It's very hard to grow on Mastodon if you don't already have a bunch of friends in the network. And it's very hard to sort of find cool people in Mastodon because, especially outside of whatever instance you join. So you join one instance, and there's this sort of instance specific feed where you see every post in your instance, and that can be kind of useful for finding people. But for finding people who are outside of your instance that are cool, it's just generally quite difficult, I find, to find cool people. There's also there's just general structural problems with Mastodon that are issues with Twitter as well that just aren't addressed because it's just a clone. So yeah, that's Mastodon. I don't really recommend it, and all of these problems also apply to Pleroma, by the way, which is just basically the same thing. Okay, so now I suppose I'll talk about just alternatives to that. I mean, my real recommendation is you don't want an alternative to Twitter. Just keep using Twitter and just slow down. If you want an alternative, try an actual alternative, something that's different. What's different? What's different and good? Well, the one good thing about Mastodon, the thing that appeals to people, is its decentralized nature, the fact that it is not relying on one company to keep it going. Well, let's actually find something that makes good use of that decentralization. How about the fucking internet? Okay, if you really want to have the ability to communicate with people and so on, start a goddamn blog. Start a blog. It's easy. It's free if you want it to be. If you don't, you can pay money for it if you want, but you don't have to. There's plenty of places that'll let you start a blog for free. Start a goddamn personal blog. Set up an RSS feed for that blog. Get an RSS reader for yourself to follow your friends' blogs. It's that fucking simple. Set up a Matrix or XMPP thing to talk to your friends. So that, hey, unlike Mastodon, no one can read your messages. Set up Matrix or set up XMPP. It works really well, in my opinion. It works well enough to be usable day to day. I have been using Matrix every day for like a year or more at this point, and not really ever had any problems with it, other than some kind of niche stuff. Matrix. And then maybe look into maybe look into some actual decentralized web protocols. Even more decentralized or internet protocols. Hey, if you think the web has some problems, why not check out Gemini? Gemini's cool. I'm a big fan of Gemini. Why not check out some of these other protocols? The thing about the internet is all of the stuff that you need to build into a social media platform already exists on the internet. You can make a post by just making a post on your website. You can follow people with RSS. You can DM people. Did you know everyone already has a DMing system? Arguably the perfect DMing system. It's called email. You already have an email account. Everyone has an email account. It's fucking a protocol that's completely decentralized. You can even self-host if you want. Like, email is a great protocol. You can encrypt it if you want, there's so many options. You can send attachments, What's not to love about email? Email's great. Everyone already has it. You don't need to show your friends a new thing if you just want to email someone. See, email's cool. Websites are cool. Gemini capsules are cool. Gopher holes are cool. You want to have a status? Set up Finger. It takes like 5 minutes to set up a quick Finger status. And it's cool. It's fairly useless, but it's kind of cool. There's a billion of these little things. Fucking IPFS, for goddamn sake. IPFS is cool. I still don't have a use case for it, but I'm sure someone does. IPFS is awesome. Torrenting. BitTorrent. You really want to talk about decentralized protocols? Let's talk about some real shit. Not Mastodon, which is not actually decent. I suppose it's more decentralized than Twitter, but it's still heavily centralized in that it's one protocol controlled by a small group of people. I suppose distributed is probably a better word for that, but it doesn't make use of its decentralization very well, is my point here. If you want to check out some good versions of that, you fucking blog plus RSS. It's the ultimate fucking social media is blog plus RSS plus email or Matrix or XMPP or IRCOTR or whatever, whatever you want to use. Jammy, have fun with it. Why not? Get wacky with it. There's also this neat little thing called TWTXT, which is like a super autistically minimal microblogging Twitter alternative from the command line that you self-host. It's honestly almost too minimal to have any function, but it is also really neat just as a thing that exists, and I think it's worth checking out just as a cool thing that is like, hey, this could be a thing, I don't know how to put it in other words than it's just neat. It's worth checking out just due to its neatness, even if it's not. I don't know if it's actually practical as a scalable social network. But yeah, there's no such thing as a social network. You don't want to be on a platform. This is the thing. What you're searching for. You're like, I want a new platform. What if you just didn't have a platform? You're like, what's happening is you're a serf. Okay, you're a medieval serf. You're tied to your land, and you're fucking baron. Your baron, in his castle, is like who owns your land, and demands taxes. Is like, being run out of his castle by hordes of barbarians or whatever the fuck happened in the Middle Ages. I don't know. He's dying of typhoid or toothache. I don't know, but he's not doing so good. And instead of being like, oh great, this gives me, legally I can become a yeoman now and own my own land. Instead of that, you're being like, I should find a new fucking baron. I need to find a new platform. How about you just don't be on a platform and self-host something? You goddamn idiot. Okay? Don't move to Tumblr or, Mastodon or any of these other platforms. Anything that could call itself a platform is already a mistake. Even if it calls itself decentralized, it doesn't matter. It already fails the primary test, which is step one, don't be a platform. Look, here's some decentralized shit. I just found out about this thing, Hypercore. I don't even know what gun is. Like, this one's called Gun. They called it Gun. What does it mean? Like, what does it do? I don't know. I don't know what it does. I don't know what it means either. Just called Gun. It's an ecosystem of tools that let you build community-run and encrypted applications, like an open-source Firebase or a decentralized Dropbox. See? Decentralized alternatives to Zoom, Reddit, Instagram, Slack, YouTube, Stripe, Wikipedia, Facebook, Horizon, and more have already pushed terabytes of daily P2P traffic on Gun. Right. So, I don't know, what are these alternatives? What's the YouTube? Oh, it's DTube? DTube is Gun? Bro, who wants to use DTube? What's the Reddit alternative? Not a bug. It's called Not a Bug. Well, there you go. Who cares about any of this stuff? But that's apparently a thing. I mean, if you wanted to use this, you could. There's this hypercore thing. I'm not 100% sure what the point of hypercore is either. But it seems cool. I think it could mean something in the future. I wish it would tell me, like, the problem is with these protocols is, like, when it says using hyperspace, I want it to give me a fucking list of hyper cores. I don't know what they're called, but I want it to give me this is one of the things Gemini does super fucking well. Hold on. What? Why didn't it work? Isn't this a thing? Well, whatever. Okay. Like, if I open up my fucking web browser, my Gemini browser, and I go to, here, this is like, wait, where, there should be, hold on, I gotta find the fucking homepage. There's a homepage, basically, is what I'm saying. There's this homepage where, like, I forget what it's fucking called. Well, whatever. there's this. What I'm saying is when you go on like Gemini, you know, I'll just. Okay, here it is. So this is the homepage for the guy that made Gemini. This is like the web mirror, right? And on the homepage for Gemini, there's a whole bunch of like these fucking things, these aggregators. This is like super useful. Every new like alternative internet, decentralized anything should all have these fucking aggregators. Like this is how I found basically everything interesting on Gemini. Is like, oh look, here's like a blog. Here's Midnight Pub. Most of these are Midnight Pub. Here's some stuff in Spanish. Here's like a blog. You know what I mean? Like, look, all, indie gaming. I don't know if that's indie gaming. I don't know what it is, but like, and there's more. There's Spacewalk, another one, and they follow different ones. Yeah, I'm ready to take the plunge. I need to fucking. I should have this somewhere. Hold on a minute. Oh, here's the homepage. I could have just gone here. Hold on. No, didn't work. I'm not necessarily super used to Bombadillo yet. Okay, so Spacewalk. We go on Spacewalk. Look, there's all of these interesting things. Maybe I can read a blog. Here, this seems like an interesting blog. It's a new daily journal. Huh, this is this person's daily journal. Isn't that neat? Right, like this is what they should all have. They should all have something like this, where it just aggregates a bunch of stuff from across the whole network, and now I can see it and find it and follow it if I think it's cool. And by follow it, I mean using fucking RSS, because why wouldn't you use RSS? Like, this is whatever the fuck this fucking hypercore and gun are. Like, there should be right here in the top of the website, right? It should have aggregator or something, you know, like it, so I can see what it's fucking useful for, and find interesting things to follow. I think I'm tired. I don't know what's going on. These guys even have a Twitter account. No one's following them. But here they are on a YouTube live stream. I mean, their website looks good. Look, I have to admit, this is out of all of these, right? Like BitTorrent. What's the BitTorrent website? Oh, it exists. It's bittorrent.org. I didn't expect that. Okay, well, whatever. Like the Gemini website looks good. Because it's like super basic HTML, CSS, but yeah, whatever. Like, that's cool. I don't like the green color, but it's a good website. Like this is like some bullshit. It just looks like corporate bullshit. This is like way too over the top. Like, I don't know who designed this fucking website with this like glow and like these glitchy effects that slow my computer down to a crawl. This makes me not want to use your service. I don't know who the fuck thought this was a good idea, but on low-end hardware, I go on your website and it's like, oh, it has pointless fucking JavaScript that doesn't add anything except slow my computer down. I'm sure you know how to build a protocol. What the fuck is that? Like, that's awful. Okay, you go on Scuttlebutt. I go on Scuttlebutt. Hey, look, it's another one of these endless scrolly corporate fucking bullshit websites. Right, I don't want to use Scuttlebutt. Here's why. Because if I make a post, I can never delete it. If I say something about myself, or I say something and it's wrong, or I disagree with it later, or whatever, it's just up there forever for anyone to dig through. Okay, because this is some fucking blockchain bullshit. So, fuck off with that. Alright, at least the Hypercore website, like it looks good. Okay, it looks minimal, the font is really nice, the logo is nice, I'm a sucker for a monochrome theme, right? And look, I'm going to turn JavaScript off. No JavaScript. Isn't that wonderful? No JavaScript. Yay. Don't you love it when there's no JavaScript? This fucking gun website, however, I bet is just full of fucking JavaScript. Okay, we turn JavaScript off. Why won't it let me turn JavaScript off? JavaScript false. The whole fucking website breaks. As expected. Look. Okay? Fuck you, gun. Never using gun in my life. I will be using Gemini, which doesn't even have a hint of JavaScript. Okay, you want to fucking see the source here? Look how simple this is. This is what a website should be, better. This is what a fucking... That's how short it is. Okay. We got fucking sans serif. Set the background. Give me a body. Give me the fucking... You know, this shit. and then just tell me what it fucking says. Okay, that's how a fucking website should be. Right, not none of this bullshit. Right. They're adding Gopher soon. They're adding Earthstar and Pigeon. See, I've never even heard of these. The fuck is Earthstar? Sync stuff you care about with people you know. Earthstar's a website. Let's see, this is not a great website. Sync stuff you get. Earthstar is a specification and JavaScript library for building online tools you can truly call your own. A share is a collection of data. I guess it just syncs things. It's just a way of sort of works offline, undiscoverable, no blockchain. Okay, you sold me. You've sold me already. No tokens, use one or many identities, actually delete stuff, temporary documents, sneaking ads, always self-hosted, servers optional, free forever in every sense. See, this is what a good fucking thing looks like. Okay, you've sold me instantly. This is good. They put the selling point, the big selling point for people like me, they put it right at the front of their website, and I'm like, I don't have to dig through to be like, is this some blockchain shit? No, right here. No, none of this. None of this bullshit, okay? That's what I want to see. Okay, this is what I fucking like. Works in browser even. That's nuts. I don't know what it is yet, but I can apparently start a web share right now. I could just press this yellow button on a white background, not sure about that, and start one right now. It's a private universe of data accessible only to those who know the address. I mean, that sounds cool to me. Remix on glitch. See, I don't know what any of this means. Look, I don't think I want to do this, like, necessarily. I don't think I have any use for this right now, but if I ever am like, I want to do that, then maybe I will. Maybe I'll set one up, actually. I could see, is this the sort of thing where I could keep all my anime images, or my anime reaction images, and then access it via any computer I want? Because that would be super fucking useful. If that's what this means. Because that sounds like the sort of thing I could do here, right? I mean, I could obviously do that in a number of different ways, but that sounds pretty sick to me. Okay, next up is Pigeon Spec. I don't know what this is. I guess it's dead. It seems to be dead. Well, that's interesting. None of those things will replace Twitter for you. And honestly, they shouldn't, because you shouldn't be replacing Twitter with anything other than the brand new Meta Quest from Meta in the metaverse, where you wear a helmet on your head all day and then you get to see things in virtual reality. Damn, this has been 42 minutes. God. I'm glad no one watches these, otherwise that would be embarrassing. But I'm here on this website for the Agregor browser, which honestly is kind of cool. I've always thought it was annoying that I have to have 50 different web browsers, but now I could just have one web browser that doesn't even have the web. It does actually allow for the web, but it has other stuff too. And it has a memory leak, which is really great. That's the best part. And it makes my fucking CPU go fan. It makes my fucking CPU fan go brrr. So that's the best part. Like if I start the web browser, okay, you go here, and then within 10 seconds, I try and load up something on the hypercore protocol. Oh, this is a fucking HTTPS site. I want to, okay, well, I happen to know that this one is a hyper site. I don't know what they call it, but look, the URL, hyper. See that? Hyper. That's how you know. We're not on the web anymore, guys. This is a whole different place. It's a whole different place. It's not even the web. It's apparently the distributed web, but I don't think they should call it the web, because it's not really the web. It's hyper. It's a different thing. You can create your own peer-to-peer website using this simple code snippet, and then it's all fucked up. I see. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, this would be useful if I had like shit to do on it, you know? There's this explore. I hadn't even thought of this. There's an explore page here. Right. Well, it's not super useful, to be honest with you. It's like 3 links, all of which are just the guy who runs it. So I'm not sure about that. Honestly, the web isn't that bad. Like, you can just use the web for most things, and then if it's like, and I don't really need to use the web, that's kind of too much, then you just use Gopher or Gemini. And if you're like, actually the web is kind of too basic, I need to host a bunch of files, you just use IPFS or BitTorrent. Like, I don't know why people are making this so confusing with like 50 different protocols. We already have all the, like, the protocols aren't the problem here. It's like browsers are the problems and shit like that, you know? Anyway, the problem is that we're currently living through what I like to call the GCD. Are you aware of the GCD? It's what I like to call the GCD. It's what I like to call the Great Content Drought. There's no goddamn content anymore. No one makes any. There used to be, I remember back in the day, you could go on youtube.com, there'd be content. Look, what is this? Like, what's Ludwig up to? What's he doing with himself, man? What's he doing with his fucking life? Like, no one uploads anything anymore, and anyone who does upload things is just like a shell of their former self with no soul. We're living through the GCD, man, and I'm the only one doing anything to fight the power. You gotta take the power back, and by that I mean upload hour-long rants to youtube.com. Fortunately, if you like anime, there's never such thing as a content drought, because there's always anime to watch. A lot of it's really bad, though. I don't know why no one mentions this, but most of anime is just bad. Clearly I'm yawning a lot. I must be sleepy. I'm gonna go the fuck to sleep, I think. But there's been your Twitter guide. I suppose if I were to make this into a standalone video, I wouldn't go into a long ramble about stuff that doesn't actually have any relevancy. I think I would probably just be like, here's the problems with Mastodon in a more succinct way. Here's like the broader, like, I don't know. I can't really talk shit about Tumblr because I just have never really used it. So I can't really say whether it's good or bad. I don't know. What would I do? I'd just be like, Mastodon is kind of bad for XYZ reasons. Here, what you should do is just set up a blog. That's what I want to convince people to do. Is just set up a blog and RSS. I don't think Zoomers have any idea what RSS is. But they'd get, the thing is, these people that, if I would, like, the people who are running from Twitter, who are like, they're all like pussy bitch journalist type, like, I don't know if they're journalists, but they're like, they're like these pussy bitches who are like, fucking anything more complicated than an algorithm just showing you exactly what it thinks you want to see, like anything that requires 2 minutes of effort or technical learning. Like, okay, well, you have to learn how to open up a terminal and type in a few commands. Like, that to them is just unacceptable, which is fine. I mean, I don't really care if it's unacceptable for them. They can just go fucking die. They can just die. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not willing to learn basics HTML and CSS, like the most fucking basic, the shit I learned in, like, when I was, I don't know, 12 years old or whatever, like, if you're not willing to put yourself through learning, like, the 5 tags you need to make a functioning website, then you can just not be on the internet. Like, no, I'm not gonna miss anything from you. You're clearly not interesting. You clearly don't have anything to say if you're not willing to go through that tiny amount of effort to say it. Like fuck yourself, kill yourself. Like, if you're like, oh, but I have to, you mean there's multiple different programs I could use to as an RSS feed aggregator, feed reader? Like, I'd have to choose, I'd have to weigh the costs and benefits of different programs and make a decision for myself without just, there's not just a one rss.com that tells me what I want to know. I have to follow things myself. I don't just get TikTok algorithm telling me what to follow. Hold on a minute, this is too confusing for me. No thank you. Like, if that's you, I don't know, just die. Like, just explode, just die, just die. You're wasting oxygen for the rest of us. People are always talking about accessibility, right? They're always talking, especially game devs. They're always like accessibility. But what they think is accessibility has nothing to do with what's actually accessible. They're like, accessibility means making it so that someone who's deaf can play through. Yeah, sure, that's accessibility. That's some level of accessibility, but that's nothing. Okay, because if your game requires a fucking PS5 to play, or even a PS4, or even a like a mid to high end computer or whatever, like, if your game is that bullshit, it's not accessible. Let me tell you, if you want to make an accessible game, let me show you an accessible game. Okay, this is a fucking accessible game. Okay, you see this? This is an accessible game. It's Kirby. Okay, this is an accessible game. Right? You see, you know why this is an accessible game? Because it's a fucking NES game. Okay? It's an NES game. If you want your game to be accessible, write it in 6502 assembly. Okay? Because every single human being on this goddamn planet that we live on, it has access to some sort of electronic device that can emulate an NES. Even if you live in the Namibian desert, right, you can probably afford it, even if you're like a cattle herder in the middle of the steppe somewhere, or whatever, like, you probably can scrape together $5 for an old Android device or something that can emulate an NES, or whatever. Maybe you're just like that's accessibility, my brother. There's billions of people who can't afford the hardware to play your game if you're making it from modern bullshit. Okay, you want your game to be accessible, make it fucking accessible. Write it for NES. I would like to point out a flawed axiom, I suppose, that I see a lot, or a flaw in reasoning that I see a lot, which is essentially, I don't even know what to call it, just something you might not have thought about. And that is to do with sort of the default state of humans as it pertains to health and happiness. So, Fundamentally, the fundamental point is just a general sense. I don't know, it's kind of hard to put into words. I'm kind of struggling here. So I get the vibe that people assume, the human is supposed to be naturally healthy and happy, and then things get in the way of that are incursions on top of the human, right? Like, I'm naturally supposed to be healthy and happy. If I was, a hunter-gatherer living a few thousand years ago, in like a supernatural environment, the environment I evolved for, I would be healthy and happy. This is like a sort of thing, right? Because I evolved for that environment. So of course I would be healthy and happy. Or maybe you're not, maybe you don't believe in evolution or whatever, and you're thinking, well, God made me in his image as the perfect being, therefore by default I'm healthy and happy, and it's just unnatural incursions that make me unhealthy or experience mental distress. Okay, so this is just the thing that I want to challenge. So I don't think that's true. I don't think that actually follows. I'll leave the Christians out of it because, I'm not. There are more fundamental problems with that. But just as an opening question, if you are a Christian, just ask yourself: is God happy? I think that's probably an interesting line of questioning to go down. But so Christians aside, when it comes to people who believe in evolution, but simply no, there's no reason that evolution cares if you're healthy and happy as long as you reproduce. There's a huge misunderstanding of how evolution works in the real world, mainly driven by the phrase survival of the fittest. People who've never read The Origin of Species, or any other textbooks on evolution or biology. Evolution is not survival of the fittest. It's survival of the good enough. There's no pressures in evolution to get any better at being alive than just reproducing and passing on your genes. There is no pressure like beyond doing the bare minimum in order to survive and pass on your genes. There's no, like, that's just how natural selection works. There's no evolutionary pressure to go further than the bare minimum of you survive and you pass on your genes. And so no, we did not evolve to be healthy and happy. We evolved to be sick and depressed, and maybe not depressed, but at the very least to experience mental duress. Being happy all the time has nothing to do with evolutionary pressures, or being just emotionally satisfied or sort of contented. There's no evolutionary pressure that I can think of that would push any animal towards that. In fact, I can think that if someone was contented, they might not want to reproduce, or they might not want to do other things that might be evolutionarily desired. Thereby, maybe we evolved specifically not to be contented. So yeah, that's just sort of the thing I wanna get through to you is no, we did not evolve to be safe and healthy and happy all the time. We evolved to be sort of middling, kind of sick, but just not quite so sick that you can't come. If you're a guy, like if you're a guy, it's like as long as you can come, you're helpful to nature. And if you have a vagina, it's like, well, then it's different. As long as you can give birth, you're helpful to nature, right? Which I personally think that this is just an excellent argument for the xenofeminist slogan, if nature is unjust, change nature. because that's just unjust to me. So yeah, that's it. Point that I'm making with that last segment is, if you feel sick or mentally dissatisfied or in distress, that is not the response to have is not something's wrong with me. That is the system working as intended. That's my point. What you do with this information, I don't know, but that's just a fact. Okay, you can say that this is dumb, but I'm like pretty sure that I have a good argument here, and maybe that's something I haven't considered. But okay, in the UK right now, we're talking practical, pragmatic party politics, real shit that's happening, in Parliament and shit. So the government is broke. They have no money, because of COVID, and a bunch of other stuff. Increased gas prices, etc. The government had it. Everyone knows that there needs to be some sort of cut in government spending. No matter who is in charge, Labour or Conservative, they're going to have to somehow cut government spending, or and probably raise taxes. Probably both of them, right? Just due to geopolitics stuff and COVID stuff, post-COVID stuff. I don't know the precise details. I don't follow it that closely, but as far as I understand, it's not a question of whether it needs to happen. It's just a question of how and to what extent it needs to happen, right? You know, well, I would say Labour, but with Keir Starmer in charge, what's the fucking difference between the two parties anyway? But here's the thing: you might think with the war in Ukraine and post-COVID and the cost of living crisis in the UK, that this is a bad time to propose this policy. But if the government needs a bunch of cash real quick, there's a trick they can pull, and they can only pull it once, and it will and it seems to have worked everywhere it's been tried, which is legalize and tax marijuana. Look, I'm not a massive weed smoker. I barely smoke weed, in fact. I probably wouldn't get much out of this. But I know marijuana is very, very popular in the UK. Extremely popular. And I can't personally see a downside. I mean, mainly as of just a way. I mean, if it's going to be privatized, right? So you don't have to. It's not like the government has to most of the sort of government increase spending in order to increase government revenue is you have to spend a whole bunch of money on infrastructure projects or some sort of thing. But here, all you do is open up a new line of industry and then tax it. All of the spending is done by the private sector pretty much. You have a little bit of bureaucracy to work out to get licenses together and shit. But none of that is really expensive. It's not. I'm not saying there should be state-run dispensaries. This would all be in the private sector, but then just taxed, as well as VAT. You would just have an extra tax on it. I feel like it would work. And you know what else? If I was being a really utilitarian guy here, you know what else would actually probably work pretty well to actually bring in more money for the government, is counterintuitively lowering the tax on alcohol. The UK has pretty high alcohol taxes, so booze is pretty expensive here. If you lowered the tax on alcohol and made booze cheaper, more people would buy alcohol, and I think in the long run the government would actually make more tax revenue off of it. whether you whether there would be other effects on the economy from more people buying alcohol, I think they would also be positive because more people buying alcohol means more people going out, you know, spending money, putting money into the economy. So lower alcohol taxes, and introduce legalized weed with the tax. And then next time you need money, just legalize another drug. This time it's magic mushrooms. This time it's DMT. This time it's LSD. You know, there's at least four that you can legalize without having to worry too much. Just there, you know. And then after that, it gets a bit more tricky to sell the public on it. I don't know if most people are going to be okay with legalized opiates, even though they probably should be. Even though I don't really like opiates very much myself, I'm extremely pro opiate. They're safe, they're effective, there are no long-term health downsides. Yeah, legalize heroin, unironically. The thing about neuroplasticity, everything I've heard about it, I don't know, I hear two conflicting things. There are people who are like, I misclicked. There are people who are like, you know, you have high neuroplasticity when you're a kid and you have this like incredible capacity to learn, and then as you grow up, you lose it. But then other people basically say that's nonsense, and that really what's important is that you just have to practice. That like you have to actively maintain your neuroplasticity by constantly doing new things and doing activities that stress your brain, like playing an instrument, for example. Which is weird to me that everyone talks about how good playing an instrument is for your brain, because for me, well, I guess I'm just thinking because, so the reason I bring this up is because my new thing is chess. By my new thing, I mean my current hyperfixation is chess. I can't stop thinking about chess right now. For the past 2 days, I've just been stuck on chess. I've just been non-stop thinking about chess. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. My friend Lil Crazy Bitch randomly brought out a chessboard last time we met, and I got absolutely destroyed. And I was like, I should learn chess. Well, no, he said we should play. Well, it was, even though I got absolutely destroyed, it was pretty fun, and so we decided we should play chess more often together. And so I was like, I gotta learn some basic chess, like how the fuck chess works. And now I'm just obsessed with chess, but I'm absolute dog shit. Like I have zero natural talent. Like, this is not Trackmania. Okay, I've developed two new things, which is cool, which is Trackmania and chess. Now, Trackmania, I have natural affinity for. I have a natural ability to find racing lines and to grind tracks and stuff like that. Like, I'm not amazing at Trackmania, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't even say I'm particularly good at it compared to, like, the people who are actually good at Trackmania. But for the amount of time, like, going into it, I just felt like I took to it very easily. I just, like, the racing games are the only type of games that I actually have any natural talent for. I have no fucking clue why. It's not like I really played them as a kid a lot or anything like that. But just for some reason, I have natural talent at racing games. I didn't have natural talent for shooters, but I've just played so much Counter-Strike that it translates to other shooters. So like FPSs and racing games are the only games that I can pick up and play pretty well now. But racing games I just have always just had a natural thing for, and I don't know why. So Trackmania Trackmania is like the perfect racing game for the things that I'm good at. So like Dirt Rally 2, which I was playing before, the sort of sim games, I'm not particularly good at those. Whereas Trackmania, in particular, like the particular like full speed Trackmania maps, I just like, that's just sort of my shit. I don't know why, but it just sort of clicks with me. Chess is not like that. Chess is very unnatural and difficult for me, but it's also really addicting. And like, so those two activities, which I imagine are stressing my brain out in good ways, which are very different from each other, right? Because Trackmania is all about grinding the same track and also sort of reacting in the space of microseconds, not really. Whereas chess is all about planning ahead and thinking moves ahead, right? And strategy and tactics and stuff like that. Like, they're two completely different ways of thinking about things. One of them is like Twitch, fast thinking. The other one is like planning and logic and stuff. But anyway, like, I guess what I was saying is, like, the way chess feels is extremely tiring. It's so tiring. I can't explain it. I've never had an experience like it, except programming, and like maths, where like playing a game of chess for an hour, it feels like I've just done a workout or something. I don't know. Like, I just feel fucking like I like after playing chess, but like for a long time today. I think I played probably like 4 hours of chess against mostly little crazy bitch and then some other people. Like, I physically couldn't. I couldn't do it. Like, my brain was just done. Like, I went on. I was like, okay, I can't. I physically can't play chess right now. I have to stop. It's driving me insane, and it literally is driving me insane. The fucking, I think I kept saying, I just started like, I kept blundering my queen every fucking game. I blundered my queen, and I just started manically laughing, and I just started fucking like, the chessboard in front of me was like warping and twisting as I was looking at it. Like, I was seeing double, and then it was like twisting, and I was legitimately going insane. I think I still might be. Yeah, I don't know, man. That shit was crazy. And it continues to be crazy. I'm not really improving at all, which is kind of crazy in itself. Um, but yeah, it's very tiring, chess. Whereas playing an instrument is not tiring at all. Like, grinding the same Trackmania map for an hour is pretty tiring. Playing chess for a few hours is pretty damn tiring. Way more tiring, extremely tiring. Playing guitar for an hour is really relaxing and if anything, invigorating for me. So I don't. Yeah, that's like a complete like. That's what's confusing to me. Is like, why is that considered also really good for stressing your brain when it's not really stressing my brain at all? Like, I feel like it's relaxing. I don't feel like I'm problem solving, I guess. When I'm playing guitar, I don't feel like I'm solving problems. I just feel like I'm doing something I've already done a million times that I'm like very comfortable with and just having fun. But yeah, I don't know. Chess, man. Fucking chess. I know I'm just gonna be obsessed with this for like a week and then completely burn out. But yeah, after I was done playing chess for like a few hours today, and I started hallucinating, the chessboard warping and just like uncontrollably laughing over blundering pieces and stuff. I was like, I need to fucking stop doing this. So I went back to this very dark room that we're in right now, and I went to fucking just go watch some YouTube, and like I went on YouTube and I just fucking, hold on, let me get it up. I was like, I just couldn't follow the videos. Like, any video that required like doing something, like paying attention to something, like learning, because I try and follow mostly like interesting semi-educational YouTube channels just for my own peace of mind, and I'm like, bro, I can't fucking watch a video about like a solar sands video, for example, or a fucking, I don't even remember, John Rogers video. No one knows who John Rogers is. John Rogers is like he wanders around London and talks about like the history of different places in London. He's like, what, 62k subs. Good channel though. I recommend it. But yeah, I just like, Man, I know it tired my brain out a lot. I must be burning calories or something. Playing chess, hopefully. But yeah, no, I'm not. I'm probably, if I had to guess what my elo is actually, what my ranking is, I haven't played enough games on like light chess or chess.com or whatever. Like, I haven't played enough games to actually have an accurate elo yet. But if I had to guess, I would probably say I'm probably around 500, maybe 500, 600 at best. I'm pretty fucking dog shit at the game. So don't. I didn't look, man. I don't need you to bully me about this in the comments. Not that anyone's watching this far into the video, but I don't. I don't need you to bully me. Trust me, I'm bullying myself. Every time I blunder a piece, I'm fucking bullying myself enough. Okay. I don't know why. It's like the second I get into an actual game, all sense leaves my body. I just like I'll make really smart moves and then just miss the fact that there's like a bishop in a corner that is like covering a square, and I'll just like blunder a piece for no fucking reason and like lose my queen early in the game or some bullshit. Like, I just do that. I always fucking do it, and then it's like, no wonder I'm losing. But I suppose what that means is that so the second I learn not to blunder early, I will like massively, since I think I'm like, that's my main problem. It's just that I'm shit and I just throw pieces away for no reason. So I think like once I get over that hump, I think I'll jump up in skill pretty, like there'll be a I think like that is going to be a big jump. Yeah. And then I'm just going to sort of plateau after that, I think. Probably around 700. Because I'm not good. And I don't plan to like super bang out study like old games or anything. That doesn't sound fun to me. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm actually like I'm just kind of, since I'm trying very much hard to learn a new skill right now. It just got me thinking about the process of learning. Hey, look, it's Hikaru. See, even when I'm not playing chess, I'm watching chess videos. It's actually ridiculous. I don't even like Hikaru as a YouTube personality. I find him kind of annoying. I I yeah, whatever. Fucking yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything to compare it to. Actually, I do. Actually, this is, you know what? This is actually great. This is actually wonderful, because I tried when I was really, really young. I played chess. Well, not really, really young. Pretty damn young. Probably around 11 years old, 12 years old. I tried to play chess a few times against some people in school for like, I won't get into exactly what the context was because it's not relevant, but there was some times when I was playing chess after school with some people for a little while. And at that time, I don't think I managed to learn anything. Like, you know, like I wouldn't say I had any understanding of the game at all. So, I mean, I was really young, but like, yeah, so I don't think there's any neuroplasticity issues with me, because I remember trying to do the same thing when I was a kid, and I should have really high neuroplasticity according to these people, and just not really having any fucking idea, like, just like legitimately not really understanding what I was doing at all, or like the basic ways that pieces move, you know, just having trouble learning that. So yeah, I think as long as you like keep it up, as long as you like find new interests regularly, which I do, not because I'm like holier than thou. It's not because I'm like, oh, and I'm so cool that I'm always finding new interests in order to maintain being healthy. No, I'm doing it because I'm bored, and and I have nothing else to do because I'm a neat. It's not, yeah, it's not for any noble reason. It's just because I have nothing else to do and I'm bored. And I think that just by happenstance, that's probably keeping my brain active and healthy. Yeah. I'm hoping. I mean, it feels like a workout, so I'm just imagining that it's a workout, you know? Like, playing chess feels like a workout. So, I'm just defaulting to, oh, it must be good for me in the same way a workout is for my muscles. It probably is. You got to do hard stuff in order to make your body be better at doing the difficult stuff, right? That's how the whole body works, and the brain is part of the body. Yeah. There's nothing really to talk about with chess other than that I fucking suck at it, and it makes me go absolutely insane. But it's also crazy addictive for some reason. Yeah. Anything else to mention? No, I don't think there was anything else to mention.
Meeting someone in person, speaking with them face to face, and getting involved with their life. So let me ask you again, is the internet just television? What else are you really doing besides just sitting there, consuming? For people,
I mean, I can tell you, mate. I can tell you real quick. Real simple. Loads of shit, mate. Loads of shit. I'm doing loads of shit other than just sitting there consuming. For example, bettering myself, learning new skills. I know for you watching this video that I'm recording, this is just the thing I just talked about 10 seconds ago. But yesterday, I started learning chess strategies. There's something I'm doing. I'm improving skills, learning skills that I find interesting in chess, in video games, in music, in terms of media literacy. You know, watching. If you really think that just watching something like watching a film is a completely passive experience, then I feel like this actually pisses me off. I'm kind of pissed off generally right now because I haven't eaten yet today, and I'm just kind of fucking irritable. But it really pisses me off when people say that watching something is always just a passive experience where you just sit back and turn your brain off. It genuinely pisses me off. I feel like these people who say this, like, their experience of life, like, they're subhuman. They're subhuman. They're just subhuman. They're not really human. They don't really experience life. They don't really have thoughts. They don't really have brains. They don't really have consciousness in the same way I do. Like, if you're sitting back and you're watching a good movie, you know, I'm not talking about fucking Disney property number 10,022 or whatever. But if you're sitting back and you're watching, a genuinely fucking good movie, I don't have to name one. Do I have to name one? Do I have to think of one? I'm like, oh, which movie can I say in the fucking video that is like semi-obscure and good so that it will make me look cool on the internet? You know what? Fuck you. I'm just gonna name the first movie that comes to my head. Scanners by David Cronenberg. It's not even a particularly good movie. It's not my favorite Cronenberg film. Let's say you're watching Scanners, right? If you're watching Scanners and you're like, this is an entirely passive experience where I just sit back and have fucking imagery blasted at me and I don't have to think about it, then I don't know what to fucking tell you. Like, you're doing it wrong. You're not supposed to be doing that. Maybe if you're watching Disney property number 365, Amazon Prime, Netflix, House of the Dragon bullshit, then that's what's happening to you. But that's your own goddamn fault if that's what you're doing to yourself. Even when I'm watching those things, there's no turning your brain off. It's not a passive experience. I don't know that I've ever experienced passive consumption in my fucking life. That I don't agree with this analysis that just consuming some media is just like a, what did he say? You're just sitting there consuming. I mean, that's like saying someone who's working out. If I was, sitting at, let's say I'm fucking Ludwig van Beethoven and I'm sitting down at my piano composing a new symphony. You're just sitting there writing. You know, like it's just a weird way of phrasing it. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's stupid. It's not a passive experience. It shouldn't be a passive experience. Yes, not everything can or should be almond activating giga brain learning shit, right? You need, not just for like peace of mind, but even just for really pragmatic reasons, which is that your brain needs rest periods in order to process information behind the scenes. You ever had this experience where you're learning something or you're trying to do something like brain taxing, and then you can't do it, so you take a break for like 5 minutes, and then you come back to it and you're suddenly way better? This is like a really common experience. I mean, I have this happen to me all the fucking time. Or you come back to it the next day, or like after a few hours break, and suddenly you're way better at it. Like, it is important to have these like times when you can be a bit more passive, but the idea that like all consumption is equal and equally passive and meaningless, as like sitting down and watching TV, which is 10 minutes of TV show and 30 minutes of ads or whatever, is just nonsense. Like, I don't know what fucking life experience you're having, but it doesn't really reflect my experience at all. Well, like, especially because a lot of the times, like, I think for a good handful of people doing the stuff that this Solar Sands guy is talking about, like watching Twitch streams, for example, aren't just like passively sitting back and watching the Twitch stream. They're normally doing something else at the same time. Like, I mean, a lot of the times when I'm putting on a YouTube video or a Twitch stream, I'm playing a video game at the same time, or cooking, or cleaning, or, you know, doing something else. They're like, and it's just on in the background to keep my brain occupied while I'm doing something else that is like, taxing. So I don't know. I really disagree with this fucking video. He's like, it's kind of making me seethe. And plus, I like, not just consumption, right? Not just media consumption. That's not all I do on the internet. That's not all anyone. But like, I don't even like this. The definition of like, what else do you do other than? Like, what I mean is, you can categorize, you can define consuming to mean almost anything you want, right? Like the most basic of human activities that you need to live. You're consuming oxygen. You're consuming water. You're consuming food. You're like everything. I don't fucking know, man. Like, if you have a conversation with someone, you're just consuming their words. You know, like, you can frame anything like that. It doesn't necessarily make it bad. Just because people have this negative association of consumerism, and rightly so, they should have this negative. It's a bad thing. And this meme of the consumer, people. I think people just, and then because the word itself is very vague, I don't know, people this fucking guy's just gotten a bit confused, I think. Like, I don't know, this just doesn't reflect my fucking, the world I experience at all. When he's like, what are you really doing? I'm doing so much shit. I'm talking to people constantly. I'm, you know, socializing, sharing things, interacting with the media I consume actively. I'm doing it right fucking now. I was watching a YouTube video and now I'm adding to it, right? I'm recording my own thing, and this is on the internet, right? This video is going on the internet. So essentially what I'm doing right now, even though it might seem like it's in real life to me, which it doesn't, it might seem like it's in real life to an outside observer. It's not in real life. It's not in meat space. It's in the wired. I'm currently in the wired talking to you. And even the definition of currently is stretched there because time gets a bit weird. So like, there's nothing fucking passive about it, mate. I don't know what you're fucking talking about. These people don't know how to do things. They don't know how to get fulfillment in their life. Like, if I don't fucking know. Like when I'm watching something, I'm not just letting it wash over me. I'm analyzing it, and it's not even like again, this isn't like I said the same phrase yesterday. This isn't like and that's why I'm better than you, because I put in the effort to analyze it. That's not what I'm saying. It's because I don't know any other way to watch things. I can't. There's no alternative. Like, how do you not think about? Oh, that's my food being ready. Sorry, that was probably really loud. I don't know how you don't do that. Like, whatever. I need to go get my food out of the oven. The closest I actually get to passive consumption on the internet is Twitter, and that, I mean, you know, I consider that to be a vice, right? And I'm sure that's what this guy's kind of getting at too. But also, it's a vice I don't mind indulging in because it's manageable. I mean, like, it's not like I'm sitting there scrolling Twitter 7 hours a day. Maybe I spend 1 hour max, and like, again, your brain needs some time to unwind. You need to do some, like, you know, something that isn't taxing so that you can process thoughts and stuff. The only thing that I really think is a problem about my Twitter use is I wish that my timing was better, because I have this temptation to check it in the morning when I wake up, and that just doesn't feel good. It's not a good way to wake up. Like, that's the, like, if I were to be self-critical, that's the thing I would criticize. I generally find the nothing burger, I know why I said that, but the nothingness, no content, no soul, YouTube channels and Netflix shows and whatever just be boring and uninteresting, and so I don't watch them. And I don't have any other social media, so that's about it. I'm not in, like, super active in Discord or anything like that, so it's not like I'm doing mindless, like semi-socializing in there. Yeah, I don't know. And when I talk about video games, like it's a real achievement, it's because it is. I mean, what else am I doing? Like, the achievement there is, the achievement isn't within the video game. If you, for example, like getting an author time in Trackmania, when I do that, I'm not happy because the video game rewarded me. I'm happy because I made a choice to do something and stuck with it and worked hard until I got it. It doesn't really, like, that's the satisfying process. It literally doesn't matter what the actual thing that I stuck to is. It's all about, like, personal development. Like, the pride I feel, the happiness I feel, the satisfaction I feel is because I feel like happened again. I'm getting rewarded by my brain. It's giving me pleasure signals because I helped it. I helped my brain out. That's the exact activity that is good for your brain. I just bought a new Mac. Yeah, I know, it's shameful, but I just had something happen to me, which I don't think has happened to me in years and years, like 6-7 years. An emotion that I felt, which is the urge to make music, and then the fact that I'm currently physically unable to do that. I don't have the tools to do it, because I can't do, like, this ThinkPad. I can't do what I would want to do. Like, it's just not possible on Linux, at least not with the tools that I'm familiar with. It wouldn't be worth it. It would be more frustrating if I was to use, like, Reaper or something. It would take longer and be more frustrating to use that than just to not do it at all. And I don't really have any other options since my MacBook back at Dotswine's place. So I just had this terrible feeling. I basically just was like, I need to make, like, some jungle right now. I need to make some jungle. I need to sit down and put some almond breaks and make it go, you know, like I just have this feeling. I need to do it, and I can't do it. And at that moment, I was like, yeah, I'll pay £2,000 to never feel this again, or at least to put it off for another 6 years. I will gladly pay £2,000 to not have this emotion for a while. it is that bad. I will have that is definitely a worthwhile exchange in my opinion. I will like this is that was a very bad emotion, and I was just like, yep, that's worth $2,000. Sure, fuck it. Up until now, I've been like, is it worth $2,000? I don't know, because I haven't really had the urge to make like really complicated music or like stuff that I can't make, with the tools that I have. And then just now, I was like, I can't do that. Okay, yep, instantly, yeah, that feeling. Avoiding that feeling is worth $2,000. It wouldn't be worth $3,000. It wouldn't be worth £2,500. But $2,000. It's about the upper limit of what I think it's worth to pay to never feel this again. Yeah, I think so. So I bought a new Mac. I didn't buy the newest possible Mac. I actually bought the 2021 MacBook Pro instead of the 2022 one, because the 2022 one has the touch bar, which I really fucking hate. Even if it's probably better. But yeah, I went with the cheaper version. The older version. And like the lowest specs. Pretty much the lowest specs. Yeah, no, it was the lowest specs. Because I don't need anything too it's not like I'm like doing really advanced video editing or anything too complicated. That requires like a crazy 10-core CPU M1 chip, fucking 8TB SSD. I don't need any of that. I definitely don't like I don't know why anyone would pay as much money as Apple is asking for expanded storage. It's kind of ridiculous. Like I got the 512GB SSD because that was the cheapest, and then the next one up is a terabyte SSD, right? But that was £200 more, and it's like I can buy a 1TB SSD for like 15 quid if I just buy one that I plug in instead of one that's built in. Why the fuck? Oh, that is my Amazon delivery for a weighted blanket. Allow me to give you dietary advice. It's seeming more and more obvious to me that protein is very key here in a lot of things. So because that just a simple fact, right? Your body has a very limited protein storage capacity. You can store protein in a lot of different ways. Some people say there's no long-term storage capacity for protein. It depends what you count. Like technically, muscles are a long-term storage place for protein because your body can break your muscles down to use them for energy if it doesn't have any. This is why when you work out, you build muscle. And then if you stop working out, you lose that muscle because your body breaks it down since you're not using it, right? So you can store protein in that way and in various other ways, but it's not very good at it, especially if you're not working out like a lot. And also you probably want to be building muscle, right? I'm pretty sure everyone in the world wants to be building muscle. So anything you do that's the biggest storage for protein. So what I'm saying here is just eat protein. Just eat more protein. If you try to meet, like, let's say you're overweight or you're overeating. Let's say you're eating like 3,000 calories a day in junk food and carbs and stuff, and fats. If you tried to eat 3,000 calories a day of pure protein, I don't think you should. This is not healthy. You need all your macros. But let's say you tried to eat just pure protein, 3,000 calories a day. You couldn't do it. It would be torturous. You'd get too fucking full. Like you couldn't eat 3,000 calories of chicken, just pure chicken, or beef in a day. Like it would just be too fucking hard. You'd just be too full. You wouldn't want to eat. Just add protein. And the thing is, if you do overeat protein, only two things happen. You overeat protein, either it goes into your muscles if you work out. If you do exercise, it goes to building muscles and repairing your organs, and goes to your brain, building grey matter and good things. Or you piss it out. If you don't use it as energy or use it to build muscle, you just piss it out. It just goes out in your piss. So I don't that's what you need to be doing. Just eat more protein, and by more just by nature of eating more protein, like you're gonna be fuller, and you're not gonna want as many of the fats and carbs that are gonna actually make you fat. That's my theory, at least. So I'm trying to supplement more protein. Now, this is not to say you shouldn't also eat lots of vegetables. I have been slacking on my vegetable consumption recently pretty hard, actually. I need to be eating more vegetables. But the perfect meal, right? The perfect human meal is two small potatoes, a big steak, and some leafy greens. That is the perfect human meal. That is obvious. That just, it has everything you need in it. It's perfect. It's the perfect human meal. So yeah. Protein. Protein is based. Protein is based. They're not lying to you. Now the worry of protein, just to tell you, when I say this, so that I'm maybe giving you a bit of a caveat. The problem is that protein, most of the way you're probably getting your protein is from animal products, which is fine in itself. I think it's good. But those animal products also contain a lot of fat, especially if they're tasty. And fat is not bad. There's absolutely nothing wrong with eating plenty of fat, like by itself. There's nothing unhealthy about fat. The problem is that it's very calorie dense, right? If you were to just chug oil, that is much worse for you than chugging milk or something. I don't know, but you know what I mean in terms of how many calories you can get 3,000 calories of fat in a single stick of butter or whatever, rather than over a whole day of eating boiled chicken. I don't fucking know what I'm talking about anymore. So you do have to be kind of careful with that. Just because you don't want to be eating too many, you don't want to be accidentally eating too many calories while you're trying to just eat more protein, which is why I'm still pro bean. Well, that's not really the main reason I'm pro bean. The main reason I'm pro bean is for the resistant starch. The protein is just a really happy side effect of beans. Beans are great. I have kind of been slacking on my beans recently as well. Been really slacking in beans in general, and vegetables, plants. I don't know. But yeah, I seem to it seems unlikely to me that eating a more protein heavy diet, and then I will naturally eat fewer carbs. Not to demonize carbs here. There's nothing wrong with carbs. It's just that they're very calorie dense, and they get stored in fat, adipose tissue very easily, and they refined carbs and simple carbs. They cause blood sugar spikes, which is not good. They have a high glycemic load. There we go. The other good thing about protein is that it takes work. It actually takes calories. You burn calories just digesting protein. Protein is not super easy for you to digest. You burn calories digesting protein, which means that you're actually intaking fewer calories than it says on the box. There's a calculation you can do for it if you want to look it up online. I don't remember what it's called, but it exists. To actually figure out how many calories you're getting from the protein you eat, accounting for the fact that it takes calories to actually digest protein and turn it into usable energy. Yeah. So if you, I don't know what I'm really getting at here. I'm a big fan of protein, but I'm not saying it just take whatever you're eating right now and just +2 chicken or whatever. I'm saying +2 chicken -2 everything else, so that it evens out. And not all protein is created equally, by the way. Yeah, yeah, it's sort of like saying, like, just eat more carbs, but or saying like, if I'm saying there's nothing wrong with carbs, right? Well, there is a difference between eating pure sugar versus eating like whole grains. There's a difference between those two things. They're not equivalent. And the same is true of protein. There is a difference between eating fried chicken versus I don't know, a cup of beans or something. Not that you should necessarily avoid fried chicken. It's delicious. Look, the only nutritional advice you should actually take from me is the triangle of food. If you actually, this is not the food pyramid. This is what I call the triangle of food. You should. This is the only actual piece of advice I will ever give that you should actually listen to. Is the triangle of food. When buying a food, you want it to hit at least 2 points on this triangle. If it doesn't hit at least 2 points, if it hits no points, don't buy it, right? If it hits all 3 points, it's amazing. Eat it more. If it hits 2 points, buy it. If it hits 1 point, it's a special occasions kind of thing. Or, like you can still have it, but it shouldn't be super regular. So the 3 points on the triangle are cheap, healthy, and tasty. So food has to be at least 2 of these. Cheap and tasty, go for it. Who cares if it's not that healthy? You're barely spending any money on it. The health benefits will even out from having more zeros in your bank account in the future, because rich people live longer. Well, that was a goofy ass laugh. If it's cheap and healthy, great. Who fucking cares if it tastes like shit, right? Like you can eat that slop for 1 meal a day. You're not gonna fucking worry. It doesn't matter, right? Cheap and healthy, great, perfect. Like a soup, homemade soup, cheap, healthy, but also tasty. Honestly, homemade soup hits all 3. You should eat more soup. Soup is great. Yeah. So cheap and healthy, great. Love cheap and healthy. If it's healthy and tasty, be willing to spend more for it, because those foods are rare. At least in my experience, from my palate. Like, there's not that many foods that are both healthy and taste like really delicious. So, even if it's expensive, it's worth the price for that. So there you go. That's the food. That's the food triangle. You need to be hidden at least 2 points. Now, if it's just one, let's say like, it's pretty unhealthy. It's not that cheap, but it's really tasty. Like takeout pizza, for example. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have that every day. Or if it's really healthy but expensive and kind of disgusting, then yeah, probably don't, it's not really worth it. It's not worth the health, unless you're, this is how you end up being one of those people with no joy in their life that just eats kale for every meal or whatever. Like, fuck that, not worth it. Or if it's really expensive and not that tasty or that healthy, I don't really know why you would do it, but maybe maybe it's some sort of like social occasion, like it's acceptable once in a while, but you probably shouldn't be wasting your money. If it hits all 3, it's perfect food. If it hits all 3, it's excellent. You want to be maximize your consumption of foods that hit all 3. Like, for example, beans, tasty, healthy, and cheap, perfect food. There's just one example for you. Soup, another one, tasty, healthy, cheap, perfect. There's more. Cabbage, tasty, healthy, cheap, perfect. Love cabbage. There's just some. There's my actual food advice. Just follow that. Whenever you're at the store and you're thinking, should I buy this? Run it through the checklist of the pyramid in your mind. I gotta say something that might piss some people off, but you know what? I don't care, libs, if you get triggered. I've heard some people say, some friends of mine, even, but I've heard a lot of people say, and this is especially people who are like depressed or mentally ill or whatever, neurodivergent. They say, I can handle physical pain. It's mental pain that's like too much for me, They it doesn't matter if I get hit or if I get, whatever, fall down, hurt myself. I don't know, like the mental pains. Listen, I propose that this is a meaningless statement because all pain is mental pain. You really? Like you don't care about physical pain? You can just handle infinite physical pain? What the fuck are you doing here then? Go to the gym. Get to the gym right now. You can become an Olympian. You could cycle the Alps. You could run a marathon. You could become a deadlifting world champion. If you can withstand infinite physical pain, then you should be fucking training because that is a miracle talent. You can be the strongest person in the fucking world if that's true. You can train harder than anyone else. If you can just stand infinite pain, what the fuck are you doing here? Oh, you don't want to go to the gym? Why? Why don't you want to go to the gym? Oh, the mental distress. The mental distress. But what are you distressed about? What are you distressed about? Okay, don't go to the gym. Do calisthenics. Start doing like crazy one-arm pull-ups and shit. Train these bodyweight exercises like these calisthenics guys do and become fucking... Oh, you don't want to do that either? It's not social anxiety, right? We've eliminated that. What is it? What is it exactly? Oh, you don't want to do that because your mental pain is just fear of physical pain because all pain is mental pain. There is no such thing as like pure physical pain and pure mental pain that are disconnected because when you experience pain, neurons send signals to your fucking brain, which then processes those signals because that's how experience happens. Okay? This is some bullshit that I don't understand why people fucking say this. Okay, if you can handle infinite physical pain, right? If you're really saying this, then you can also handle infinite mental pain because they're the same fucking thing. There's no fucking difference between them. Okay, so stop being a pussy bitch and get to the fucking gym if that's really what you believe. If you really think about yourself, I can handle as much physical pain as you throw at me. Okay, next time there's get on the fucking treadmill and run 26 miles right fucking now. Or right? Do it, and then tell me if you can handle infinite physical pain. Go ahead. I swear to God, half of these fucking people, they've never had to do anything difficult in their lives. I genuinely believe this. I think that these people who are like obsessed with like, oh, my life is, pain and whatever, are just don't have any context for what actual difficult things are like. The most difficult thing they've ever had to do is like play Dark Souls or some shit, And listen, I am aware that I'm a hypocrite here. I'm fully aware of that. I have also lived a really easy life. I've never done anything as difficult as running a marathon or, training super hard for years and years to get big, to get like swole. Yeah, I freely admit that. I've done some pretty tricky things, I think. If I were to think about like what some of the most difficult things I've ever done in my life, I think writing a dissertation in 9 days was pretty fucking difficult. That was like 12 hours to 16 hours of work all day, every day for 9 days. With very few breaks. I went insane doing it. I think I went actually clinically, like I started having like manic freakouts and like crazy mood swings and like delusions, and like halfway through you can basically pinpoint the moment when I go insane reading the essay because I like my tone switches up and I start talking about like just completely random shit. But I tied it all together, I pulled through, I did that 9 days of ridiculously hard work, and I got I passed with flying colours. Now that's not that difficult. Like that was really difficult for me, but compared to the things some people do to themselves, it's not that difficult. Like that's difficult in one very particular way, but it's not physically painful. It's not physically difficult. There's nothing physically strenuous about sitting. I mean, my hands started hurting from typing a lot, but like other than that, there's nothing physically strenuous about it. Yeah, like I've done pretty solid workouts before, but I'm not particularly fit, so like pushing myself really hard in a workout is not like that hard compared to the people who are really good at it, because working out and training is not just, you don't just get better because your muscles get stronger, you also get better because you learn that you can push past your limits. And it's not just about knowing that logically, it's about knowing that like physically, it's about having done it. If you've done that 50 times, if you've thought to yourself, I can't do another rep, and then you've done it 50 times, that's different from just knowing logically that most people, when they feel like it's their limit, they can actually go about 20% further. Like there's a difference between just knowing that logically, which I know, and actually having done it enough times that it's ingrained in your like attitude. And I've never done that. I haven't worked out very hard. I really hate working out, to be perfectly frank with you. I just hate it. And I freely admit that I am weak for not doing it. There's nothing, I'm not fucking lib. I'm not sitting here blaming society for my problems. It's not society's fault. It's entirely my own fault. That I am too lazy and not dedicated enough to stick to a solid workout plan. I've evaluated this in my own life, and I don't think it's particularly bad. I'm not very fit, but it doesn't really matter because nothing in my life requires me to be fit. If I had things in my life that required me to be fit, then I would be fit just by nature of doing those things. So, yeah, and I don't really see a time period coming soon when it's going to be very important for me to have been practicing being strong for a bunch of years. But maybe I'm wrong, and maybe this will all come back to bite me in the ass when a bear attacks me and I need to fend it off. Who knows? But yeah, so that's a weakness in me. And these people, they can't admit that. They can't admit that. They're like, no, I can take infinite physical pain, but they won't go to the gym. Why not? Explain. This is you're a hypocrite if you don't do it. You're a hypocrite if you say you can take it, because it genuinely works. Look, this like there have been so many studies that show that like exercising helps mental health, but not just that. Like, it's not just the fact that your body and mind are one interconnected system, and so obviously, improving your body is naturally going to have an impact on your mind. And if you don't believe that, then you're a mind-body dualist, which is a really weird opinion to have. In the 21st century, but it's not just that, but it's also, I think, the difference between pressures and stresses, rather. There are sort of these good stresses and bad stresses, I guess. Sort of the stresses that we're adapted to deal with and the stresses that we're maladapted to deal with. Like, most of the modern world is full of stresses that we're very maladapted to deal with, like deadlines, for example. Like working in an office job, having a deadline to submit an Excel spreadsheet is just it's a stressor that we are maladapted for. Whereas having to run a long distance or lift a heavy thing is a stressor we're well adapted for. As a more nuanced example to give you the key difference between these two things, we are well adapted. We are adapted for living in a time when there is no food and having to go without food for a few days, right? But we are maladapted for living in a time when there is plenty of food and choosing to go without food for a few days. That's the difference, or to eat fewer calories. That's the difference. Is that yeah, and so, but a lot of these maladaptive pressures seem very bad when you're in them, but I think if you have the context, I mean, this is why all of these CEO types and like office worker types run. Like, they're all runners. Why? Because like these stresses, like, deadline to hand in a presentation or whatever, these stresses seems much less important, or they just don't stress you as much if you've gone through serious physical stress through long distance running. That's my theory, at least, because it's all mental, right? Like every long distance runner will tell you, it's all mental, right? Like you physically can run the marathon, but your body is telling you to stop, and it's all about pushing through that and having sort of a mind over matter type of deal. Again, not a long distance runner, I wouldn't know. Definitely not. I think long distance running would be I would just hate it. I would just hate it, and there's very little benefit to doing it, and so I don't think I'm going to. But yeah. And same with like, not just running, but like lifting. Going to the gym every day and lifting to your max is going to take a lot of pushing through what your body is telling you, mentally forcing yourself to go further than you think you can. And just having done that is like reframes your brain's attitude to other stuff in life. It's like, well, according to nature, you can be as mentally ill as you want, right? But you still have base instincts that are informed by the this stuff about like adaptive stressors, right? That like in your base instincts, you have, or rather you have these base instincts that are designed for situations like I need to run away from a predator, for example, or I need to hunt, I need to do endurance hunting, or like I need to lift a bunch of heavy shit to get work done, right? Like these are the sorts of things that you have these base instincts to do, like pushing yourself biologically harder. And when you have these sort of maladaptive stressors, what's happening is they're stressors, so they're activating the same circuitry in your brain that is adapted to handle these other stresses, the sort of like, for lack of a better word, natural stresses, or stress responses. Sorry, they're activating the circuitry that is handles the stress response, but that circuitry is adapted for a completely different type of stress than you're probably undergoing if you're like under mental duress for whatever reason, and so you're not very good at dealing with them. But if you've practiced that, if you have trained those circuits by actually putting yourself under the correct pressure, then you're better at dealing with it. And so that's all I want to say is, either suck it up and don't complain like I fucking don't, or if you really think, oh, yeah, I can take any, yeah, I'm such an emo, man, like physical pain, just, I'm so edgy, physical pain, man, it doesn't matter to me, man, it's just the pain, the anguish of the soul that matters. Okay, if you really believe that, then go to the fucking gym. That's the only point I want to get to you, is like, if you really believe that, if you think that's true about yourself, go to the fucking gym and prove it to me. Put in as reps to failure, because what else are you gonna do, right? If you're depressed, stuck doing whatever, okay, do as many pull-ups as you can every day. If you really think that you can just handle infinite pain, tell me if you can handle infinite pain in your forearms and in your calves from running and so on. This is not what I want to talk about, but if you need a really quick, really easy, really good pasta recipe, this is the best one. As many cloves of garlic as you can be bothered to peel, up to let's say up to like 8, but about 2 to 3. If I like shit garlicky, you might not like it that garlicky. Let's say 2 to 3 cloves of garlic. Put them in the garlic crusher. Olive oil in a pan. Fry up the garlic. Put in the salmon, and then half a little tub of double cream, and that's it. Salt, pepper, you're done. Bit of dill if you want to get fancy. It's fucking delicious. It's just cream. Oh yeah, salmon, cubed salmon. It's cream and cubed salmon and garlic. You can put onions or shallots in it if you can be bothered. That's about it, and it's fucking delicious. It's definitely very, very unhealthy because it's just cream, but it's very easy and fast. So if you need a quick pasta recipe, there you go. Remember that. I just want to mention, I don't know why I want to mention this, but I just had the urge to say this out loud. So when I grew up mostly, what is going on? Our order update. I don't know, something about an Amazon package. When I grew up, I lived mostly at my dad's house. Okay, my parents separated when I was very young, too young to remember, and my dad got custody, so I would see my mum every other weekend, and lived mostly with my dad, for complicated reasons, most of which I don't really understand, because I was a kid, and now that I'm older, I don't care enough to ask. And also one of the parties involved is dead. So I lived most with my dad, and then pretty quickly with my dad and my stepmom on that side. Well, what happened is I went insane when I was a teenager because I have bipolar, and that's what happens when you have bipolar, is you go insane when you're a teenager. But they didn't know that, and they didn't really want me to get diagnosed or care, even if they didn't really have any. My dad just doesn't really understand. He just doesn't really. you know, we've had lots of long conversations about this now that I'm an adult, and yeah, I can't blame him for anything, but he just kind of doesn't understand how mental illness works, which I can kind of like, I can appreciate it. Like, if you don't understand why can't you stop acting out in class? Just don't do it, you know? Like, why can't you just not do that? It can be hard to understand, I suppose, if you've never gone through anything like that or known anyone who's gone through anything like that. So, yeah. Whereas my stepmom was just actively cold, purposefully and actively, like she explicitly was purposefully and actively cold to me through my entire childhood, and so I sort of had a resentment towards her. But then she did some really fucked up shit to me, and so then I had like a valid, you know, at first you know that feeling when like you dislike someone just for abstract reasons, and then they do something that makes your dislike of them justified. That's what happened. So yeah, I don't know why I'm just filming this pasta. So yeah, I went fucking insane in my late teen years. I would just have like outbursts, like crazy shouting match outbursts over little shit. And I guess they just wanted me out because it was kind of annoying, I can imagine. So they gave me an ultimatum when I turned 18. They said, either you get a job and pay us rent, which is the same rent you would pay if you lived on your own, which is fucking insane, because no one... I made this argument at the time, right? Like, as a 18-year-old, you're going to get a minimum wage shitty job, right? No one's going to give you a proper job. So there's no way I'm making enough money to pay rent and have any money left over, because you just couldn't do that. No one could afford an apartment in London off of a minimum wage job. And they said it didn't matter because they were paying for utilities and food and so on, so it was actually way cheaper, and that I should be happy to even have a place to stay because it's better than having to pay for food or whatever. So they said, you either get a job and pay us rent, or you go to your mom's house, which is what I did, because fuck that. Yeah, and then that's what happened. I don't know why I felt the need to mention that, but I just randomly thought, I want to tell this particular random anecdote that doesn't really have any relevance. Thanks to Based Bezos, my Ethernet cable has arrived very quickly. Hold on. I'm gonna set it up real quick. Hold on a minute. Okay. I'm gonna set it up, but I'm not gonna do the whole process because it's 2 a.m. and I don't think hammering... I don't think my neighbors would appreciate that. So here's my cable, and here's this is the hammering things. There's not that many of them. I'm kind of surprised that there's not that many of them. I'm also a little worried that it might not be long enough. Oh well, I guess we'll have to see. It smells like really plasticky. It smells really like strongly of plastic. Okay. So I'm just gonna run this all the way to my room, I guess. Right, I don't want to just drop that there. What I want to be doing is something, I don't know. Okay, let's see. So I want to sort of wrap it around so it's not going already fucking it up. I gotta be kind of quiet. This is not going super well. Okay, I might have to regroup here. Alright, I'm gonna try and stop recording for a second. Okay, well I just recorded a clip showing the fucking route that the cable took, so that you could see it. But I accidentally leaked my IP, so I accidentally doxed my IP, so I had to delete that clip. And I cannot be bothered to record it again, but you can see the cable snaking its way all the way over to here. I suppose this is gonna leak my ISP. Does that matter? Does it matter if people know my ISP? I'm sure it doesn't, right? Yeah, what can you do with that information? So I've now hidden, I don't know why the fuck LibreSpeed shows your IP. But anyway, I've made it in a small window. The IP is off screen up there somewhere. Hopefully I don't fuck up again. So this is with it not plugged in. I'm getting 8 really shitty speeds right now, to be perfectly real with you. I should be getting 25 download according to what my ISP tells me, so they're just lying. Should I be getting 25? Maybe something else. I don't know. But let's plug in the Ethernet, and I will turn my Wi-Fi off. Hold on, it says. Let me turn my. Wait, hold on a fucking second. I'm fucking up. Okay, I will turn my Wi-Fi off. Wired. It says not connected. Whoa. Oh. It says ready. Connected. But if I like nudge it, it comes out very easily. Fuck, that's annoying. Why is that the case? If I nudge it, it comes out. What if I turn this off on the physical switch? It just turns off wireless. Okay. Hold on a second. This was the cheapest cable possible. Okay, now it's connected. And let's repeat the speed test. Make sure not to show my IP. So I'm just gonna point the camera way the fuck over here. Okay, that is instantly an order of magnitude better. Holy shit. Okay. There you go. I mean, it's night and day. Now I'm getting 97.4 down. Excellent. So hopefully, as long as I just don't nudge it too much, it's okay. And this should fix Wi-Fi. I never have to deal with Wi-Fi again. Next time I install Linux and I have to fuck around with Linux for an hour or whatever, I can just plug it into an Ethernet cable. I don't have to run back and forward to the front room to use an Ethernet cable to download anything or fuck around with setting up Wi-Fi before I have a desktop installed or any of that bullshit. It'll make installing BSDs way easier and anything like that. Honestly, I should have done this years ago. I didn't have to drill a hole in my wall. The only reason I was scared of doing this is because I thought that the best way to do it would be to put a hole in the wall and then run a wire through it. But, yeah, you don't need to do that. I don't know why I thought that would... You don't need to do that. Great. Wonderful. Brilliant. Secure. It's secure, it's faster, it's more reliable. Why have I not been using Ethernet for my whole life? I have been, but just not on a laptop, because it's a laptop. I don't even know where to start. It's kind of weird watching anime in HD. So, the lines are so crisp. Why? I don't like it. Anime should be in like 240p with like bullshit. I don't know. This guy's dope. Shouts out to the Ethernet cable. Great idea. It's hella worth the money I paid for it. I forgot how much it was. But however much it was, I remember it was cheap. I think it was £9 something. Hella worth it. Fuck yeah. Let me ask you guys in the comments. I like to do a little check-in because this video is probably multiple hours long now. By the way, I'm not gonna fucking edit this video together and post it until my new Mac arrives. So that could be a pretty fucking long time. This video could end up being my longest video ever. So yeah, just wanted to, that's interesting. But here's my check-in. I like to sometimes do one of these, like, if you gotten this far in the comments, I just wanted to ask you if you've ever heard of Poppin' Gamer. If you wanted to ask me any questions about Poppin' Gamer, just go ahead and ask them in the comments. So I've discovered a new technique in order to make me not ramble on for hours and hours in every segment of the video, which is just start recording when you need to pee. And then it adds a time pressure, adds extra gameplay elements. So you got, I don't know where I'm going with this. The Great Denpa Collapse, total Denpa collapse. There was the Great Denpa Schism first. There was the Great Denpa Schism, right? And now we're witnessing total Denpa collapse. But it's okay. It's okay. I'm the only true Denpa. I just want to clarify that. Not only look, I'm not Denpa Gang. Denpa Gang is me. Okay, Denpa is me. Maybe this is a fun update. I had a mental breakdown yesterday. Yeah, that was fun. Had a mental breakdown yesterday. Haven't had one of those for a while. That was interesting. It kind of fucking sucked. Was not fun actually. And this shit is like, I'm gonna choke to death in the middle of the night. It's gonna like wrap around my neck. Just shove it in the fucking corner. Anyway, I had a mental breakdown yesterday, but I seem to have recovered, got some sleep. I'm still feeling I'm still recovering. If I sound off, like low energy, it's because I'm off and I'm low energy, because I'm kind of recovering from having a mental breakdown yesterday. Pardon me, sorry about that. That was rude. How rude of me. Yeah, that happened. That was fun. That was not fun. I mean, yeah, I don't think I want to get into the details of what happened. There's not much to say really that I can explain. I just was under a lot of stresses. Under a lot of stress. The whole day yesterday was just set out from the get-go to be awful. Like, when I woke, it was just gonna be a bad day either way. I just got a really bad RNG roll in mental mental health moments, Menhera moments, coming soon. Yes, thank you album releasing soon. Menhera moment. Yeah, no, I woke up and then within like an hour of waking up I had a panic attack for basically no fucking reason. So that kind of set me up for failure, and then I just kind of felt like shit for a lot of the day. And then I like towards the end of the day I just had a actual stuff was happening and stressing me out, and eventually I just snapped and I just kind of went insane for about an hour. But it turned out okay in the end. I'm still but that there was a pretty intense experience, and I'm still recovering from it. Yeah, yeah. I have this vague idea in my head that I want to make a video or a clip in this video where I talk about humanism. I know this is a non sequitur, but that's what I'm best at. Where I talk about humanism, but I don't really have anything to say other than just naming different words. Most people today are either humanists. Most people are humanists. If you're not a humanist, you're probably a nihilist. And then there's the rare sort of edge cases. Yeah. Really, I guess I wanted to frame it in terms of like an alternative spectrum of categorizing politics in the literal sense of the word politics. Maybe I should move the wire like back. I should probably move. I'm worried that I might trip over it. I don't think I can. It's too much slack. I don't think I could trip over it. Maybe I could get tangled in it. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, like I like these days I just have like massive problems with the left-right spectrum for describing like anything other than literally the American two-party system. I find because that's what it like modern left-right dynamics have very little to do with their origins, right? Like the world has changed so much since the French Parliament of 1790 or whatever that the original descriptors, I mean, there's policies that used to be considered left-wing that are now considered right-wing and vice versa. Yeah, like I just generally have a lot of problems with it because it's very poorly defined because it's basically defined by American two-party politics. I feel like that's the case, at least. That like that's the sort of universal reference point for what it means to be left or right wing, and that's kind of nonsense and arbitrary, and I don't like it. And generally speaking, I find that the categories can be useful for like everyday stuff, but they aren't like casual conversation. But I don't think they're useful in terms of more in-depth political discussion. They sort of fall apart once you're talking about that. I think you have to specify more clearly what you mean rather than just saying left and right. It's been kind of annoying me recently. Just that idea. So I've been trying to think of just like alternative framings of the political spectrum. I mean the sort of basic thing about like left and right is progressive versus conservative, but I don't like that either because I think those categories are more subjective than you think if you're using them. Like there's not really like what progress means is essentially decided by history rather than like you can't know the future, and because of that it's I don't know, I'm not a super big fan of progressivism, not in terms of like, you know, what left-wing parties or progressive parties stand for, but what the original meaning of progressivism means, or the stricter definition of progressivism, which is like the theory of history, that we started out in like mud huts and like swamps and digging around in mud, and we were all starving to death, and then we got better and better until now when we're all living like kings. Like I reject that historical theory, and yeah, stemming from that, I kind of reject the progressive versus conservative narrative or like framing. I mean, to give a technological example, like that I always use is it technological progress to just build more and more powerful and processors and components, and then build wasteful bloated software on top of that because the components now give you enough slack where you can get away with doing that, meaning that ultimately your program isn't really eking out much more processing power than it would have if you just written better code. Is that progress versus just writing better code for limited hardware? It seems like the world has mostly progressed in the former direction, whereas I would not even consider that to really be a progress in terms of things aren't getting better, things are getting worse. I would say progress is the philosophy of if your new software doesn't run on old hardware, then it's worse than the old software. But that doesn't seem to be the way most people conceive of technological progress, and therefore, like, the entire category becomes kind of difficult. Is progress just anything new? Because in that case, a lot of the stuff that is categorized as conservative is new. Like, it's stuff that they're introducing new laws, new policies, It's not all just revert changes, it's new stuff. So it's kind of nonsense. I don't like it. So, sorry, that was a really long-winded way to say my most recent idea for like a complete reframing of politics is to just change the subject, which is what I mean is like right now when we talk about progressive versus conservative or left versus right, or I guess those are kind of the main things, where the subject is, I don't know, what even is the subject? I don't know what the subject is. Okay, well, I guess the subject in progressive versus conservative is theories of history, and then the subject in left versus right wing, I contend, is American two-party political policy, or political ideals or vibes even, I'm not sure. But I was thinking about doing what Nick Land says will happen in the future, which is reframing politics around your where the subject is your approach to humanism, your relation to humanism. Nick Land, and I agree with him, says that the real political distinction in the future will be between humanists and post-humanists. And I agree. So that's why I'm trying, and the thing is that these labels don't fit very well. They don't map onto existing left-right labels super well at all. Like, most people are humanists, and most humanists are sort of politically, fairly close to the political center, just like most people are, because most people are humanists. So, like, most people, there's no particular, like, oh, leftists are more humanist than rightists type of argument, Although there are tendencies, more specific tendencies, or rather, liberals are not more humanist than conservatives, at least not in the modern day, in terms of like your average conservative. I think there are conservatives. Well, I'll talk about. I'll go through it in a second. In terms of nihilists, generally nihilists tend to be liberals rather than conservatives or politically left wing. But not all are, and in fact, communists are all humanists. Communism presupposes humanism. I think. Like you can't make communism. Communism is birthed out of Enlightenment humanist politics, or philosophy rather, and so unless you're like a really specific postmodern version of a communist, you're probably a humanist. Then, if you think that's bad, well, there's even worse, because a lot of the like further right wing ideologies, particularly the religious ones, are what I would call pre-humanist, because they're looking to the perceptions around humans from before Enlightenment humanism. But I mean, the difference really is quite shit. But you might think that I would be in favor of this because I'm not a humanist, but I am definitely not in favor of it because it's pretty much just a drag and drop replacement where you replace the role of the human with God or nature, or Ganon or whatever, which I find to be pretty just. Well, that's kind of the problem with humanism in the first place. It's one of the big problems is the reverse of that, is that it's just drag and dropping the human into the place of God, because it evolved out of that period and they were sort of limited in the way they could conceive of people's position in the universe. And so they ended up recreating their old hierarchies by accident, I think, and just switching the boot, or switching the subject from God to human, just drag and dropping. And I think that the reverse is equally bad. I think they both recreate the same problems as each other, really. But yeah, pre-humanism is all like Christian traditionalists, all traditionalists are pre-humanists and so on. And then you've got your other two tendencies. The main ones that I can think of is you've got your transhumanism. Transhumanists tend to be politically libertarian, although not all libertarians are transhumanists, and a lot of libertarians hate transhumanism. But generally speaking, I've seen a lot of transhumanists are libertarian or lefty, like further lefty, not like liberal Democrat Party lefty, but further, like slightly further left than that, or significantly further left than that. But they're very rarely on the hard right, like authoritarian right. They can be. These people do exist, but they're pretty fucking niche and pretty fucking rare. Most transhumanists are either libertarians or lefties. And then you've got the post-humanists. Again, there's a small niche of authoritarian right-wing and authoritarian left-wing, even more smaller niche. Actually, no, I don't. No, you know what? Actually, I don't think that exists. I don't. Now that I think about it, I can't think of any times when that has existed. So I've decided I was wrong about that. Okay, but there is a small segment of authoritarian right post-humanists, but most post-humanists are kind of beyond the left-right spectrum. Some of them might be some weird brand of anarchists that could be a little bit. Maybe they're lefties. Maybe they're post-lefties. Not sure, but yeah, post-humanists. Generally, yeah, pretty similar type of thing. They're either libertarians, like these effective accelerationist types, who I would call politically libertarian, or modern Nick Land, also post-humanist politically libertarian. and yeah, and then the rest of them don't really fit. I mean, even that, to say they're politically libertarian is kind of, I mean, some of them fit it really well, but some of them might have kind of laissez-faire capitalism as part of their thing, but maybe not like a super hardcore part of their thing. So I don't know. But it does imply a whole bunch of other policies and stuff like that. That yeah, I find interesting. I don't know. I find this framing to be quite compelling, personally speaking. Like you can take these assumptions and follow them to policy and get pretty accurate results, I think. Like you could take, for example, humanists and transhumanists and posthumanists are all going to be in favor of trans rights. Let's take that policy as an example, right? Trans liberation. Whereas pre-humanists are not going to be in favor of that, and nihilists probably don't really care either way, or maybe they are in favor just because they think it's fun, or maybe they're against it because they don't like, just for whatever reason. They could swing either way. Not an important issue for them. But then within that, humanists versus the non-humanists, or like in terms of that particular policy, the reason humanists are going to be pro-trans rights versus or pro-trans liberation versus, well, that's actually, I would say the major difference is that humanists are going to be pro-trans rights, whereas transhumanists and posthumanists are going to be pro-trans liberation. God, so many fucking complicated words. Transhumanists versus transgender. Yeah. And even the transhumanists versus the posthumanists are going to have different attitudes as well, as I seem to have different attitudes in that regard. They're pretty subtly different, but they come about if you go really in depth. Yeah. Like that, I mean, and you can also, I think, by the way, you might have been surprised. I think maybe the obvious surprising thing or weird thing about this is that when I tried to define left and right, I didn't bring up, I didn't say that they were framed around economics. Maybe I should have said that, but I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I feel like in the modern day, like for when people say they're politically left or politically right, they're not talking about economically left or economically right. If they mean that, they will say, I'm economically right or I'm economically left. You know, like it's a different thing. That it's like you can be I mean, just in the most recent elections in the US that just happened, major Republican states that voted Republican, you know, that have like sort of a broad, you know, Republican bases in these states, voted in favor of a $15 minimum wage, which is like a very obviously left-wing economic policy. I think that the economics versus social policies of these parties or of these sides are just, at this point, fairly disconnected from each other. Maybe they've always been disconnected from each other. But I think it's quite obvious to most people that they're disconnected from each other. And what I mean by that is you can't get one from the other. You can't start from like leftist economic policies and end up with all of the leftist social policies. You'll get some of them, but you won't get all of them. In fact, if you start with leftist economic policies, you could end up with social policies that are considered right wing. You could end up, depending on how you tried to elaborate from them. Like as an example, immigration. You could start with left wing economic policies and conclude that immigration can immigration harms the workers for reasons. And I don't even necessarily think you'd be wrong on that. Personally, I actually kind of agree that if you were to start with the left wing, if you start from left wing economics, then that's not a super unreasonable conclusion to reach. If you want to go down the path of like, well, mass immigration brings in cheap labor from and pushes out local, working class people from those jobs, which means, and then those immigrants are mistreated in those jobs and underpaid, and exploited, and so it's not good for anyone. I feel like that is an argument I think you could make, starting from the principles of left-wing economics, but I don't know if you would want to make that argument, or I like what I mean by that. Like I think you could rebut that argument from the same perspective as well. So yeah, that's why I didn't mention economics. And maybe a reframing of the political around the economic would, like, as in like when I a reframing as in a prefix in the sense of return, reframing around economics would actually be pretty helpful. The problem is that everyone involved is going to tell you that they're already doing it, even though they're not. They're just going to lie to you. So that's why I picked humanism, and I think you can get, like, I would need to spend more time thinking about it, but I theorize that you can end up at an economic theory from starting from your approach to humanism. Like, yeah, I think you could, but I don't think it would be as well defined. Like, in the same sense that, well, whatever. But, yeah. Okay, I really need to pee. There's a YouTube channel called Casual TF2. It's actually one of my favorite YouTube channels. Highly recommend checking them out. They make TF2 videos, but they also make sort of similar to my sort of armchair philosophy type stuff. Even though we both do a similar thing, like a lot of their videos are just talking about sort of armchair philosophy stuff. I don't mean that in a derogatory way. Maybe like, yeah, just like, full of sort of generalized philosophical stuff, while TF2 footage plays. But they also have videos about TF2 that are also really good. I just highly recommend their channel overall. It's a great channel. Yeah, anyway, that. So, where was I going with this? Fuck. I had a whole fucking setup where I was gonna go point by point to reach the thing. Oh, yeah. So, like, the difference between us, I think, is that, like, I tried to think of a quick way to think of a difference between the different ways we talk about philosophy. And I think the difference that is, just the way that we approach it, the way we talk about it, it's like, I get the sense that they're trying to find, like, they're trying to find solutions, to find the answers to these problems, whereas I'm trying to create the answers to these problems. And they're just two different approaches to philosophy, and I think it's interesting. Yeah, they make really good videos. I love their channel, whatever. I think they're also friends with Osaka Syndrome. Anyway, they made a video and they had a link to their Discord server in the description of the video, and I went, huh, that seems fun. So I joined the Discord, and everyone is super nice. This is just a general TF2 player thing. Everyone's just super fucking chill and nice. But I imagined anyone who liked this YouTube channel was going to be cool as fuck, because it's just a cool as fuck YouTube channel. And so yeah, I joined their Discord. Everyone was really chill. And not only that, but a few people knew me, which is weird. I wasn't expecting this. Someone actually knows this chat. So, what up, person who knew this channel when I arrived in the Discord server? Where are you, Joe? Shout out Joe, Mama. Shout out Joe. There's no shot you're actually getting this far into the video. No one is. But if you are, shout out to you. But yeah, a few people knew my music, which is not that surprising, I guess, because casual TF2 is also like talks about music a lot. But anyway, the point I wanted to make is I joined and someone was like, post your TF2 hours, and I didn't really think about this, that it would be a TF2 server. I just thought it would be like a chill, I mean, it is a chill server, but I don't know why, but for some reason I just expected it to be a talkie server rather than a we get together and we play TF2 type of server, which I guess I should have expected. It's not just that, it's both of those things. But anyway, someone asked me to post my TF2 hours. Now, I am not a super big TF2 player. I went through a phase where I played some TF2 for a while and I kind of stopped playing. So I have about like 80 hours. What did I actually posted it? I can check. I have 89 hours. Since I just played for a couple hours, it's probably like 82 now, or like 81. I mean, sorry, 90 or 91, probably around 91 hours, I would guess. But anyway, yeah, I joined this Discord server, and then I said I don't really play TF2 very much, I mainly play CSGO, and they were like, well, you can come play with us. So I joined VC. Everyone was chill. I didn't really talk that much, but joined VC, super chill people. But it's just made me think, playing TF2 with these guys. I mean, I suck at. Let's get this out of the way. I suck at TF2. I suck at TF2. I'm semi-decent at playing sniper, but I don't really like playing sniper. The only reason I'm good at sniper, well, I'm not good, but semi-decent at playing sniper, is because playing sniper is the exact same game as playing with the scout in CSGO, and I play scout a lot in CSGO. I know it's confusing because there's a class in TF2 called scout, and the scout in CSGO is not actually called the scout. It just used to be called the scout in older games, and now everyone still calls it the scout, and it's just a gun, not a class. But there's a weapon in CSGO that everyone calls the Scout because it was called the Scout in earlier games, and now I literally don't know what it's called. But it's the cheap sniper rifle. The AWP is the expensive sniper rifle, the good sniper rifle, and the Scout is the cheap sniper rifle that you buy on eco rounds or, half semi-eco rounds. And I play Scout a lot. Like, not a super lot, but it's... I buy Scout a reasonable amount, and I'm fairly good at it. The difference between the Scout and the AWP is that the Scout is a 2-hit body shot, whereas the AWP is a 1-hit body shot, but the Scout is a 1-hit headshot. And that's basically exactly the same as the default sniper rifle in TF2. It's just the same gun, it's the same game engine, sniper doesn't move very fast and isn't good in close combat, so it's all about holding angles. It's just CSGO with the Scout is the sniper in TF2, hence why I'm half decent at sniper in TF2, because it's just the same game that I've already played 3,000 hours of. However, the game doesn't feel like it's optimized for that, unlike CSGO. CSGO has a whole bunch of mechanics to make holding angles the most interesting thing in the world. Whereas TF2 is not a game about holding angles, it's a game about other things. It's a game about lots of other things. Which, that isn't in itself a bad thing. It's a different type of game. There's just one class that's about holding angles, and it's like the whole time. But what I mean is, it just made me think, why am I playing this class? It's I don't know, it's hard to describe the feeling. because there's a lot of preemptive stuff I could say, like, well, you could say, then don't play, if you don't want to play sniper, don't play sniper. Well, I didn't play sniper, I switched it up. I played hybrid demonite, I played, that's it actually. Yeah. And the problem is that I suck ass with every other class. I just suck ass, and it's to the point where it's not even fun. Yeah. Whereas sniper, I can at least get a decent, like a semi-decent number of kills and not just die every round and spend most of the game just waiting to respawn. Not every round, every 10 seconds. And especially because we were playing 2-4. If we were playing another map, then we switched to high tower, and then I didn't play sniper, I played demonite again, and it was just kind of boring. That's the main thing. It's just kind of boring when you're that bad at a game. Yeah, I have motivation to improve, but also it's kind of hard to describe what the problem with TF2 for me. I think TF2 is a great game. This is the I'm not saying that there's something wrong with the game of TF2. I just think there's something wrong with the game of no thank you. The game of me that doesn't make it compatible. Yeah. I think by all means I should like it more than I do, because I like fast-paced, movement-based or movement-heavy shooters like Rats, or even to some extent like Unreal, or yeah, those ones, or Open Fortress even. I like those sorts of shooters, and TF2 is like that. I wish, I don't know, maybe I've said before, I think if there was a TF2 Instagib, I would like that game much more than I like base TF2. But yeah, yeah, it's not, yeah, when I say I don't like TF2, it's not that there's any particular mechanic that I don't like, or I don't know, it's hard to describe. I mean, no, there is a particular mechanic I don't like. It's the class pyro. I fucking hate pyros. I hate air blast, but that is, everyone hates that, so there's nothing unique. Yeah, no, the main problem I have with TF2 is I just kind of find it boring, to be perfectly honest with you. I kind of find it boring, but I don't know why. That's the thing that's kind of annoying me, is that if you are I'm trying to drill down on what my base problem with the game is, and I can't find it. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and it's kind of annoying me. Why, by all means, I should be bored playing boring CSGO, but I'm not. So why? When TF2 is a way faster paced game with way more movement and the stuff that I'm supposed to be stuff that I'm supposed to like, why am I finding it boring? I don't understand. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, though, it was still chill because the people in the server were chill. Maybe I'll hang out in that server more. I don't know. I'm not super good at joining new places and stuff. But yeah. And I don't even think the YouTuber Casual TF2 is in his own server. I haven't seen him anywhere. I couldn't spot him in the user list. Maybe I just missed him. I don't know. I think he might not even be in his own server. Yeah, but I don't know. But that's kind of the thing I was thinking. It's just, I think as much as I should like TF2, because I've also talked about how I wish CSGO was more casual, and I play CSGO casually, and I think one of the best things about TF2 is that it's kind of it's more about playing than it is about winning. for most people. Like, even though it's possible to play super hardcore competitive, and that's a whole community in itself, that the average TF2 player plays it to play it rather than plays it to win it. And I think that's different in CS, and I think it's different in a bad way. I think that having a game that's about play rather than about winning is better. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just struggling to come to terms with why I don't like TF2. I can't figure it out. It's not even that I don't like it. It's just that I find it boring. And I don't know why. And it's kind of annoying me. But yeah. Now chess, on the other hand, that is not boring. That is a very exciting game. That is a game that pushes you to your goddamn limits. There's a reason that people... Turns out, chess is a good game. I always used to say that chess is like a terribly designed game that sucks. And I actually do think that chess is kind of badly designed. I think there's a couple of big game design issues with chess. But it still works, and it's still really fun. Chess is kind of like a Bethesda game, I think, where it's kind of like has some bugs, but it generally works out super well. Like I think that the queen is kind of OP in chess. Like, I think they need to nerf the queen. And I don't like the sort of edge case mechanics like en passant, and like I feel like that could be streamlined. Like that doesn't really need to exist in the game, since it barely comes up. If this was like a normal, like, I don't think people, if it wasn't an old game and everyone already knew it, it's kind of like Minecraft, you know. There's stuff in Minecraft where it's like, if it wasn't for the fact that everyone already knows how this works, if this was just introduced today, everyone would hate it. I think chess has a lot of mechanics that are kind of like that. However, yeah, no, turns out me, last person on earth to figure this out, chess is actually a really fucking good game. Best esport. Even though I suck at it, I should also say that, just like I suck ass at TF2, I also suck absolute donkey dick at chess. I am so fucking bad at chess. I'm like, at least I'm improving at chess. I'm not improving at TF2 at all. Only at Sniper, because I just warm up and my muscle memory from CS adapts. And then I get on CS and I feel like shit because I've just been like, yeah. But yeah, no, my demo night gameplay in TF2 has not improved in the 80 hours that I've been playing it. But chess I seem to be slowly improving at, so that's nice. Yeah. I was in the VC with those guys, and they were asking me like if I'm a gamer, because I was saying like I suck at TF2 or whatever, and they were like, "What do you do?" And I said, "I mainly play CS:GO. I have 3,000 hours." And then the guy asked me, "Are you a normie gamer? Are you a normie? Are you a normie gamer?" And I was like, "I don't think I'm a normie gamer. I know for a fact that I'm not a fucking normie gamer. I am the opposite of a normie gamer. I play CS:GO. I don't play any of the maps that anyone likes. I play Office, Agency, and Nuke. I queue Office, Agency, and Nuke 12 times a day. I warm up with fucking retakes. And then I go with my retake warmed up brain. I play, like 3 wingman games, and then with my wingman warmed up brain, after all of that, that's like an hour and a half of warm up, I'm finally ready to jump into comp, and I use that to queue Nuke, Agency, and Office. Ah shit! Wait, I gotta go play chess. Just threw the worst I've ever thrown in chess, and neither of us noticed somehow, even until I went back and looked through the game after I lost. It's the worst I've ever. This is legitimately the worst I've ever thrown. I think you show a monkey this board that I saw. But the fucked up thing is, right, that I was like, I'm gonna try a Tennyson gambit. Never tried that before. I try it, and then I get to the position that the Tennyson gambit is all about getting to. I literally get to the exact position that it's all about getting to, right? And then I have a brain fart. I don't even notice it's a brain fart. In the moment, I'm like, this is good. I'm getting a piece, you know, like I'm getting material. It's fine. And I just don't see the world's most obvious thing right in front of me. Like I'm checkmate, literally mate in one, right there in front of me. No counter, no options. They walked right into the trap. And somehow, because I was just having a conversation at the same time and not super paying attention, I just missed it. Let me walk you through it. So, this is what happened a couple moves before, but they go here to defend, I go here. This. Oh, you show a monkey this, they know how to checkmate. You show a monkey this, it's like, oh, just go here, obviously, like so obviously. Just go here and it's checkmate, you just won the game. Congratulations. Like, in fact, even here you won the game. Like, there's really nothing they can do. Or at least you've set up a perfect trap, right? Oh, okay. They didn't notice that I can just take this pawn, you know, take the pawn. Then what do? Okay, what option do they have? Move their king, maybe here. They can't. It's already made, like they're already fucked. Move the queen, nothing. Move this, you can go here. I just take. It's checkmate, right? Like, you're fucked if you're in this position. You're already fucked. And yet somehow, I'm white by the way, somehow I'm like, oh great. And they go here, which is a really weird, I mean it's a move, it is what it is. And then I'm like, oh great, free rook. So stupid. So stupid. If I just gone here, I win. They got it because can't go here, takes, can't go here, can't go here because it takes, and everything else is blocked. And nothing can take my queen. Bruh, how did I fuck that up so bad? This is exactly what okay, just go from the beginning. Let's go from the beginning, okay? From the beginning of the game. This is called the Tennyson Gambit. So, it starts here. If you get into this position, you've done it already. You're already Tennyson, this is the position. Okay, it takes, then go over here, so I'm threatening, right? And then they go here. This is the dumbest possible fucking move you could make. Okay, this is when they fucked up. Because the guy I'm playing against isn't very good. He's been playing for like a year longer than me, but he's not particularly great, right? Like there's a lot, like this is the best move, or I mean this is a good move. You know, like moving your bishop is a much better move, but moves the queen there. Okay, now I have a bishop here to check, force them to take that. Basically, forcing the queen to take. Right, I'm forcing the queen to take. I'm not actually, like there's other options here, but I that was my thought process, right? Now I can go here. This was dumb. This was dumb actually, because can't you just take this? Like not like that. This is just a free queen for you. I don't know why he did this. This was really stupid of him. I hard misplayed here. I shouldn't have done this. I should not have done this. This is how bad I am at fucking chess. Especially because my brain isn't fucking working. Instead, I should have gotten my bishop out. I mean, my rook out. Or I should have moved my rook, like here. So that he's forced to take with the king. I mean, he's not... Yeah, he kind of is forced to take with the king. And then his king's in an awkward position. I can check. And that kind of puts me in a good position. But anyway, shit happens, right? Weird shit, stupid shit happens. We end up in this position. It's already over for him. He's already lost. What can he do? And then I throw. And then I lose. I'm pretty sure I threw again somewhere in the middle of here. I'm pretty sure I had another really good chance. I just blunder my queen. Hold on, you want to watch the moment I blunder my queen? Yeah, let's watch the fun moment I blunder my queen. Yeah, okay, blunder my queen for no goddamn reason. Perfect, epic moment. Like, I could have at the very, like, what's stopping me? Well, this is stopping me. Okay, I see why I didn't do that. But what's stopping me? No, that's stopping me. Okay, so I'm stuck here, but it doesn't matter that I'm stuck here. I could go here. Nope, takes. I could go here. This is fairly safe. Like, that's not the worst move. What am I supposed to do? Tell me. Oh, great. Stockfish. Why won't it tell me? Okay. Tell me, oh great stockfish. I can go here, I can go here, I don't know, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. I blunder my queen, in real life I blunder my queen, and then I proceed to just throw everything away. I just throw everything away. Okay, this was a really bad decision. Like here, this was a terrible fucking decision. I could have done anything, and I was like, I don't know what I was at this point I was really demotivated. I was like, I blundered my queen, I blundered half my fucking pieces, I didn't even know at the time that I'd missed the checkmate, but I did. And then I just do this. There's no advantage to doing this, but I thought, I don't know, I just was fucking not even paying attention to the game at this point. And then then it's checkmate. This was also a really stupid decision. I don't know why I did this. Don't know why I did any of this. Could have. I mean, I know actually I do know why I did this, because at this point I knew the game was lost for me, and so I was just sort of like, fuck it, let's just get it over with as fast as possible. But yeah. God, that's cringe and embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Why did I show you any of that? I suck so bad at fucking chess. How did I throw? How can he throw? How can I throw so bad? Stockfish doesn't realize. It doesn't know. Yeah, he could have gone there. I go here. And I get something for free, like a rook for free, for example. Like, that's not too bad, right? It's not too bad. But he fucked up, and I fucked up, and then I fucked up even harder, and I don't even know what the fuck to do anymore, man. I don't know what the fuck to do anymore, man. I'm trying to get good at chess. I just fail every fucking time, man. Ain't no one gonna teach you this in school. This is what they don't teach you in school. Did you know Akashic Records is kind of a good show? I didn't know this. You know, you look at Akashic Records on Mal, right? You look at it on Mal, and you see these uniforms, and you see the guy, and you see the uniforms and the vague magic shit in the background, and you're like, oh, this is Asterisk War. This sucks, right? You see the uniforms, and you're like, bro, there's no way this show can be good. But then you watch it, and it's like, the uniforms are never explained in universe, and it just looks really weird. But, like, when the characters from the school interact with the characters from outside the school, it doesn't make any sense. But these are the sort of things that are just anime. These are the sort of things that you just get it. It's like, well, obviously the uniforms look like that because they want to put the girls in crop tops and mini skirts because that's anime, you know. But the thing is, you watch the show and you're like, oh, we're not introduced to the main character first. We're introduced to these two girls, the main heroines, and you're like, huh, interesting. And they seem to have kind of a Yuri thing going on, and you're like, huh, not expected, but I guess that's a neat little twist, but it's still probably some dog shit. Then the main character gets introduced, and he's a fucking asshole, and he gets shit on for being an asshole immediately, and the show plays it for comedy, and it's actually funny. And it's not just funny, but it has good visual gags, which I've been saying for ages, that not enough anime have good visual gags. They don't take enough advantage of the animation as a medium, which allows for creative visual gags. And like you get introduced to him and you get like he's immediately an asshole. He's immediately punished for being an asshole. And the show, like, it's not like, you know, a lot of these shows where the main character's an asshole, like The Irregular Magic High, for example. Similar kind of show, but without anywhere near the level of self-awareness, where the main character's an asshole, but the show thinks he's really cool. Whereas in this show, the main character's an asshole, everyone knows it, and the show treats him like an asshole, and then plays it for comedy, and it works. So that's the first thing that happens that makes you like, what? That's weird. That's unusual. That's unexpected. Then, the switcheroo, the main character's the teacher instead of a student. Little switcheroo there. Normally at these Magic High School light novel adaptations, the main character's a student. Here's how it's supposed to go. Main character is a student who's kind of an asshole because he's kind of a loner, right? He's kind of a loner, but he's a loner, like, the show thinks he's really cool, right? It's like he's Kirito. He's like the cool, edgy loner guy who's secretly the strongest in the world, right? But no one knows he's the strongest. Again, like The Irregular Magic High, right? Main guy, secretly the strongest guy, but not accepted by the system as being the strongest guy. Or there's another show that's also really similar. Hold on, let me get. I'll find it. 1 second. Is it this one? No, I don't think it's that one. Is it Chivalry of a Failed Knight? I think that has something similar going on, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. Fuck, what's the one I'm thinking of? Hold on. It's gonna be, I mean, it's one of the ones that I've seen, so I just have to... It's not Chivalry of a Failed Knight. What? Then what have I seen on here? What? This is confusing. Hold on. Let me search interest stacks for Magic School. This is it. This one. Hagure Yusha no Aesthetica. Aesthetica of a Rogue Hero. Dog shit fucking anime. Like, this one is, he's the strongest guy, but the way that the school system works, no one recognizes that he's the strongest guy. So anyway, that's how it's supposed to go. He's supposed to be the strongest student, and then even though he's an asshole and has nothing really going for him, all the girls love him and he gets a harem. That's how these types of shows are supposed to go. So then, in Akashic Records, so then, you know, you get, he's a teacher, which is kind of a subversion. It's not a massive subversion, but it makes it more like Negima or something, right? Like, it's kind of it's not how these type of stories normally go. And the main girl hates him, but she's a tsundere, kind of. They don't, right, but whatever. And they're just like she's just a lesbian in the show. Like, there's no subtlety about it, right? Like, that's kind of based, I think. And then you get the subverted accidental pervert scene, which, you know, at this point, subverting the accidental pervert is as much of a trope as the accidental pervert itself, but the subversion is kind of funny. Like, it's kind of similar to what happens in Chivalry of a Failed Knight. Like, they both do a kind of a similar subversion. Chivalry of a Failed Knight 1 is better. I mean, obviously the best at subversion is from Evangelion, like, because it actually subverts the trope rather than just lampshading the trope. Yeah, I don't know why more people don't do that. like if you, like, yeah, they still want to have it happen. They're just lampshading that they're having it happen, which is kind of annoying. But the thing is that, unlike Chivalry of a Failed Knight or these others, like, there's one in fucking Myriad Colors Phantom World, there's a few, like, it's pretty common to subvert the trope, but the one that happens here actually plays a narrative purpose, which I thought was interesting. But it plays a narrative purpose on the meta level, and I'll tell you why in a second. So this is all the first episode. So he walks in on the girls changing, and then he goes like, he goes like, okay, before you get like, what's the point of this trope where everyone, I walk into the girls changing room clearly by accident, and then everyone, freaks out and gets mad at me, even though like all I did was walk in by accident. I don't deserve to get hit, and so while I'm here and I know I'm gonna get hit, I may as well absorb this moment into the retinas of my eyes. And then it's kind of funny, and then he gets kicked, and it's kind of like the animation of him getting beat up is kind of like a cool visual gag. They do like a expressive animation moment, but it's not amazing. But the point of this scene actually is not just to have an accidental pervert scene. The point of the scene is to set up, hey, this show is aware of tropes and is willing to subvert them. The reason it's doing this is because later in that episode, this is how the first episode of these anime is supposed to go, is that then the main character, towards the end of the first episode, this doesn't just happen in Magic School anime, this happens in Isekai too, it happens all the time. Later in that episode is supposed to be the reveal that the main character is secretly the strongest guy. That's what's supposed to happen. And so they start setting that up. Big fight that reveals that the main character is secretly the strongest guy. That's what happens, right? But what's happening is they've set it. They start setting up the big fight. They start building up to the big fight that secretly reveals the main character is the strongest guy. But because you've already seen the show subvert tropes already in this episode, the first time a little subtly, like not calling too much attention to the fact that it's subverting a trope, and the second time very, very unsubtly calling direct attention to the fact that it's calling up a trope. This is a principle in filmmaking. It's a setup, reinforcement, and then payoff. Okay, so it's set this up. So then, going into this fight, even though you as the audience member, as someone who's watched light novel adaptations before, you're thinking, oh yeah, this is the fight where it's revealed that he's secretly the strongest guy. But then you're also thinking, hold on a minute, but they were willing to subvert these tropes before. They seem to be, so are they going to subvert this one? So it sets it up so you don't actually know what's going to happen in the fight, so that the fight actually serves a purpose. Because in all of these other anime, the fight doesn't serve a purpose, because you already know they're going to have the fight and that the main character is going to be the strongest guy. So you're just going through the motions. But because they set up that this show is willing to subvert expectations and play with tropes a little bit, you're actually wondering, are they going to subvert or are they going to play it straight? Is he actually going to be the strongest guy or is he not going to be the strongest guy? And it turns out he's not. He just gets beat the fuck up. He's just not that strong. And then in later episodes it's revealed that even though he's not that strong, he is very knowledgeable. And he kind of is secretly the strongest guy. They kind of undo their cool thing that they did. But I think because they still wanted it to be a light novel instead of just like a straight up comedy, which is kind of a shame. Would have been better if it was just a straight up comedy. But the way I don't know, I'm okay with it because the way, like, it's kind of interesting. They do the in-depth magic system thing that is good about these sorts of light novels. And they make him the strong guy in an interesting way, but it's not that interesting. The first episode is really the good part. The first two episodes really are kind of the good part. So Akashic Records, although after the first bit where it's doing like meta stuff, okay, so here's what I want out of a mid-2010s light novel magic school adaptation. It's very simple. Here's what I want. I want fan service for no reason. I want fan service that kind of doesn't fit in the world and feels kind of awkward. I want way overly indulgent meta shit that gets kind of annoying. This is what I want. I want fan service that kind of that is like way too blatant and doesn't fit in the world and kind of takes you out of it. I want way too blatant meta, fourth wall breaking, lampshading bullshit that just kind of is obnoxious. I want a magic system that barely makes any sense but is like ridiculously over complex anyway. and that's it. That's all I care about. And I want over-designed characters. These are these are the four things I'm going into it wanting. And honestly, Akashic Records is giving me all of it. The over-designed characters mostly goes into the uniforms, which I guess also plays into the fan service thing. Like, I want, like, Horizon in the middle of nowhere level over-designed characters. Like, they kind of don't do that enough for me. But, like, the rest of it, I mean, you've got the obnoxious fourth wall breaking kind of meta trope subversion, like overly self-aware to the point where it's kind of obnoxious thing. You've got the fan service that kind of takes you out of it, and you've got the other thing I said, which I don't remember. The overly complex magic system, which doesn't make any sense if you actually try and think about it. Yeah, I mean, it's great. That's all I want. Like, that's exactly what I want from this kind of show. And you might be sitting there thinking to yourself, hold on a minute, you just named 3 bad things. But the thing is, they're not bad things. They're specifically like pulpy things. They're things that are like the appeals of this pulp genre where like everything has been done. It's a genre that only makes sense if you've already seen other things from its own genre. Right, like the subverting tropes doesn't make any sense if you're not aware of the tropes it's subverting. Like you're not gonna be okay as a random person. Like, you take a random person off the street and you get them to watch Akashic Records, and they see these fucking uniforms, and they're gonna think, well, that doesn't make any fucking sense. What's that about? And they're just gonna turn it off because it looks terrible. Like, they're not going to understand that having the main character be the teacher instead of a student in the magic school is actually quite an interesting choice and has a bunch of implications for where the story can go. Then, because they're just going to not even be aware that that's even a difference from normal. So the point is to not only, it's just interesting. Like, that's what I want. I want shit like this. I don't want it all the time. But I want shit like this that is sort of patting me on the back for being a degen otaku, and the author being like, I'm also a degen otaku, and I know what tropes are. And I'm like, heh, I understood that. Nice. And then it's like, okay, so now we've done our little dance. Let's do the actual thing. Let's do the actual plot. And then the actual plot, it has some good moments. Honestly, the best bit, so the comedy, like the bits where it goes full comedy, there's a few other like kind of trope subverting comedy moments in the show that I thought were genuinely interesting decisions. Like, there's one gratuitous attempted rape scene which exists for fan service, and they actually subvert it, which I don't think I've ever seen a subversion of that before, and I thought that was really interesting. So the trope is, bad guy attempts to rape heroine so that we get to see her booba as the audience, and it's kind of icky because it's like a rape scene. It's a little, I don't mind it that much. Like, I'm not one of those people that freaks out about it, but I don't particularly like the trope. Like, I'm not like, yeah, rape scene, I'm kind of like, it's kind of like, okay, we just got to get this over with, for the people in the back who like this kind of thing. So they have that scene, and what's supposed to happen in that scene is main character comes bursting in and rescues her. But what actually happens is main character comes bursting in, sees girl on the ground in a state of undress with a guy leaning over her, taking her clothes off, and he goes, sorry for interrupting, and then leaves, and it's genuinely funny. And then they just go full comedy with the scene. Like, the rest of the scene plays out as a series of like back and forth setups and punchlines, and that's like, I've never seen a show do that before. I thought that was genuinely an interesting decision. It wasn't amazing, it wasn't like mind-blowing, but that's what I want to do. I want to be like, that's an interesting decision. Better than 90% of these fucking bullshit light novel adaptations can manage. And yeah, the thing is, like, none of this can exist without the bad light novels that it's based on, and without a weird reverence to the bad light novels. Like, that's what's good about this whole anime meta bullshit, light novel meta bullshit thing, is that, and this is what Digi never understood, is that the thing that's good about it is not only that it is subverting these tropes, but it also has a reverence for the tropes in the first place, even though it's self-aware to the fact where they might be kind of bad. But it also kind of likes them for pulpy reasons. It's in the same way that like some like modern sci-fi movies or sci-fi movies from the 70s and 80s or horror movies or whatever pay homage to the pulp B-movie horror and sci-fi of the 50s, which isn't good, right? Like no one is sitting here like thinking that a lot of these 50s sci-fi and horror B-movies are great, because they're not great. They exist because they exist to basically trick teenagers into going to the drive-thru, and then what happens is there's like a scene right at the beginning with a big monster, and then for the rest of the movie it's people talking in a room and it's really fucking boring, and then like there's one in the middle with a monster that's kind of good, and then there's one at the end of the movie with a monster that's kind of good, and the middle of the movie only exists so that the teenagers in the drive-thru can make out with each other while nothing happens on the screen. Like, these movies aren't good. However, there is like a certain type of person who watches them even though they're not good. Like Jay from Red Letter Media likes like pulp horror movies like The Incredible Melting Man, and actually that's kind of a good film. But like some of these like body horror movies that only exist to appeal to the sort of fans of body horror movies that aren't like traditionally good movies in like the same way a Cronenberg film is, but they're still good movies to the people who enjoy them. That's the difference. That's what Digi never understood, is that these trope subverting light novel meta stuff is also an homage to the thing that it's parodying or that it's subverting. It's an homage. It's like it owes its entire existence to the fact that these like bad tropes exist, and it's made by fans of the media that has those bad tropes in it, right? So it's not just, look how silly this trope is, isn't anime terrible? It's like, aren't we all having fun here? That's the point. That's what Digi never understood. But anyway, time to go have some food. I decided to have a pizza for breakfast. I eat too much pizza. I love pizza. It's too good. Pizza is my heroin. It's just too good. I can't quit it, man. But having a pizza for breakfast isn't inherently a bad thing. Because what happened, I had a not an ordered pizza, but just a fridge pizza. Not a freezer frozen pizza, but a fridge pizza. They're kind of in the middle, you know? Yeah. I had this, and it was tasty. I actually undercooked it very slightly. I should have left it for like 2 more minutes in the oven. Wasn't bad per se, but yeah, just the not kind of, some of the dough was a little floppy, less soggy, I guess is the word. But yeah, I had this pizza for breakfast, and and then I had it, and I was thinking when I got it out of the oven, this is kind of a big pizza, I could cut it in half and just have half. And I've done this before with the same brand of pizza, where I'll just have half of it for breakfast, put the other half in the fridge, and then have it cold for like lunch, the other half. But then I was thinking that I bought this steak, like there was a few, like 5 days ago, I was craving like beef. I hadn't had any like red, I don't know why, but I was craving red meat. And so I was like, I'm going to buy a steak as like a treat for myself, because steak's kind of expensive. It's not a very nice steak. It's like a cheap steak, but it's a steak nonetheless. So I thought I'll buy a steak for myself as a treat. But then by the time I bought the steak, I didn't really want to eat it. So I kind of have just this steak that I need to use. And yeah, I haven't eaten it yet. So my plan, and steak's very filling, right? Especially because I plan to have it with a side of gnocchi, potato pasta thingy. So that's going to be a fairly big meal. So my plan was eat a big pizza now, and then just have steak and gnocchi and whatever as my second meal of the day, and then that's it. Rather than the standard 3 meals, I'll just have 2 meals. Instead of splitting the pizza into 2 parts, having 3 meals. I suppose it's the same net amount of food, but I was thinking I might not be hungry enough, but I probably should have split the pizza in half and still had the same net amount of food, because it wasn't like I was super, super hungry when I woke up, or anything like that. So that's what I probably should have done. That was kind of a misplay, because now I feel kind of overly full, and feel like you don't really want to, in the morning, feel like overly full. It's kind of unpleasant. I feel like my life has become a lot more stressful lately. Like, I'm under a lot of pressure. I'm under a lot of stress these days. I know vaguely why. I don't really want to talk about it on camera. It's kind of other people's business, so I don't want to go airing it out on camera. But, yeah, kind of stressing me out. And, it's kind of annoying, really. Stress is the number one killer. You know, I've always wondered about this whole stress is the number one killer thing. I feel like this might be like a correlation causation thing going on here. Because, doesn't it seem likely that activities that would pose a risk to your life, like things that you might be doing that might kill you, are already stressful? So isn't that what's happening? It's not the stress itself, it's just that you are going to have a stress response to doing things that might kill it. Maybe I'm wrong. But, just been stressed. It's putting a lot of pressure on me, but a lot of stress. Yeah. I don't really have anything else to say other than that. I'm just kind of frustrated. Because, ultimately, it's not like the stuff I'm stressed about is kind of, stress is something that you kind of can only put on yourself, really. Like, it's not like I'm stressed like I have deadlines to meet and I have to work hard on something. It's more like things are just ambiently happening around me, and they're just very stressful events that are happening around me. But those events don't really have that much direct power over me, unless I give them power, and I've kind of made the mistake of giving them power. Maybe being overly patient or overly generous. But maybe the problem is just that I'm being a normal amount of patient and generous, but I don't know. But other people. But then those people have their reasons too. So I don't know, it's one of these situations where I don't think anyone's really in the wrong. It's just kind of a confluence of stressful events, or a confluence of unfortunate circumstances that have led to stressful events. It's kind of a shogunai kind of situation, you know? Nothing much that can be done. And that's kind of the stressful thing about it. It's like, if there was something that could be done, I would just do it. But there's nothing really that can be done. So it's just kind of an ambient stress. And yeah, I think it might be kind of getting to me a little bit. I had a breakdown the other day. That was probably caused by the same... no, it was definitely, but that was kind of unpleasant. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough situation, but it's fine. It's tankable. And it won't last forever. Circumstances change, you know. Things are what they are. This too shall pass, is what I mean. And I'll tell you what I'm kind of sad about. I'm kind of sad that Akashic Records is like the last decent magic school anime that I hadn't seen. Not that they're generally decent, they're generally pretty bad. Like I've dropped way more than I've finished, but I've kind of enjoyed the ones that I've finished. Like Chivalry of Failed Knight, for example. And I'm kind of like looking at now. I think this is the last one that could have any potential to be good, and it's not even that good. It had a good first two episodes. Then it kind of had like the rest of the first arc was kind of mid, and then it became kind of just slightly above average. I mean, the animation quality is good. It definitely has superior characterization than other works in this genre, like by quite a long shot. It has really pretty solid characterization, and the script is not bad at all. I kind of wish, like, the thing is, the writers, whoever wrote this piece of garbage, clearly is like, they have comedy chops, they have like really solid comedy chops, and I wish they'd lean a little heavier into that, because the first, like, there was a lot of good comedy early on, and then they've kind of cut down on the comedy to focus more on the sort of drama and action side of things. And that stuff isn't bad. Like, it's not really badly executed or anything. It's not like high school melodrama. Normally, there's a little bit of it, but not doesn't quite reach my threshold of being bad. And it has strong characterization to carry it, so I'm okay with it. But I wish the writers had more of a chance to flex their comedy chops, or the light novel author. I don't know how much of the script is taken directly from the light novel, but like, I'm really thirsty for some reason. Whatever. But yeah, that's kind of disappointing. I guess maybe I'm more of a fan of comedy than like the average light novel anime watcher. But I always say that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I would do to fix this. I think it would be nice to have some more, to kind of expand the world a little more. The show is pretty insular, and I feel like having a little more of it. I mean, they do it. They're expanding on backstories. They are introducing new characters. It's not completely boring. Like, it's kind of doing it's doing its job. It's doing like workman, like, you know, playing the right technical moves. But I kind of wish, for a show that had kind of an interesting first few episodes where it sort of played with tropes and had like some interesting twists. Yeah, I kind of like some. There was like one other kind of big twist, which sort of half of it worked for me and half of it didn't work at all for me. Like, half of it was signposted way too much, and the other half was pretty good. Because the thing with a twist is you want it to be like for a twist to work, it has to make it has to make what came before make more sense, right? So you have to set it up. Like, oh, if Tyler Durden and the main character are the same guy, that makes all of these scenes make way more sense. Oh, that's why she said that. You know what I mean? Sorry, spoilers for Fight Club. But like, yeah, like that's how. So you have to do that. But at the same time, if you make it too obvious, if you set it up too well, then it's like, oh, well, then it has to be this. And I feel like they kind of did half and half. There was some stuff that I thought was, there was some stuff about the twist that I thought was well executed. That it was like, oh, that makes sense. That makes that little detail. That's why they had that and stuff like that. But then there was other parts of it where I thought, or there was the other sort of half of the twist where I just saw it coming a mile away, and it would it kind of didn't work for me at all. So yeah, I'm kind of split on this show. Like, it's not amazing, but it is definitely like fun, and I'm just, I guess, kind of disappointed that like I don't think any of these other magic high school shows, like, is there action anime about magical schools? Like, none of the... I mean, I guess I say none of these look like they have potential, but Akashic Records didn't look like it had potential to me. It looked like it would be terrible. From the Mal poster, it looked like super generic. So maybe I just have to watch all of them to find out which ones are good. I mean, you can't even really trust sort of Mal scores, because oftentimes they're just bullshit. But maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Guys, in the comments, if you're watching this far, in the comments, which ones of these shows are good? I already talked about the things I want from a mid-2000 or mid-2010s light novel adaptation. Any of these have that? Any recommendations? I think The Irregular Magic High might have some of that. Maybe I need to give that show another try. I have actually been thinking about giving it another try for a while. So that might be the next thing I do. I don't know. Anime. Okay, let's be frank with each other here. Akashic Records is not exactly a good show. Okay? Let's be frank with each other here. It was never actually a good show. It had some decent animation quality, but I was mainly just impressed with it because I had gone from a fucking awful looking show called, I don't remember the Japanese name, but it was called My Sister, My Writer, which I didn't know when I watched it, is notorious for having like awful art, just like ridiculously off-moral characters, terrible limited animation, and just looking like shit, and just being shit, and that show was god-awful. And so I was impressed by, I mean, I don't know, it started off cool, I liked the comedy, I don't know, the trope subversion aspects that I've been going on about aren't like mind-blowing. I even said, I'm gonna defend myself here, okay? I even said, look, none of these actually subvert the tropes, only Ava has ever actually subverted the trope, right? I even said that. But no, this show kind of fell apart. It didn't fall apart, it just... It reached the natural conclusion of where it was going, which is disappointingly generic. And maybe I do, or maybe I don't have time for shit like this anymore. I think the opposite of what happens to most people is that, like, most people, they start watching anime, everything's cool to them. They keep going, and it's like, oh, I've already seen this a million times, blah, 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 blah. I have better taste than this, higher standards, I have to watch 80s OVAs. Whereas for me, I would have fucking hated this show and dropped it in one episode like 3 years ago, maybe more. But now I'm much more comfortable with just being like, it's a fun, mindless thing for a few hours. But it kind of stopped being fun. Yeah, that's, I think, its problem. At first, it was able to do the drama things and the action things, but still have, like, fun to it. Wait, wasn't there a fucking continuity error just there? Oh, no, never mind, that was a flashback. Okay. But anyway. Yeah. This show is not great. I think my praising it might have gone too far, but I want to say that I was only praising it in relative to what I'd expected it to be. Like, from the thumbnail on Mal and the description and everything, I expected it to be absolute dog shit, and it turned out to be, like, half decent and have, like, especially early on, have some good, like, comedic subversions. But I didn't mean it to be, like, genius fucking, like, postmodern deconstruction, you know, none of this shit. And a lot of those stuff kind of the show started to focus less and less on it as the arcs went by, which isn't, like, inherently a bad thing, it's just that I feel like those were its strengths, and it's kind of not playing to its strengths anymore. And I think the reason for that sort of thing happening is quite possibly just the light novel author might have just been under pressure to pump out more books because they have these insane schedules pushed on them. And it's like, it's hard to write clever shit when you're under a lot of pressure. So that might be what happened. I don't know. I can't say that for sure. I don't know how well this is going to pick up on camera, but can you see how fucking smoky my kitchen is right now? This is because I just made steak. I had to turn everything up to 11. Look at this shit. Look how smoky it is. It's not translating to camera very well, but it's like I'm near bedrock level. It's crazy. I don't know how my smoke alarms haven't gone off. You can see the God rays. It's like I've just had like a haze machine going. And it's also really foggy outside. I made some steak pasta. Shit. My steak, cheap, not particularly good, but hopefully it tastes alright. It's kind of impossible to both put a crust on it and not have it be overcooked. But it tastes pretty good. Yeah, I did an okay job on that. I could have. I probably could have gotten away with a minute less and still had a decent crust. Yeah, it's definitely overdone. My wife/daughter Chino. My wife/daughter Chino. My wife/daughter Chino. My wife/daughter Chino. I need more anime posters. All of them. But I don't even like anime. That's the goddamn problem here. What do I even get? They don't have any of the shows that I like. You think I can find any shows that I like with posters? Also, I'm generally just super disappointed with art. With anime art. No one does it good. I don't know why. It's so rare that I find art that is of a character I really like and is also good. I often find art that is good, but not of a character I like. Or lots of art of characters I like, but most of it is kind of shit. Particularly Hidamari sketch. No one knows how to do good Hidamari sketch art. The only good Hidamari sketch art is the calendar that was released after the first season. But it's all like fucking a calendar. It's got calendar bits on it. Like, if I can find this, hold on. Here, this 2007 calendar. This is the only good Hidamari sketch art that exists. Like, it even gets, like, this is all official art. Like, damn, bro. You know what I'm saying? Damn, bro. This is official art. Ume Aoki, holy shit, I mispronounced that. Ume Aoki fucking drew this. Like, goddamn. But this is like my favorite Hidamari sketch picture of all time. It just captures the vibes of the show so well, and that's brilliant. Ume Aoki. I mean, this is also a great Yuno. It's a great Yuno as like a little potato. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But like, this is also missing some. Maybe I'm thinking, maybe it's a different calendar. Now I have to go look. It turns out there are some good arts on eBay, like this thing, but it's all ridiculously expensive, obviously. But like this made art. This is really good. This is exactly what you want. Like, it's not lewd, but it captures the moe vibes, you know, which is what you want. And it has Nazuna in it, which is like based, obviously. I don't really like the bikini art that much. I've never really been a bikini guy, you know? And then there's these cards. I don't know what these are. Like Pokemon cards. But I mean, yeah, never been a bikini guy, but I'm definitely a maid guy. And these are well-designed maid outfits. The blue, light blue, that's good. That's good. It's kind of old school. because this would be what, 2011, 2011, fuck, I don't actually remember when this would be. But yeah, these cards, I don't know what these are about. These like precious I don't know what this is, but there's a whole load of them. I don't know what this is. I have no clue what this is, but I just want whatever this fucking maid outfit thing is. Like I don't care about the cards. I don't know what these cards even are. I just want this. I just want this picture. It's a good picture, maybe without the text. But there's a bunch of shit. Well, there's this TV guide. I don't know what this is. It's definitely in Japanese. A figure of Yuno that looks pretty cute. Which maybe I'll buy. But I don't really have anywhere to put a figure, you know? Like, where the fuck? Where? Here? It'll just get broken. And then there's this like this thing. And this is kind of neat. Just has it's like an art book. This has some of the pictures that I thought were in the calendar, like this one. This is a really, really good picture. So apparently it's from this art book, not from the calendar. I was getting confused. I guess this is an original comic for this little art book. But like, yeah, some of these are really, really good. Like, I mean, that's great. That's great. That's great. And that's great. You know, and I like some of these. Again, not really a bikini guy. I don't like this one, but these ones are good. That one's alright. This is quite nice. I like this Yuno. This is a good Yuno. And this is a good. Honestly, this is the worst Yuno. No, actually, now that I look, good round facial proportions, a good X, a good hair X. This is a solid Yuno. Yeah, this is good, and it's not too expensive. Oh, the shipping's kind of expensive. Maybe. Hidamari sketch. Click to find other Hidamari. I mean, yeah, this is kind of neat. I would buy this and hang some of these on my like I have the Lane art book posters up there, you know. Might be worth checking out. And they have a bunch of anime art books. But they actually have a few different Hidamari sketch ones. Oh, a Rokubu one? That's kind of crazy. It might literally be illegal for me to get that. Depends. I'm kind of interested in the Rokubu. I don't even like Rokubu, but I'm just kind of curious. Rokubu actually kind of sucks. They have a good domino bro. I know this guy knows what's up. Okay, this guy clearly has a particular taste. Whoever this is, they have a Lucky Star one. I mean, Lucky Star is obviously fucking sick. This is kind of sick. I've been looking on Amazon. I should have been looking on eBay this whole fucking time. This is where all the good shit is. Higurashi, I don't really care. Chobits. Kimi to kanajo to kanajo no oto. Damn. I guess that was pretty big in Japan. That's a visual novel if you don't know. I actually haven't read it. I've been meaning to read it for a while. But it has like, the only thing that's keeping me from reading it is the NTR tag. I mean, this seems like a really good place. Yo, a fucking Famicom keyboard? Holy shit. Bro, this is like the coolest fucking shop I've ever seen in my life. It's just all like anime. And like not even... Like they've got a like fucking... Like this guy's otaku, right? Like if I go back, there's like a bunch of these like like fucking Votoms. Fucking like Astro Boy. That's not that crazy, I guess. But I saw some like old school... Is this the guy that... I don't know. There was like some old school mecha shit on one of these pages. Hold on. Yeah, like some of these Hellsing. Maybe I'm just tripping. I don't know. But this seems like a cool shop. What is in this Rokubu art book? I guess it's just a character, the character sheets. Damn. That's kind of sick. I mean, I like the character designs in Rokubu, I just don't really like the show. But I don't think I would ever buy... This is way too expensive for me to ever buy for a show I don't really like. What about the Kodomo no Jikan one? Also, I kind of have a mixed opinions about Kodomo no Jikan. That's good art. Yeah, I don't know if I could actually import this. This might get seized. There's some of these are a little too raunchy. You know? Some of these are a little raunchy. I don't know if I could actually get away with importing this. But, yeah, it's also pretty expensive, so I don't know if I would actually buy it. But I'm curious about this animation guide. Maybe I can find, like, a scan of it somewhere. Because apparently it has interviews with Shimbo and some of the Shaft guys. But, I mean, it's in Japanese probably, I would assume. But maybe not. Yeah, it's in Japanese. Okay, it's. I don't know. That's a different book, but I need to get on my Hidamari sketch shit. There's all kind of dope shit. Why have I been on fucking Amazon this whole time when clearly eBay is the place to go? Alright, I'm gonna do more research and maybe purchase some Hidamaris. Probably a bit of a waste of money, but not that much, because looking up at my posters gives me a sense of joy. It sparks joy, as Kon Marty would say. It sparks joy to look up and see Mao. See Mao Zedong looking down at me next to Chino. I never even really thought about that. That is pretty funny. But yeah, it sparks some joy. So if I could get some more, like, over here. The wall seems kind of empty. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of feels like there's just this little bit up here. Like, more would be good, I think. Maybe I send it. Maybe I send a Hidamari, and then maybe I look through this guy's store and see if there's anything else that looks interesting. Like, these bitches have the shit, you know? They got actual shit. They got... Like, what the fuck? They got Medaka books. They got, like, Magic Knight Rayearth. They got... Is this Dream Hunter Rem? Yeah, they got Dream Hunter Rem. Like, you know, the shit. Like, I don't particularly like any of those. I think Medaka box is kind of bad. I've never seen Magic Knight Rayearth, and I thought Dream Hunter Rem was okay. Kind of neat as a concept, but didn't speak to me that much. But what I'm saying is, this sort of shit is like actual otaku shit, you know? Like, no one in the West cares about any of those shows. Like, this is why I never go to fucking anime conventions, because it's all just like the seasonal popular thing. Like, that's how I see it, at least. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I could go there and find my Hidamari sketch merchandise, but no, I don't know, no one seems to give a fuck over here. Like, people just have dog shit taste. I don't know, I'm kind of worried about, I don't know, I don't want to spend too much money. I might just get that Hidamari sketch thing and nothing else. Like, there was a cool, Moetan art book. I do really like Moetan. So that, but it was expensive, which was kind of a shame. I don't know, it was kind of too, like, the shipping plus everything. Is Aria? Oh, this art looks like dog shit. Look at that face. Look at that face. That's bad. I'm not buying that. It's not worth money. What else have we got? Rosen Maiden? Didn't like it. Kill la Kill. Kind of don't care about Kill la Kill anymore. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of shit, and I found other shit too, but like, it's, yeah, most of it is either just like too expensive to justify, or stuff that is like neat, but I'm not super into personally. They also have a bunch of retro gaming stuff, some of which looks kind of cool. Ooh, Yuri Yuri. Now that's neat. What is this Sendan Kagura 2? What is Sendan Kagura? Sendan Kagura. Oh, it's a visual novel or a video game? Is it a fighting game? I think it's a fighting game. Yeah. It looks like it. Oh, it's like a brawler. Well, I've never heard of or played this game, but Yuri Yuri's cool. Some nice art. Not bad. That could be cool, and it's... See, the thing is, it's not like this isn't too expensive, but the shipping is ridiculous. Because it's shipping all the way from Japan, I guess. What else is interesting? Bubblegum Crash? Bubblegum Crisis, I guess. I don't like Bubblegum Crisis. Anything else? Sakura, Madoka Magica, Galaxy Angel. It would be cool to police notes. Like, see what I mean? They've got like all this. I don't even know. I don't know. Oh, Yatta Man. Like, I don't even. This is some old school otaku shit. Like, this is beyond me. Tales of Symphonia, Diabolic Lovers. I know that fucking show. I think didn't KYDB make a video on Diabolic Lovers or something? Why do I know about that? Haruhi. Actually, I'm surprised that this is the first Haruhi thing I've seen. High Score Girl. More Magic Knight Rayearth. Chaos Head. I would never buy anything from Chaos Head. Even though I've read the visual novel and I think it has merit. But it's also got too much demerit. A-Channel. If I was one of those people that's really into A-Channel, I would have just pogged right there. But I couldn't really get into A-Channel. There's quite a few Zero no Tsukaima stuff, but yeah, I'm not the biggest Zero no Tsukaima. In fact, I would say I don't like Zero no Tsukaima. Gundam, Gurren Lagann, Soul Eater. Oh, Shuffle. That's a visual novel. I almost read that once. I almost read it. There was a moment where I was like, I'm about to read Shuffle, and then I just at the last minute was like, I'm not really in the mood right now. But Shuffle's been on my radar for a long while. So if I ever read it, and it turns out to be good, I know where to come. Canon, and this is art from the visual novel, not from the anime, so that's Pog. I guess I have actually read part of the visual novel. I read the first arc, the first route, and I enjoyed it. It wasn't amazing. It was definitely hard carried by its art. Like, the art in that visual novel is just amazing. But the story was okay. I guess I didn't really get that far into it. What else? Is this? Oh man, that's sick. Where's the snowy town setting though? Give me that. Oh, that's nice. This is pretty Pog. I could see like this on my wall, you know, this page, or this, like this page on my wall, maybe, maybe not. I don't like this. This face looks weird. But this is really nice. I like that picture a lot. How expensive is it? It's the shipping that gets me. But this is actually relatively cheap. I don't think I'm gonna buy it just because I'm not the biggest Canon fan. And I don't think I'm gonna buy it, but if you really like Canon, this might be the book for you. There's this Pop. Pop is one of my favorite artists. The guy who did the character design for Moe. And this is kind of neat. It's like a picture book by him. I didn't know that existed. But not quite good enough for me. They had a few Moe things that I do really like Moe. Ponyo. There's quite a lot of Chobits. There's Nadia, the Secret of Blue Water. But this is some old school shit, man. Steins Gate. That's visual novel artwork as well, not the anime. That's pretty neat. I've never read the Steins Gate visual novel. Utena. More Utena. Utena doesn't really click Clannad. Rosario, Vampire. What is that? I don't know what that is. Why do I know this? Why do I know Robot? Did you talk about this at some point? I recognize this art style. Does this guy write Indulgence? Oh, this is Yoshitoshi Abe, 100%, right? This looks exactly like his... Bro, is this not? Is that not like Textnolize or something? It looks exactly like Yoshitoshi Abe's art style. What is this? Robot Anthology comic. Bro, this is 100% Abe. I recognize Abe when I see him. Yoshitoshi Abe, see? Haha! I have anime knowledge. I don't know what this robot thing is, but it's kind of cool. I guess it's just like an anthology of like... I don't know, sci-fi, cyberpunk stuff? Anyone in the comments knows what robot is? Let me know. Roboco works. I don't know what this is. But I like these character designs. This is giving me visual novel vibes. Well, I don't know what that is. Alright, let's keep going. I don't know why I'm doing this on camera. More Rokubu. If it's cheap, I'd get a Rokubu thing. Yo, is this Alice or Alice? Fucking no one watched that show. I'm the only person in the universe who watched Alice or Alice. I think that's what that is, right? Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's just something that looks exactly the same. It isn't. Oh, I think it's art from a visual novel called Candy Drops, maybe? Let me see if there's any more details. Oh, it's just art by this person, Rico Corrier. This is nice art. I like this person. This is cool. Wait, is this the Subahibi person? Bro, is this the Subahibi person? This looks like the Subahibi person's art. Like that, especially. Hold on a minute. This has to be the fucking that artist, right? Did the anime and visual novel, light novel students cancel something. Wait a minute, Rico. This is really good. I like this. If this is who I think it is. Rico Koryu. Fucking. Alice. Oh, I was right. It is the Alice or Alice person. Visual novels. It doesn't look like it's the... I don't know, I guess I'm tripping. I guess they just have similar art styles. It's not... Even though Kero Q is listed here, I'm kind of confused. Does it... Am I tripping, or does it not look exactly like fucking... Like, does this drawing, like, here, does this not look like something straight out of Subahiri? Like that? Does that not look exactly the same? Like the eye shape, the way the hair detail, even the shadows on the clothes? I do really like all of this art. This is really good. I have both seen the anime of and read I've seen the first two or three episodes of the anime, and also read the first 2 or 3 chapters of the manga for Alice or Alice. Neither of which are particularly good, by the way. Just to let you know, it's not good. I don't recommend it. Also, the scan is fucking dog shit for the manga. But I've always liked the art. This is kind of neat. I think it's pretty neat, personally. I think it's pretty neat. What about this Rokubu one? I don't know why I'm on this, since I don't really like Rokubu. Yeah, this is a definite no. This is a hard no. Alright, let's keep going. Wait, there was a Hidamari sketch? Oh, I've already seen this. This is just the design sheet. I'm not very interested in design sheets. I want something with colour on my walls. You know what I'm saying? Ever 17 out of infinity. See, this no one sells shit like this in the West. Nanatsuro drops. More Hidamari sketch. Let's see what this... We got the Hidamari apartments. Some neat little stuff. Side characters. This is cool. This is kind of just a neat thing to have, even if none of these would make good posters. It's kind of expensive though. Hey, the Lane fan book. Holy shit, this is worth $165. I didn't pay anywhere near that much for it. I ripped it up. I ripped it up and stuck it on my wall. Got Heaven's Lost Property shit. I still need to watch that. Yotsuba and Monochrome Animals. What the fuck? Yotsuba and Monochrome Animals. This is maybe the most genius thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. Holy shit. This is amazing. Yotsuba and Monochrome Animals. This is amazing. What the I did not know this existed. This is amazing. It's just Yotsuba and Monochrome Animals. Huh. This is fucking amazing, man. Why? Why does this exist? I'm happy it does. What is going on there? I don't know, but I love it. I don't think I'm gonna buy it, but I did not know that existed, and that's fucking amazing. Maybe I should buy it. I do really like Yotsubato. And I'm a 4chan user, so, there's that aspect as well. What does this button do? I can watch it. I'm gonna watch it. No, I'm not gonna watch it. That wants me to sign in. It's not too expensive. It's one of the cheaper ones. Just as an object to own, it's kind of fucking sick. Well, we listened to Misato's theme for a whole hour, and now I'm talking about Linux stuff with people in Casual TF2's Discord. I got distracted. I was just about to buy some of those Megami magazines, and then I realized I was about to spend way too much fucking money for no reason, because I thought, hold on a minute, someone out there must have uploaded like high quality scans of at least some of these. It turns out basically every Megami magazine from history has had high quality scans uploaded to Danboru. And in that case, I can just use a poster printing on demand service to fucking print those out and get high quality posters for like 1/10 of the price, which is what I'm doing. I am going through systematically all 246 pages on Danboru of Megami magazine poster scans. I am going through all of them systematically to find the good ones. I will then, out of the good ones, pick the best of those and then print those. And we'll see where it takes me. I personally am pretty excited. Hopefully I'm not spending I don't know. I gotta be careful because it's possible that I could spend too much here. The only thing is that I still that book, Yotsuba and Monochrome Animals book would be so pog to own. I might still have to buy that at some point just to own it, because it's just the fucking most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. Man, I'm in the fucking dregs of like anime nothingness. Like you scroll back through time and you realize there have been like years where just nothing good was made. I don't like any of these shows. I don't know what the fuck this is. Like, I don't like any of these shows. Or know them. And they just look like shit. I think, my idea, this is, I think, the most interesting one I'm probably going to get. So this is obviously, Chunibyo poster. Now, I'm not actually, I like Chunibyo, I think it's good. I don't like Season 2, and I don't, am I getting that confused with something else? No, I'm not. I don't like Season 2, but I like Season 1 of Chunibyo good enough. But I normally would not like it enough to get a poster of it if it wasn't for the fact that it's an important anime in my anime history. As you know, if you're a hardcore no thank you lore head, Chunibyo was the first anime I watched. Not counting, Pokemon and Digimon and Howl's Moving Castle, which I saw when it came out. But first anime I watched knowing it was anime and wanting to get into anime. And because of that, even though I think the show is just good but not mind-blowingly amazing, the other ones I'm getting are all some of my favorite shows. Take You, Gotcha. This one I might not get. I'm keeping my eyes open for better Gotcha ones. I kind of, looking at these faces, they kind of, something seems off about them. I don't know. But Yuyushiki, fucking Hokago Teibo Nishi, which is not my favorite show of all time, but this is just a really great designed poster that captures the characters' like personalities. And I'm not sure, this one, the only reason I even have this up, it's Kamichu, which is one of my favorite shows of all time, but I don't actually like this poster that much. It's too lewd. It's not appropriate for the show. Like, I don't think swimsuits are appropriate. The only reason I have it up is because just to remind me to look for a better Kamichu one. Also, this Ichigo Marshmallow one is good, but I'm worried it's too lewd and too lolly to hang on my wall. So I'm also on the lookout for a better Ichigo Marshmallow poster. But we will keep looking. We will keep looking through. Is that Digichara? That's kind of cool. I don't know. But we're gonna keep going, finding anime girls to put on my wall. This is my mission for today. Spend money on anime girls to put on my wall. And hopefully this poster, I mean, maybe there's a better poster service, but this one seems, I mean, it just has a really, really badly designed website, but I'm going to imagine that they're okay. Alright, well, I'll get back to you. I don't know what I'll get back to you with. Who can say? We never know what's going to happen next in this video. Okay, we're starting with today's anime. Today we're dropping this anime. Hidan no Aria. More like Hidan no dropped. Yeah, after 2 episodes, you dumb bitch, kill yourself. I'm gonna hit you with a... Let's see. It's either a 3 or a 4. I kind of... Like, here's the thing, right? Sometimes weird anime shit that's stupid and bad is good. Like, the fact that there's a fucking school where everyone's just shooting guns all the time, and they're like, that's stupid and bad. But it's also stupid and bad in a way only anime can be stupid and bad, right? Which makes it cool to me. Like, that makes it interesting. Because it's using the medium. So I'm gonna give it just a bad and not a very bad. Although everything about the show, other than that fact, is really bad. No, I like the art. Maybe I don't even drop it. Maybe I don't even... I just thought the main girl is just the most annoying person in the fucking universe. The other girls are fine. Just the main... I hate these like Toradora type fucking tsundere. I fucking hate it. Like, I don't know what the appeal... I don't understand the appeal of that at all. I don't know, maybe I should give it one. I'm gonna watch one more episode. I'm gonna watch episode 3 before I decide that I've dropped it. Am I gonna get anything out of this show? Let's think about it. No, I'm not gonna get anything out of this show, right? Surely. Okay, I'm still... I'm like, if one thing happens that I find particularly bad, I'm just dropping this show instantly. Actually, even worse than that. I'm gonna drop the show if it doesn't redeem itself. If it's just like this for the whole time, I'm not gonna gain anything by watching it. If I just need one good thing to happen in the show. One good thing, one redeeming part, I'll give it a chance again. If there's no redeeming parts by the end of episode 3, or no, you know what, just this episode 2, because I'm only halfway through it. If there's not any redeeming parts in episode 2, it's gone. You're gone. On to the next anime for today. Everything about this show, other than the main heroine, is fine. I mean, it's bad, but it's bad in, like, interesting ways, which is okay by me. It's kind of what I like about anime. That's what I expected going in. I was like, I want to watch something that is bad in an interesting way, in a unique way. Right? That's what I care about. And that's what the show is, except for this fucking main girl who is bad in the least interesting way possible, and extremely bad and so annoying. It shouts every fucking line. Just, I hate I hate these tsundere retards. It's fine to have a tsundere heroine, right? As long as she's like not the main heroine. Even if she is the main heroine, it's kind of bad, but it's not like so bad. It's this like over the top bullshit, fucking Toradora violent tsundere bullshit, fucking kill yourself shit that I wanna fucking die, kill yourself, die. I don't know. I think I'm going a little bit insane. This is my least favorite thing of all time. I fucking hate it when people are like, no, I clicked on the obvious lolly anime and it had a lolly in it. No, no, how could they do this to me? I fucking hate it when people do. Oh my god, you have to write. Bro, I'm gonna write a fucking 10,000 page essay about how the anime has the thing that it obviously has in it and how I don't like it, but I clicked on it and decided to watch it anyway and watch the whole fucking thing even though I was complete. Fuck, why? And this person has seen a lot of anime. Is this just a really old review? Maybe this is just an old review from before they had seen a lot of anime. Let's see, what do they like? Favorites. No, I've never heard of this. Well, I can't tell you whether that's good or bad. Natsume Yujinsho is alright. Chihayafuru is good. Maybe this is good. Euphonium's kind of bad, but it's hard. I can understand why people like it. Nichijo's great. Shirokuma Cafe is good. Cheese Sweet Home I haven't seen. Saint Onisan, interesting. And what is this? Sangatsu no Lion. Okay. I can't be too mad at that taste. I don't know what this like violin piano thing is. But this is fine. I guess this person just likes cute animals. Okay, you know what? I'm no longer mad at this person. You're fine, Liao. Liao, you're okay. I was like, oh, you clicked on the obvious lolly anime, but no. She probably just clicked. I say she. I don't know. Yeah, she, gender female. I thought Liao was I mean, you can tell. You can tell from the shows they like. But anyway, probably just watched it because it had a bear in it. Given cute animals, probably their thing. But I'm still gonna judge you because you make your anime list public. You better be ready to face my reckoning. Face my reckoning. Okay. Let's see. Hachimitsu took Rurouni Kenshin, Chobits, every fucking Miyazaki film. So cute, I'm gonna die. This is this. Oh. I see. Interesting. Oran High School Host Club. Isn't that supposed to... I haven't seen that, but isn't there something problematic about that show? Complaining ass bitch. Bro! Ichigo Marshmallow? Why you complaining? Holy shit. So hold on a minute. You gon' complain here. And then you gon' have Ichigo Marshmallow OVA as a 10 out of 10. Maybe this person was just in denial. Maybe this is just an in denial person. I don't know what's going on here. Bro, something strange is going on here. Something strange is happening. We got another Ichigo Marshmallow. I mean, come on, man. Definitely something strange is going on here. How many fucking 10s can one person have? Holy shit. I'm looking through the sus shit. Bro, no one doesn't have sus shit. No one is free. No one in the world is free from sus shit. I'm telling you. Bro, you gave Ichigo Marshmallow a 9, and then you complain about Lolly? What is that? Explain. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Doesn't make a single bit of goddamn sense. This person doesn't even have the worst taste ever. In fact, I would argue their taste is, while undiscerning, pretty good. I mean, none of the things they like are, like, obviously bad. Now let's see what they really hate. The person's seen more anime than me, so, you know, that's gotta mean something. Oh, this person would fucking love Kamichu and Arya. Alright, they hate Yu Yu Hakusho 1? After watching one episode? Why? That's weird. I can understand some of these other ones. Aho Girl. I don't know why you would give Shokugeki no Soma. I guess this person doesn't like raunchy comedies. 'Cause yeah, that would make sense, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. None of these shows are particularly good. Why would you drop Ramen Daisuke Koizumi-san? I guess a 4 isn't that bad. But it's really weird to give Yu Yu Hakusho a worse score than El Manga Sensei. Isn't that fucking weird? Isn't that a really strange choice? I don't know, man. This person's confusing. Look, I understand, Tulavu, yeah, kind of sucks as a show, and also if you don't like raunchy comedies, definitely not your thing. Shokugeki no Soma, at least the first season's good, but if you don't like raunchy comedies, probably not your thing. Yeah, I don't know. Very much a positive Andy. Very, very few negative scores here. I don't know. Maybe I was too harsh on this person. You know what? You have actually not bad taste, okay? Cat Soup is only a 5 out of 10. That kind of sucks. Give it a higher score, but I mean, not everyone can be into art house shit, so that's fine. I'm surprised the Yuyushiki is this low. But I guess Yuyushiki has some ecchi stuff in it. It's not really. I don't know. Little bit confusing. But nothing really offensive. Honestly, a little disappointed. I thought I was going to be able to call you out on something crazy. I mean, I guess I did. I did call you out on something crazy, which is you go complaining about lolly shit, lolicon joke, and then you put fucking Ichigo Marshmallow in your in your 10 out of 10s. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Doesn't make any goddamn sense, man. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. I'm trying to figure out what could possibly be happening here. It just doesn't make any goddamn sense. Ichigo Marshmallow isn't subtle, or there's no way you could misinterpret it, right? Hold on. Now I'm fucking curious about this person's. I want to know what the fuck is going on with this person. I am curious. Do they have reviews? 10 reviews. What have they reviewed? Mostly stuff I don't know or care about. I guess they don't like fan service. Just in general. And just like moe, cute stuff but no fan. I don't know. I guess I get it. If you're just not into that sort of thing. But then, I don't know, some of the other stuff they like just kind of confuses me. It seems like they don't care sometimes. Not super consistent. But, no, you know what? I'm not gonna complain. Although I don't like it, although I don't think you should go to the obvious lolicon show, not that this actually is a lolicon show, like this is mainly a slice of life, like comedy type thing more than that. And, actually that's the weird fucking thing, is, yeah, now that I think about it, this is absolutely not a lolicon show. Like there's barely anything. There's like a couple of jokes. Maybe it gets worse as the show goes on. I'm still only on episode 3 or 4, episode 4. But like, yeah, so maybe I just haven't gotten to it and it gets worse. I don't know, but I don't know. Weird. The other bad reviews I understand more. I'm a bit worried about this. I'm a little bit worried about this. I'm gonna be real with you. Listen, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I am quite liking this show so far. I'm quite liking... Have I even said what show this is? Kumamiko. Right? It's a show about a girl who's friends with a bear. It's fucking sick, okay? It's great. But I'm a little bit fucking worried about these reviews, okay? They're saying that some fuck shit goes down in the last episode. I don't care about spoilers, so I read them. They're saying that some fuck shit goes down in the last episode. I'm gonna have to be the judge of it myself, but from the sounds of it, it sounds like some fuck shit goes down in the last episode. And I don't know if I'm emotionally or mentally prepared to see fuck shit going down. That might make me mad. What it seems like, I mean, I can still appreciate a show. No, I can't actually. I think it's very possible for a show to just be ruined by a last episode that retroactively makes the rest of the show awful. So, I guess we'll see. I guess we just have to blast through the show and see what happens. I'm feeling a whirlwind of emotions. This show has made me genuinely upset. I'm genuinely kind of mad about this show. This Kumamiko show. I'm genuinely kind of mad because the first, 2 episodes were really good. They weren't really good, but they were pretty solid. They were basically exactly what I was looking for. They fit my vibe. They fit my mood perfectly. I saw the show and I was like, show about a cute girl who's friends with a bear? That is exactly what I'm in the mood for right now. And then it was like, oh, the girl has anxiety and she wants to go to the city, but she has social anxiety. So she has to build up to going there. And then they started shoving in, then they name dropped Uniqlo, and I was like, well, that's interesting, but maybe that's fine, I guess. But now they're doing it again. And I've read these reviews saying fuck shit happens, and fuck shit's already started to happen, and they're name dropping real Japanese brands, and not just that. They shoehorned an entire plot point and completely changed the main character's personality with no explanation given whatsoever, just in order to do an ad, just an actual ad for a shop. Just a real life advert. Just no subtlety, no nothing. Just having the main characters just talk about how great Shimomura is, which is just a real, chain, fast fashion brand, as you can see, in Japan. And they're stretching it to the next episode. And they're trying to lampshade it by just making it, so obvious, but it's not working. It just makes it worse. And God, I'm gonna fuck this show, man. Fuck this show, fuck everyone, fuck Japanese people for making this show, fuck the entire nation of Japan, fuck anime. Nothing's good. No one's ever done anything good. Man, this is making me... This is fucked, man. This is fucked up. Why would they do this? This is fucked up in the most wholesome, nice show ever. Just about a girl who's friends with a bear, and they're gonna manipulate her. All of those first episodes where she was friends with the bear, they only existed to try and sell me shit that I can't even fucking buy because I'm not in Japan. And I wouldn't want to buy it anyway. It all just exists to try and sell me shit. Listen, buddy, I'm not buying what you're selling. What the fuck is this? I don't fucking want this, man. I don't fucking want any of this. Nothing good is ever going to happen. Nothing good in this show is going to happen. I know that the bad things are going to happen. Spoiler alert, for me, because I read the reviews, they're slowly introducing this plot point where they're going to try and get the main girl to become the village idol in order to revitalize the village. And then at the end of the last episode, she has a delusion that everyone hates her when she does her idol performance. And then the other people in the village just don't correct her. They just let her continue to be deluded that everyone hates her because they selfishly want her to stay in the village and not overcome her anxiety. Which is a fucked up thing to do. It's a fucked up thing to do, man. And then they had this girl in this last episode, in episode 4. This girl just comes along and beats her up and makes her cry for no reason just to advertise this shop. And it doesn't make any sense, and I hate it. I hate it. This sucks. I'm gonna give this a 1 for fucking with me. You know what? That's what I feel like. I feel like I've been fucked with. I feel like I gave this show my faith, my trust, and it was just lying to me. It was just fucking lying to me. It was lying to me in order to sell things. And that's the worst thing, that's the worst emotion ever. This is defiling the sanctity of Moe. This is disgusting. I hate this more than I've ever hated anything ever. It's defiling the sanctity of Moe. It's taking the pure and making it... I hate this. I hate this. Why won't they let me have one thing? All I want is just one thing in life. I just want my one thing, and no one will let me have it. I just want my one thing. I just want my one fucking thing that I have to look forward to and to enjoy and to just relax and watch and whatever. Just one fucking thing where I don't have to constantly be thinking about other shit and the real world. And they won't fucking let me have it. They're trying to sell me shit. The writers are just bullying this character for no fucking reason. For no fucking reason. It doesn't do any... It's just pointless. And then at the end, they're not going to let her develop. They're not going to give her the character arc for no fucking reason. This is a horror... This is the best ever made horror anime. It just doesn't... No one knows it. Because the real horror is the real world. It shows you the horrific nature of reality outside of anime. And that's what that show does to you. And I don't want to fucking see that. That's why I'm here. So I don't have to fucking see that, man. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I'll tell you what, I don't like it one bit. This does not sit nicely with me. I'm gonna find out who fucking made this shit, and I'm gonna, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna not watch any of their other stuff. Make sure I'm not giving them any money. Well, I guess I pirated your show, bitch. Okay, you may have wasted, like, a little bit of my time, but fuck you. I gotta find this fucking thing. Hold on. Okay. Who the fuck made this shit? Kinema Citrus and EMT Squared. Well, I don't know about any of that. Oh, this is the guys well, these guys are okay. EMT Squared, I think. Oh yeah, now these are the sus guys. These are the fucking sus. Holy shit. This is it. This is the 6 out of 10 anime studio. They existed this whole time. I've never seen a studio with reviews this bad. This is why. It's these guys. It's these EMT Squared guys that fucked it up for everyone. I guess they made Kuma 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 Bear anime, but I haven't seen that. I've only read the manga. Assassin's Pride is probably really bad. It looks god-awful. I mean, all of these look god-awful. I don't even... this doesn't ring any bells to me, but apparently I dropped it. I don't know why it's telling me that I haven't watched this. I watched the first 2 episodes of this fucking anime, and it looked like shit. It was one of the worst animated... I mean, the show itself was like just kind of a 5 out of 10, maybe a 4 out of 10 for animation quality and stuff. But it wasn't like offensively bad. Oh, and they even made Nyanko Days, which is what I call the archetypical 6 out of 10 anime. Fuck this studio, man. Fuck EMT Squared. What is this? What did they do here? They made a bunch of dogshit isekai. What is this? These guys will just do anything for money. They have nothing. They have no integrity. They have no goddamn integrity, and here's how you know. 'Cause they made fucking Slow Life and Nyanko Days and Alice or Alice and Kuma 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 Bear, and then they also made all of this shit. What the fuck is this, man? How are these Satanists allowed to continue making anime? These goddamn Satan people. This is the Satan shit. This is that fucking Satan fucking shit, man. I don't want this. Who made this? Who wrote this fucking shit, man? Why would they do this to me? Look, the animators are fine. The show's well. You know what? I have nothing. Suichi Iseki, you're good. You're all good. Okay, you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. The theme song, guys. You didn't do anything wrong. It's fucking Iketani Masao, Sugiura Pierre, and fucking Matsuda Kiyoshi. These are the guys that fucked it up for me. And look what they've made. They've made all of this bullshit. These are the people who are making all of this bullshit. It turns out, right, that people who just don't know how to make anime are in the goddamn industry, and they're somehow making anime, even though it's all dog shit. Like, what's going on here? Okay? Explain this to me. How is this allowed to happen? How the fuck is this? What about, okay, maybe, like, the script doesn't necessarily represent what happened, like, the final product. The script doesn't, so maybe the script writing isn't the problem. I mean, looks like this writer worked on Barakamon, which is a good show, and he wrote some episodes of Yu Yu Shiki, so see, this guy's alright, okay? And Uma Musume, which I didn't really like, but a lot of people did. So, like, I don't think... And it looks like he's worked on a few children's shows. This guy's probably fine. Pierre Sugiura. That's interesting. I guess he's alright, okay? He's alright. Nothing wrong with him. This guy, he hasn't written shit, okay? He wrote Kuma Miko, which is the worst, destroyed my faith. And he wrote this thing called Bottom Biting Bug 4. Oshiri Kajiri Mushi. This looks like maybe the worst thing ever made. It might be this guy's fault, honestly. It's a number of different guys' faults, and I'd be curious to know if the original, if how much of the fuck shit is anime, and how much is in the manga. Anyone tell me? Anyone tell me? It looks, I mean, the manga has a higher rating. This feels like anime original bullshit that's happened here, man. This feels like anime original bullshit. I don't know if I'm okay with this, man. I don't know what to do. How do I stop this from ever happening to anyone ever again? I guess look, man. I thought I discovered a hidden gem of an anime about a nice wholesome bear, and it turns out to have been a betrayal. It turns out to have stabbed me in the back. It stabbed me in the goddamn back and fucked me in the front. I'll tell you what though. Interest stacks, best feature Mal has ever added. It's so helpful for finding new anime. Even if a lot of the anime aren't good, it's so helpful for just finding them, which is just cool in itself. It turns out, yeah, I don't know what it turns out. It turns out fucking Kuma Miko, I don't know if I've done a good enough job explaining why it's evil. It's just trust me on this one, guys. It's evil. It's a representation of Satan on earth. It sets up this pure thing. It gets you. It's manipulation. I don't know why I said it like that. It's manipulation. It sets up this pure thing, and then it just slowly transforms into this monster where it sets up this pure story about like just a girl and her friend who's a bear, and she's got to get over her anxiety, and she's gonna try her best. Nice, great, wonderful. And it's like, oh, we're even gonna tease you with a couple of episodes where that's real. And then it sneaks in some ads. Hey, now this anime is gonna become an advert for a shop that only exists in Japan. For like 2 episodes. Great. Kill yourself. Okay, now the girl is getting bullied for no reason and no one really helps her. And no one does anything to help her. Now she's getting bullied by the townspeople who are basically just using her for their own ends without her input when she clearly doesn't want to. And then they're completely not treated as being bad for that by the show at all. In fact, it just keeps happening and gets worse and worse until eventually they feed into her anxiety problems so bad just for their own selfish reasons. And the show treats this like a good thing. Yeah, that's why this show is bad. It is literally made just to attack me. It's made so that people like me will watch it. This is an attempted genocide. This show is an attempted genocide. And we can't allow this to continue. We cannot allow this to continue. Okay, now I'm gonna watch something at least that I know is gonna be bad. I have no faith in it being good. And I want it to be bad. Just so I can fucking reset. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I don't want to watch this. I don't know, man. I don't know if my heart can take it. I feel like I've been betrayed by the one thing that I believed in. The one thing I believed in, anime. The power of wholesome moe anime with a girl and a bear. And it's betrayed me. What am I supposed to do now? I'll never be able to trust anyone ever again. It's attempted to genocide me. Okay, I'm gonna watch this god-awful show just as a palate cleanser. Just because I can't leave. If I don't do this, and I don't know what else to do. This is the god-awful show. It's called on each, you know it. Yeah, yes, you know what you're in for. Yes, yes, we know what we're in for here. We're not gonna be betrayed. We know what's happening. Oni-chan no koto nanka zenzen suki janai ni dakara ne. Oni-chan no koto nanka zenzen suki janai dakara ne. Oni-chan no koto nanka zenzen suki janai dakara ne. Is it Oni-chan no koto nanka zenzen suki janai. There it is in there. It is in there. Dakara ne. No, I was like, that's a weird place to put Maybe I just don't know any Japanese. Oni-chan no koto nanka zenzen suki janai dakara ne. Alright, well, this looks like maybe one of the worst things ever. But, I don't know, man. I need to reset. Okay, so I think this is going to be the fastest I've ever dropped a show. I am 1 minute 35 seconds into this anime. You're gone. You are gone. Why did I think that would be a good idea? Do I even mark it as one episode if I'm just like 1 minute 35? God, that was fucking dog shit. Yeah, I'll call that horrible. Oh my god, what do? I ran out of anime. Those were the 3 shows I wanted to watch. None of them were good. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe I just pick like one of these like short episode shows. Oh yeah, what about fuck, what's it called? Wagamama High Spec. I've read a good chunk of the visual novel of that, so I will be curious to see Wagamama High Spec. It's short episodes. It's probably not very good. What the hell is this? They're so out of character, all of them. That doesn't sound good. Hold on a minute. What's going on here? Oh god. I should oh yeah, I can't finish that. It's an advert. It's an advert to play the visual novel. Everything's a fucking advert. Holy shit. We've uncovered a conspiracy here. There are these anime that only exist as adverts, and they're attacking me personally. Why would they do this to me? They're trying to get to me. This is their problem. They don't realize I am too mentally strong to fall for this. I think what I actually want to do, you know what? I think I have a solution here. My solution, here's what I do. We have to watch an anime because I need to clear my palate. I need something to restore faith. Okay? And I think what I do is I watch Takunomi and I drink along because I'm gonna need a fucking drink. Okay, I have some vodka over here, right? I haven't really been touching it, but now I'm too stressed. And I've been saving this anime because I knew I would want to get drunk while I watched it. What are these fucking... I don't know what's going on. Wait, why is this 12 minutes? Is it 12 minutes per episode? I thought it said it was shorter than that. No? Alright, well, it is what it is. Okay, well, here's the show about the girls who drink alcohol. This is the slice of life cute girls getting drunk anime. That's okay by me. Let's see how this goes. Could be good, could be good. Could be really bad. This animation quality is not giving me good... This is not, This is not giving me too much faith, but sometimes animation quality doesn't matter that much. Let's see. This show is also an ad and it's trying to make me fat. I don't want to watch this shit, man. I thought this was a safe bet. Satan is here and he's with us. And he's with us. Bro, you gotta be fucking careful, man. It turns out Satan is in anime and you gotta be careful. When did they do this? At what point did Satan infect anime? Okay, what's gonna have no Satan? What's gonna have no Satan? I just want one show without Satan. Okay, something I know about that can't have Satan in it. There has to be something. Things that aren't adverts. Okay, what about Miss Monochrome? Short, perfect, because I don't have much time. I'm gonna be falling asleep soon. Hopefully not an ad. Okay, Miss Monochrome, good reviews. Nothing telling me that this is gonna be a fucking ad for beer, like this other fucking show, or it's gonna be like forcing me to become fat, like that show, by trying to make me hungry when I've already eaten enough food for the day. I think I have. Maybe I haven't. I don't know what's going on with the time. It's like 8 a.m. When did I wake up? Can anyone tell me? I have to find out. There are some things that you have to discover through just checking. Let's see. I woke up... Okay, so there's about 4 hours probably before I'm sleeping. Maybe a bit less. 3-4 hours. I would rather not eat a food. Maybe a snack would be okay. But I don't really have anything snack-wise. No, it's fine. I'm just gonna not eat any food. I shouldn't eat food anyway. And, whatever. But none of this is good, man. I'm also, there's a couple, I just want to watch some kind of like, I don't know why, but something about trashy anime is just kicking me right now, you know? Even though it's not good. You don't want, bro, I don't fucking know what's going on with me, man. I just want to say, look, there may be some Satan shit in anime, right? It may exist, but I managed to find a redeeming factor. I started watching Saki K, the one about the psychic, the comedy manga anime about a psychic. And it's good, and it's true, and it's not Satan shit, it's Jesus shit. It's not quite full, I mean it's good, okay? It's all we needed. We just needed one good anime. That's all I needed. Something good. I don't know why I was looking at all this weird shit, right? When I could have just been looking at shit that I know is already gonna be good, instead of shit that I am just finding on weird My Anime List interest stacks. Specifically ones where, like, I don't know, I kinda like, I find bad anime fascinating. Like, I kinda like it. I like the bad anime, because oftentimes it's bad in ways that only anime can be bad, and that in itself is interesting enough to keep me watching sometimes. But then it sometimes it gets so bad that it feels like I've been stabbed in the back, particularly when it starts off good and then becomes really bad. And I've had a few experience. I don't know. I needed just my faith restored. And Saki K, look, I would rather have found a really good moe show to restore my faith in moe. But Saki K at the very least proves that it's not the case that all anime is bad. At least this anime is good. Okay? At least this anime is good. You know, back in the day I used to blog post on R9K. Definitely too much. I was also hella underage. Bad. But one really good thing came out of me blog posting on R9K, which is when I went to Japan, I asked, and I made a thread. Hey, maybe if any of you were there back then, you might even remember this. I highly doubt it. It was not a very successful thread, but there's a small possibility somewhere that there's a crossover, and that would be neat. I posted that I was in Japan, and I said, like, what can I do to not look like a weeb, you know? On reflection, it was a really bad post, but really I just wanted recommendations for, like, stuff to do in Japan, and I was just trying to think of an excuse of, like, how can I, in Tokyo specifically, and I don't know why I felt the need to add that. There was never any danger of me coming off looking like a weeb, because I wasn't a weeb. I hadn't really gotten into anime yet, super hard. I'd seen No Game No Life and a couple of other shows, but I wouldn't have called myself a weeb yet. But anyway, damn, like, it's such a shame that I didn't get into anime, like, just like a little bit earlier. But anyway, it's not that much of a shame. It's actually not a big deal. We can go back to Japan. Japan's not going anywhere. Anyway, the one good thing that happened from that thread, most of it was just bullshit or people telling me to kill myself, which is what I expected. But one person recommended this place, Café de l'Ombre, and it's like a hidden Tokyo gem. And we sat at that counter with the whole family. We went there, and we had an amazing cup of coffee. This is a super old, super retro, and generally only known by locals type of thing, I think. It doesn't seem to be super touristy, super popular. It's been here forever. I think this is the one. Honestly, my memory is kind of shaky, but I remember it having a wooden counter like this, and I remember it being really dark inside. I mean, there's no other cafe it could be, and I remember it having a French name, so I'm 90% sure it's this one. But yeah, this was a super comfy experience. It was a really great cup of coffee. It was amazing. And it was a little bit of authentic Tokyo, even though it's obviously trying to be like a French coffee house. But the fact that it has the Japanese craftsmanship mixed with the French artistry. You know, they fucking love coffee in Japan. This is one of the things I'm surprised. Like, you don't get this out of like. You don't get this from just what, like, they never mention it in their media or anything. Like, you wouldn't know this if you hadn't been there. But like, coffee seems to be I mean, yeah, they just love coffee. They love coffee and they do it really well. Like, if you go to like any non-Starbucks, non-chain cafe in Japan, like, they all have like their standard for coffee is just really quite good. I remember it being quite good. I mean, maybe I just got lucky or something, but they would always, so yeah, they always had really good coffee just everywhere, which was fucking sick. And this cafe was the best coffee. And if I ever go back to Tokyo, I'm going back here, cause fuck yeah. So yeah, shout out to that one Anon and R9K many years ago who recommended Cafe de l'Ombre. Legendary Kisaten, apparently. They've been doing it since 1948. So yeah, shouts out. This has to be it. I remember it kind of being like this. I don't know. But one of the other good things I did in Tokyo is we were just out and about, and then we were like, we should go somewhere to eat. And we just sort of went into this like random, the first like place we saw, which was like a ramen shop. It was only Japanese people in there, completely non-touristy, as you'd expect from just a random place in a non-touristy area. And it was just sick. It was just great ramen. I mean, I can't impress upon you enough how good the food is in Japan. Like, I've been to France, I've been to Italy, I've been to all the places with good food, supposedly, right? And look, like, I've had a bad meal in France. I've had a bad meal in Italy, right? Never even once did one molecule of food touch my lips in Japan that wasn't absolutely delicious. And also cheap as fuck. Most of it's cheap. Even the sushi, like even the kaiten sushi, cheap sushi places in Japan is like the same quality as the best, like the highest, like super fucking good sushi places over here. Maybe not that crazy. I've never been to like a crazy high-end sushi place over here, but man, I love sushi. How do you get some sushi? I've been spending too much money recently. I probably shouldn't get sushi. I should try and find a way to earn some money so that I can transform that money into delicious raw fish and rice to shove down my gullet. Cause God, I love sushi. But it's a treat. Sushi is a treat food. It is not an everyday food because it is quite expensive. Yeah, this is 100% what it was. This is how it looked when I was there. It was just a bunch of old Japanese dudes, which was sick. Maybe I have fun. I don't know. Yeah, this is how. It looks like there's tourists in the background now. There were no tourists there when I went. Maybe this place is more of a touristy spot than I thought it was. But this is the vibe it was. There was just these real old Japanese dudes in suits and shit. You get the feeling they've been coming here since 1948, you know? That's what it's all about. That was the real shit, man. That was that real shit. There's no real shit anymore. Anything that's real shit I don't know, man. Where do you find the real shit? Actually, that's not true. Well, it's kind of. There's a real shit place. There's a couple of real shit places in London, actually, that I know about. I can think of. That's probably one. That's probably another one, maybe. It has real shit vibes, even though I don't think it actually is real shit. But it's good shit. What I'm thinking of right now is this place that does a hot chocolate that is like the best hot chocolate I've ever had. But it's ridiculous. Like it tastes like you're just drinking. It's like thick. It's like soup. It's like chocolate soup. Like it's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of ridiculously chocolatey, but it's really good. But don't eat it if you're on a diet. But it's ridiculously good. That's a good one. And then there's the bagel bake, which I've talked about to death because it's just a classic. Although, yeah, somehow hasn't changed even though times have changed. I'm trying to think, what other like real shit places do I know that serve food? Yeah, like I don't know any like cool old cafes or anything like that, you know? Not that I would go to them, but I don't. Oh no, I do. I know one. What am I talking about? I know the one. Yeah, the cool old cafe in London. Yeah, what am I talking about? I've gone there like many times. Like, yeah. Okay, well that's another real shit place. Okay, I guess I'm just bullshitting. I guess I'm just talking out my ass. I know plenty of those sorts of places in London. Yeah. I don't know. Speaking of coffee, there's this coffee YouTuber. Yes, those exist. I think his name's James Hoffman or something. Oh shit, I just exited my anime tab. That was not what I meant to do. I think his name's James Hoffman, right? Let me see. I think Hoffman, is it not? Hold on a second. It is James Hoffman. I was correct. This guy, coffee guy, he's kind of the coffee guy. And here's my, like, I'm always thinking, man, it would be great to do to have him do one of his, like he did for Tom Scott. I would love to do that. I would love to go through a bunch of different, because I don't think I've ever had what he calls specialty coffee. Yeah, I've only ever had like pretty good coffee, but I've never had any of these like light roast specialty coffees that he seems to be obsessed with. He, I gotta say, he pulls off a look real fucking well, does he not? Like his like vibe, the like grey hair, glasses, and sweaters, like he pulls it off. He knows what he's doing. Anyway, yeah, this guy makes me think I want to drink better coffee, but it's not really worth the money. Maybe it is worth the money. Did I mention I've been watching Saiki Kusuo? Saiki Kusuo no Sainan? Psynan? I don't know how they say it, but the Saiki K, I've heard it called. I've put this show off for a number of years. Honestly, it's good, but I've basically been doing nothing but marathoning it, and I think that it kind of doesn't lend itself to that. It reminds me, honestly, if I had to compare it to any show, it reminds me of SpongeBob. I don't know, like something about the pacing of the jokes and stuff, but it's not, like, when I actually think about it, it's not really anything like that, but something about, like, just the pacing of the show, the general structure of the show, kind of reminds me of SpongeBob for some reason. But anyway, yeah, Psychic is pretty good. I would say after the disastrous day I had where I was betrayed by like 3 different anime in a row, where two of them turned out to be ads and one of them turned out to be both an ad and like worse. One of them turned out to be just like unwatchably bad. Yeah, I fired. What are you gonna do? It's my own damn house. I can fart in my own damn house if I want to, okay? But yeah, one of them was an ad and unbearable and like tricked me. I felt betrayed. It tricked me with the first episodes. I'm sure you've heard me go on about that for way too fucking long. Then the other one was just an ad for different beer companies and not particularly entertaining other than that. And the other one was just disgustingly awful from the first fucking frame, and they dropped it in a minute. And then I think I tried to watch another one, and that one wasn't good either. And finally I was like, okay, I just need to watch like some sort of comedy that I know is going to be good, that everyone says is good. And I ended up Psyche K. Perfect. And it cheered me up because it was funny, and it continues to be funny and pretty good. I will say there's a lot of episodes. Like it's kind of a lot. And I'm kind of worried it's gonna kind of run out of, I don't know, like it feels kind of like it's already kind of, I don't want to say jumping the shark, but like, how do I put it? It's kind of running its course. Like there's like a million seasons probably, I don't know. I'm a little worried about that, but so far it's still good. But I kind of get the sense that might happen. But I would love to be proven wrong. Guys, I've just found a new thing. I want to share it. Maybe I'm really late to the party here. It's not unlikely that I would be late to the party. Maybe everyone else already knows this, and I'm the only one who doesn't. It's possible. But this is the thing I've discovered. Peanut butter noodles, man. I'm telling you. If you're a person with a kitchen, you gotta be making this shit, man. You gotta be making this shit. Alright, let me tell you about peanut butter noodles. Remember my food pyramid? Cheap, delicious, healthy? Well, this is cheap and healthy, but it's also secret fourth thing, easy to make and really quick. Wait, did I say it's cheap and healthy? It's cheap and delicious. It's definitely not healthy, but cheap and delicious. And when I say delicious, I mean absolutely delicious. It's one of these foods that you don't need to put any effort in to make something that's absolutely amazingly delicious. Ridiculously easy. Boil some noodles. In the meantime, peanut butter, soy sauce, oyster sauce, a little sprinkle of sugar, chili flakes or chili powder, that's it. Oh, and a dash of fucking oil, what's it called? Sesame oil. Man, that shit is good. Dash of sesame oil, a little bit of sesame oil, a little bit of peanut butter, plenty of peanut butter, oyster sauce, soy sauce, and chili flakes or chili powder, something spicy. If you want to get fancy, I think if you use some Chinese vinegar, that's also good. A little splash of Chinese vinegar. I didn't have any, but that's good. Rice vinegar, yeah, but I can imagine that would be really good, even though I didn't put any in mine. Mix it all up into one thing. Peanut butter can be chunky or smooth, depending on your preference. Both good. I use chunky. Then, once the noodles are done boiling, you take the noodles out, put them in the bowl, mix it all up. But actually, before you do that, take some of the noodle water and you mix in some of the noodle water until you get a nice consistency, about the consistency of like pancake batter, right? So you take some of the noodle water out with a ladle, put it in with the peanut butter stuff, mix that all up until you get a homogeneous mixture about the texture of pancake batter. Then you mix it in with the noodles, and that's it. And man, it's so easy and so delicious. I can't even begin to tell you how tasty it. Man, I was not expecting it to taste that good. I was like, hey, it probably tastes alright, but man, it tastes amazing. The savouriness and the creaminess and a little pinch of sugar for some sweetness. Man, shit good. I'm telling you, give it a try. There's if you go on YouTube and just look up Yeah, I didn't give you measurements because just eyeball it. Taste it as you go, man. That's the thing. All of the ingredients, you mix them up, and then you just dip your finger in, taste it. Needs a little more soy sauce. Taste it. Needs a little more. Don't bother measuring. Don't bother fucking measuring. Just taste it. Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to share my pleasure of finding a new tasty, easy food. This is gonna become probably a meal that I make somewhat regularly. It's always cool to find a new meal. Definitely not healthy, but I mean, it's not unhealthy if I wasn't worried about calories, but obviously peanut butter, a lot of calories in it. Yeah, put some greens in it too when you do it. Don't be like me. Put some, I mean, at the very least, some, oh, garlic. I forgot about the garlic. Go put garlic in it, raw. 1 or 2 cloves of raw garlic, just a little bit. But yeah, man, shit good. Put some green onions in it. I feel like if you make a little extra sauce, make a little more sauce than you would normally use, and then put some broccoli in with it. Broccoli gets all coated in the sauce, probably tastes amazing. There's this guy I follow on YouTube. I don't know why. I'm not even like into any of the mechanical keyboard stuff he normally talks about. I have this. That's it. It's not even mine. Dodds might bought it. I mean, I guess it's ours collectively, and it stays at my house, but I didn't really care. But anyway, here's, hold on. Desk tour. My 2022 desk to setup desk. Here we go. So I thought I would, after being inspired by this guy's desk tour. Holy shit. Okay. Here. Alright, this is what a real desk looks like, right? He's got the monitors on the side. Bad. Probably don't do that unless they're made for that, which maybe they are. Oh, I guess he's got them elevated even. Damn, this is the fucking bang out. He's got the fucking gigantic monitor, got the ergo split keyboard. He's got the Playdate, the fucking Playdate in the middle, random knickknack, wireless mouse, BenQ probably. Lighting setup. The Mac slides under the speakers. The monochrome with a hint of color from the Playdate. Audiophile style fucking mixer for no reason. Oh, I guess he has this like audio setup. Overkill, yes, it is. The SM7B. This is probably a really nice keyboard as well. It looks really nice. Yeah. So this is this guy's desk setup. Oh, this is just his. Oh, he's and then he's got this probably a server or like a RAID storage thing. RAID Shadow Legends. I don't know what this is. He's got this amp. He's got this amp for his guitar. Way too expensive. Why? That is so pointless. Holy shit, that's pointless. Yeah, these are storage. That's what I thought. That's actually kind of pog, but not worth it. Who cares about this? I want to know what I want to know what this is. What is this? Oh, it's just a cable box. Something that controls the lights. Anyway, this guy, bang out, absolute overkill. These headphones are way too uncomfortable for me. Korg Prologue, yeah, the SM7B classic. I've been thinking maybe I should get one of those, but probably not. I don't know. This is just pointless. Is this the desk? This is just the desk itself. This monitor stand. Okay, so right, you get the picture, right? My guy is a absolute. Oh, this is a good game. You play this game. I forget what it's called, but it's a good game. It's like a demo, a free demo. Let me check what it is. Hold on. I think it's called Terra Null, if I remember correctly. I think it's called Terra Null. Is it gonna make me log in because it's updating? This updating Steam thing never used to work with my custom font thing, and now it listens to it, and that's sick. It looks way better with the custom font thing. I think it's called Terra Null. Alright, well fuck it, I don't care that much. Anyway, this guy, he's got a good... Okay, I've stopped caring about this Steam thing. No, fuck off. Steam always opens like 50 windows. Fuck off. Okay. So he's got this gigantic way overkill monitor, nice webcam, wireless charger, guitar picks, this like random macro pack, Playdate, Logitech G, whatever, crazy mouse pad, ridiculous keyboard, a tablet. Why? For monitoring? Oh, that's actually pretty smart. Damn, that's a nice keyboard. I like the way that looks. This keyboard, that's not a keyboard. That's definitely not a keyboard. But anyway, this is what the real shit looks like. So this has inspired me. I don't know why I went through this video for 5 minutes. This is what inspired me. I'm gonna do my own tour. Okay, we got this. What is this? Drevo. We got the Drevo from this company. We got the Drevo. We got Browns in here. These are Browns. Mechanical Browns. Got the Focusrite, cheapest audio interface that exists. I got the Tonor mic stand, which the screw, what do they call it? Like this just comes off and it like flings off dangerously because the threading on the inside of this just stopped working. I got the Shure SM58 with the pop filter, and that's just bolted, right? We got the monitors, Lenovo with the anime bitches on it, PS5 controller, and power bar with this. We got a mostly empty but not entirely empty bottle of 7-Up sugar-free, some ibuprofen, a thermometer. This is here because I had the flu. An old phone that doesn't work. Don't know why this is here. Vape juice, tissues. This completely flat bottle of Coke Zero. Some creatine that I'm planning to give to a friend. Old Red Bull, KFC. Still even got some rotting chicken bones in it. We got the cup. Cup has chicken bones in it. The cup has chicken bones in it. Cups, more cups. This, just ate noodles out of that. This had ketchup in it at one point. This had soup in it at one point, and then it had cigarettes. Cigarette butts. With the cigarette butts. This is my plate stack of dirty plates. We got the base that still doesn't work. I still haven't fixed this shit. This is my chair. It's IKEA. It has a pillow on it. Still hurts my ass if I sit down there for too long. Computer, it's down there. Wi-Fi router, it's up there. They're plugged into each other, talking back and forth. So that's this desk setup, pretty much. But if you'll follow me... Oh, and I got my little selfie stick / tripod. Best thing I've ever bought. Really, genuinely. I use this way more than I thought I ever would. Great trinket. And then... If you'll follow me to the real battle station, this is my real setup. Bed, ThinkPad. This is all you need. I was watching some sports videos earlier. I don't know why. Bed, ThinkPad, that's all you need. And naked anime girl on the ThinkPad. Let me just cover up the bit that you I can't show on YouTube. Just a strategic little fetch. This is the real setup, man. Nothing, no, I do not buy. I just straight up do not believe that this man's fucking $50,000 fucking dollar setup, this cheese turbulence motherfucker's $50,000 setup with all the shit, can beat ThinkPad, acoustic guitar, old pizza boxes, overflowing bin, plates that I still haven't taken into the kitchen, and, you know, broken headphones over there. I don't buy it. I don't buy that he can beat me here. This is nothing could possibly be comfier than this. I got this monitor. Be good to set that up. I kind of, like, to be frank with you, I actually kind of hate the way, like, the gaming setups sort of look. Like these, this is like the ugliest shit that you could ever show me in the world. This looks like so bad to me. Like, it's disgustingly awful. If I ever had anything that looked like this, I would tear it all down. It's like so ugly and repulsive. Anything like this, it's just terrible. I would can you imagine? Like, this one, oh wait, I just saw the Star Wars shit. I was like, I like the laptop stand, that's kind of neat. And the foam padding. I don't like obviously the lighting is way over the top. I don't know why you would do this to yourself. It just gets annoying real quick. Oh yeah, put fucking bright lights right next to my monitor so that I have to stare into them. Great. No one ever wants to do that. I don't understand that at all. And all the Star Wars shit, kill yourself. Yeah, dog shit. Actually, that's not even, I mean, that's not great, but I've seen worse. It's less overkill than the others. Like, at least it seems like someone lives there. This one isn't bad. You know, this is kind of comfy. I don't mind this one. It's got the Jesus. I kind of appreciate the Jesus and the wind like that. I'm pretty sure this is a render. I don't think this is real. It looks kind of giving me render vibes. But not bad. But anyway, look, I hate that shit. I would rather fucking die than ever have one of these. But it's not even that. Like, even just the like basic like what I have pretty much. Like, just the look of like, you know, just like this, just like the really basic 2 monitors and a keyboard, like this, it's just cringe to me. Like, I don't know, like this shit is just, it just looks really ugly to me. I just hate it. Like, what I want, I like, it's too fucking gamer pilled, or like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it needs to be, it's soulless. Like it needs to be, so it's just the default, like, it's like, it you know what, it gives me the same vibes as like the Windows UI. Like, it's just like, it works, like, it gets the job done, it's probably good for a lot of people, but it's also like completely soulless. Yeah, like, I don't know, like a Windows desktop default soulless type of, that's how it makes me feel. So I kind of hate being at the desktop in the fun room because it's also kind of soulless. Whereas this is soulful. Like, this is obviously soulful. Like, I've got all of this weird shit all over that doesn't make any sense. Like a fucking wall of schizo fucking rambling up here. Like, who has this? No one. I gotta pay, like, this is soul over here. It's not like, oh, it's soul because I have this one little tiny trinket like that guy. That other guy, the cheese turbulence guy, oh, I have one little tiny trinket on my desk. That makes it soul. That is not soul, okay? This is soul, okay? Like, ideally, like, this would be doing something, you know? I have this, like, monitor here, and I just never fucking use it for anything. I don't know why. Like, well, I do know why. I don't really have anything to use it for, but, like, if I could have, I don't know, last time I thought about this, I wasn't floor pilled. I had like a bed, so I guess that was kind of worse. But now, I guess I have a Raspberry Pi I could maybe plug into it. I probably have an old laptop somewhere. Like what if I had this pulled out and then like had like a keyboard here, and then I had this as like a text mode only computer. Like what if I had this? Right, I don't think that will be able to do dual monitors. No, it definitely won't. I don't know. Man, the X60 is so comfy. I just wish it was more powerful. I kind of am considering doing a CPU upgrade. But like the like almost, I don't even know what resolution this monitor is. It looks like it's like 1x1 or something. Like the square thing, the like no bezels keyboard that goes all the way to the side. Like it's so comfy to use. And obviously the keyboard feels amazing. But it's just so underpowered, which is kind of annoying. Like it's so underpowered it can't really do that much, and it's kind of a shame. And yeah, I know it's possible to do like a CPU upgrade or something, but I'm not sure exactly what to do here. Yeah. Like this is like what happened to good utilitarian design like this, man? I don't fucking know, man. What happened to the good utilitarian design days when things were designed to be used? ThinkPad X series. Yeah, buddy. What happened to you, IBM? Like this is obviously an amazing computer, but sometimes you gotta treat yourself and use the X60. Wasn't there a thing? Hold on a minute. Wasn't there a thing? Wasn't there a thingy? Wait a goddamn second. What happened to the thingy? Was there never a thingy? Or was the thing... Did I dream that? No, I didn't dream that. There is a thingy, but the thingy isn't what I thought it was. Oh, the thingy is just for this. You know what? For some reason, I thought like this little bezel here was so that you could like, when it was closed shut, you could like put your thumb in there and open it. But I guess it's just to like let these like raised edges sit in. Huh. I never, because it doesn't have one on this side. I guess I never noticed the asymmetry there. Yeah. This is real shit. This is what a fucking setup should look like. But anyway, yeah, I need to... I don't know, like I always feel like... I mean, there's a couple of things I don't like about this room. The first is... Well, it needs more anime posters, but I've already sorted that out. They're coming, like, in a couple days. It needs more anime posters. That'll be pog. But then, yeah, it just needs more computer. Just more computer everywhere. Like, you know, this would be a good place to put an iPad or something, but I would never fucking use it, so I don't know why I would want that. I don't have any use case for tablets. Honestly, like, what would be pog would be if I could have this screen turned on. I don't know if this is possible. Tell me in the comments if this is possible or not. But if I could have this screen, like, on and connected to my ThinkPad without having to run a wire between them. Like, if I could use, like, some sort of screen app thing. That must be possible, right? I mean, I don't know how. If I can, maybe through a Raspberry Pi or something. I have one somewhere. And then I could just be like, okay, you're going over here. If it's like just something I'm watching in the back, YouTube video I'm watching in the background, you go over here, and I do work over here. Yeah, that's right, I do work. Yeah, we all know that's a joke. But yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like there's just a few things where it's just like not like this desk is just nonsense. Like I don't know what's going on. It's like an antique supposedly, but it looks like shit. Like these drawers are fine. They're kind of utilitarian. They get shit done. But that desk just sits there, doesn't do anything. Kind of just gets in the way, and it looks like the wood. I don't know. There's too much wood. Like, give me some proper fucking... Like, this is good. This is, like, a real shit. This is, like, some guy made this 100 years ago, just hammered it together, and now it's holding some technology that person didn't even live to see. That's sick. I like that. And this is, like, this has this, like, pull-out thing, which makes it worth having, and also just as a place to put a lamp. But like this and the cupboard are kind of pointless. And especially this stool. I fucking hate the stool, man. It's just bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like something else that could be pog. You know those things you can put on your wall to hang a guitar from? Like, or just like a stand? Oh, that was kind of loud. Like here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, ho? Just like here? That'd be kind of cool. Oh wait, I can't play guitar. It's like 2 a.m. Alright, no more guitar. Don't want to wake up my neighbors. Probably already woke them up. Not with the guitar. I was just kind of walking around. What's going on with that? What's going on there? These things, like they're kind of like the sky blue of them. It's a little childish, I feel like. Do you agree? A little bit like childy vibes. And I don't need them really, like this already blocks out the light. The blind already blocks it out. I don't really need the curtains as well as the blind. And I'll tell you what else is interesting. The stainless steel isn't like the blind, obviously the blue of the blind mirrors the blue of that wall over there, which is part of these curtains kind of interrupt that. But I don't know. And then like I have this like dope industrial black like lamp with this fucking thing on it. I don't think I need this. Get rid of that. How bad is that? If it was oh yeah, now I remember why I have that. Kind of the light gets in my face. It's too harsh. Alright, well, that's a little annoying. Maybe I move this somewhere. What if I... Maybe what I want to do is like... This is a little annoying. This light... I don't know. It's like it's... Only one of the bulbs works as well. One of them just died at some point. And this light hasn't worked in years. But I just can't be bothered to change it. But like this like industrial thing is cool. It's kind of very dusty right now. But if this was like... I wonder. Because if this was like here, and then I move this to somewhere, like what if I swapped places with those two things? What if I mean, monitor up here is kind of fucking useless, but it's also kind of fucking useless down there, you know? Like I'm not doing anything with the monitor either way. The question is, well, let's take this shit over there. Will this even reach over there? Yeah, I think it will reach over there. Okay. Let's just move this out of the way then. Oh shit. Fuck. Is it plugged into... did I just snap... Oh shit. Alright, I think something... At least one thing just broke. And I almost stepped on my computer. This is not already going very poorly. Okay. Boom. That's what we like. Holy shit, the room is so much darker now. But that is a way more comfy setup, I feel like. I feel like that's a way more comfy setup. Okay, now figure out what to do with this monitor. This bitch is heavy too. What is it? Is it oh, it's just this cable. Okay. Whew. There's another one here, but fuck it. Look how dusty this thing is, man. Can it fit both? I don't think it can, right? Yeah. What to do with you? Okay. So this is what I've done. The room is way darker now, which I don't know if I like. But I'm not sure I 100% dislike it. It's hard to tell if I like or don't like it. I mean, there's always the possibility of fixing this light. I'm pretty sure I just need to change the bulb. I think I might even have a spare light bulb already somewhere. But I don't, yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. I've never changed a light. I'm going to be kind of embarrassing. Never changed a light bulb before. Don't really know how to do it. Yeah. No, not entirely sure how to do that. Hey, maybe don't they call that like, don't know how to change a light bulb like some meme about being stupid or whatever? Yeah, never changed one. I guess I can Google it. Other privacy respecting search engines are available. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure how much I like or don't like this yet, but I would like this room to feel more industrial and utilitarian. I liked it when I had all the shit on the wall. It just wasn't really practical. What I really want is just shelves, I guess. Like, I've been saying this for a while, actually. What I want is, you see the kitchen island? Like this thing? This thing, not this actual thing, leave this thing here, but like the style of this thing, like this, replace my desk with that. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be amazing? Wouldn't that be wonderful? I think it would be. I don't know where to buy those sorts of things, though. I feel like that's something my dad could help me with. Maybe I should ask him. Yeah, I think most people don't want their living space to feel industrial, but I do. I want my living space to feel industrial. So, yeah, don't know what that means, but yeah. There's definitely... So I moved the monitor over here, mainly just because I couldn't think of anywhere else to put it. But I was thinking, if I have it like this, right? Like, I could easily have this be like weather information and just like you know, like the stuff people use on like a Raspberry Pi type, you know, magic thing. What do they call it? I don't know. Like a little hub. Like, I'm down here, right? And I'm like, boop. You know what I'm saying? Boop. Boop. And it's like here, blasting information at me. And I could even sit this way, you know, eat some food maybe. Om nom 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 nom, eat some food. Spoon, eat some food. Why is there a spoon here? Who knows? I don't know, I feel like I'm just missing like some sort of key ingredient to make interior design work. And I don't know what it is. More shelves, probably. Shelves is you know what? I think shelves is the key ingredient here. But it's not a problem to just have things on the floor. But like, I think the problem is, there's a couple of them. There's a couple of problems. I think, firstly, fix the other light in here to make it brighter, because this is kind of ridiculously dark. But it doesn't get in my eyes anymore, so that's good. So if I could... I'm sure that's doable. I don't know. Something like that. Maybe like a... What would be Pog is... Actually, that might not be Pog. That might look cool on camera, but not actually be nice to live with. Okay, let me think. What do I want to do here? What do I want in life? What do I want out of a room? What I want is just everything to be focused on this experience. I want to be everything focused. Oh yeah, this, like, making this as comfortable and easy as possible. This experience, the anime watching, you know. Like, I want to make sure this is as easy as possible. You know what I'm saying? Like, just comfy? I think so. I think it is comfy. But my worry is, one of the things that the light needs to do is wake me up. Because when I wake up, the thing that really gets me to wake up is having a light shining in my face. And if it's nighttime when I wake up, then sometimes it's annoying when the light isn't so bright, and it just kind of makes me still feel sleepy. Maybe that won't... I guess we'll have to see. Also, how annoying is this to turn off? It's not bad at all. It's not bad at all. Not too bad, not too bad. Okay. Let me think. Other options, other stuff I can do. Like, these drawers, they just scream to me, like, turn me into a table. You know what I'm saying? Like, boom. Boom. Table. But maybe this is a dumb idea. But if it was like I feel like if it was more like this, you know, like that would be Pog. Like if it was like angled and like attached to it with something. Like I had some sort of bracket here. But I don't know if I actually want to do that. Maybe I can look into that. And like those sort of wall-mounted laptop stand type things. Definitely viable. Especially one that's on an arm. Whoa, imagine that. Arm thing, laptop stand. And then it can be here, or it can like swing out and be like here. That might be Pog. Let me look into those, see how much those cost. They're expensive enough to make me have to think about it and probably decide not to get one. I think, why overcomplicate things? You know? Why overcomplicate things? Let's just keep things as they are, okay? Things are pretty good. Right? There's no reason to make anything more complex than it is, right? Why overcomplicate things? I don't need a laptop arm swinging around, you know? If I want to use a laptop, I should just be able to grab it and use it. I don't think I need one of those. Yeah, let's be reasonable here. Okay, reasonable, thank you, has entered the building and decided definitely overkill. Definitely not necessary. Yeah. Well, in that case, what do I have to gain here? I don't know. I don't think an information station up here would be very... I think I would use it like maybe a couple of times, and then I would just keep it turned off to save on energy costs. You know? Like, that doesn't seem... What am I doing? Like, what I need... I don't know what I need. What would be Pog? Who knows what would be Pog? Anyone know what would be Pog? Like, just a little fucking... You know what I'm saying? A little... I don't know. Like, I've always, like, had this idea in my mind that I can have... The thing about it is, having multiple desktops is just, like, way, like, better than having multiple laptops in parallel. Like, I will say, one of the things I don't like doing, but I end up doing sometimes when I'm doing, like, two things at once, is the double... Like, I hit the double. Sometimes, I'll end up hitting the double like this. You know what I'm saying? I'll end up hitting the double like this, and this kind of sucks. Like, it's not great. It's not ideal. Because like everything's kind of like wobbly, you know. Everything's kind of wobbly, like, and it kind of like falls on each other. It's not ideal at all. We don't want this really. We want to like. That's what I'm thinking of trying to avoid, and also something that would like make I don't know like. I want this laptop to be more used. You know, like I feel like sometimes it just sits there because Alpine's always breaking, and I don't want to bother fucking around with. I haven't been in the mood to fuck around with Linux installing like Debian 32-bit or something for a long time. Which is fine. It's a good bit of kit. It's a great bit of kit. I don't have any problems with it other than it's kind of low power and doesn't have any web browsers on it that really work very well. That's kind of the main thing, actually. And I had an idea for it at one point, but then that idea kind of didn't come to fruition for various reasons. To explain, my idea for it at one point was it was when I was getting really into like Gopher and Gemini and like small web type Web Zero type stuff, and I was like, I can just have that be like with I'll show you. So the idea was to have it be something like this, right? Like or actually maybe even how do I get out of here? Oh, okay. So it's been a long time since I used W3M. Maybe even like this. There we go. I mean, right now this is just my YouTube feed, but like something like this. Look, DVTM, no X, no GUI, no mouse, no Xorg, no nothing. Just text mode and a terminal multiplexer, super minimal DVTM, right? Ridiculously minimal. Everything's in the terminal. I can like, here I am, browsing Gemini. That was my plan. I can have like, you know, you can get terminal clients for Matrix. I use Gomux as my like standard Matrix client. Anyway, on this machine, it's like my preferred one. It's the best one, second best one, maybe the best one. Right, like there's options is what I'm saying here. There's options, and I could have that up on one window or like just that, and it'll be all good. The problem is it seemed to me like there wasn't that much good stuff on the Fediverse, the small internet to like justify it. That I just don't spend enough hours a day reading gem logs and gopher holes or flogs as they call them. And, you know, all of these, I don't spend enough time doing it to justify having a setup specifically to do that. But I have this setup to do that. Like, look, it took me 10 seconds. I mean, a little longer because I forgot something. But it took me, like, not long at all to have this computer turned on. And, like, I already have all the programs installed is what I mean. I already have everything ready to go. It would be nice... and I know it's possible. Actually, I don't know if that's even desirable now that I think about it. But, like, this is a thing that I can do, is my point here. This is a thing that I can do. And I don't know why I thought to bring this up. This was just the idea that I had. Use a terminal multiplexer to browse text-based stuff exclusively. Hey, Master do or Master don't? All the recent drama around Twitter and with Facebook circling closer and closer to the drain. My head's been swirling with thoughts about social networking and defect. See, it's all shit like this. Like, who cares, bro? No offense, fucking... Who is this? Sky Jake. No offense, Sky Jake. I'm sure it's very interesting. But I'm not very interested in reading... Like, personally, I think reading random person's on politics post, probably not great. Probably Yeah, yeah. This is not. This is not. This is like. This is some. Just to be perfectly frank with you, this is what most of it is like, if you know what I mean, right? This is. This is just. It's not good, is what I'm saying. It's not great. It's not great. It's a lot of shit like this. It's a lot of like comp sci person who thinks that because they know comp sci they understand everything. Like, I'm just going to reframe all of politics around these quadrants: selflessness and rationality. See? And it's like, you know, that might not be the worst ever. Look, Sky Jake, if you're watching, like, that's not even the worst possible framing. Like, that's not bad. The thing I'm not sure about, right, is that, like, I think what this is all about is, yeah, I mean, he's even saying it himself, really. Jake is a male name. I'm guessing it's a male. That, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Look, it's fine. You can make a bad politics blog post. I've made every blog post I've ever made has been a bad politics blog post. I've made a million bad politics vlog posts. Like, that's fine. But do I have, look, like, nothing against you personally, Sky Jake. This is what the internet was made for. Like, you're doing God's work over here. Okay? But, like, do I have a justification to have an entire machine dedicated to reading Sky Jake's politics takes? You know what I mean? Like, I can't justify really having this computer turned on and running and plugged in and draining power and costing me money, even if it's not very much, just to have in the background some text posts that I may or may not read. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to get at, right? Is that, like, as interesting as this is, it's not super spend all day doing it kind of deal. I've spent look, there's been a couple of times where I've spent a good few hours browsing Gemini space and stuff. Like, there's been a couple of times where I've done that, but it's definitely far from an everyday thing. It's a rare thing. It's not something I need an entire setup to do. And even then, this is pretty far from an optimal setup, in my opinion, for even doing that, you know? So, yeah, I'm kind of like I would rather just sort of watch things on this computer because it's such a comfy experience with the fucking the aspect ratio and the resolution and everything about it is just comfy to watch, you know? Was it GQQ? No, Control GQQ. There we go. And then we Control L to clear it. Now we're out of DVTM. And now I run StartX. Oh wait, does StartX not work? Okay, I'm just gonna reboot because I don't remember if I made that work or not. Okay, here's what we need to do. We need to go on my plan to watch, and we need to find an anime that will definitely not be in HD. Hacksign, great example of that, but I don't want to watch that because it's bad. Do you reckon Bincho Tam would be any maybe? That's a possibility. Comic Party. Now that's a good option. That is a pretty good option. 2001, definitely not HD. I think Comic Party, and I think this might be it. This might be it. I should also check while I'm here. See anything else? Galaxy Angel Z, like that is the exact, like, honestly speaking, Galaxy Angel is the exact show that this computer is made for. You know what, I'm gonna go take a look for Galaxy Angels. Okay, so I can't watch anime for various fucking reasons, but one thing that has happened is they've somehow fixed the bug that was letting me actually use Newsvote. And did it just crash? I'm not. I am definitely am connected to the internet. Actually, I think you'll find. Nope, definitely am connected to the internet. So that is not true. Don't know what that's about. But they've broken it, or they fixed it, which is broken it, because my setup relied on the bug, and I just was like, well, while I'm waiting for something else to happen, I may as well do a system upgrade, and then they fixed that whatever bug was making it work. So now I have to figure out how to break that again, or fix it, whatever. Anime not really possible, I think. Yeah, seems like they've broken downloading things somehow through various, well, not just downloading, but torrents. They've broken, somehow torrents just don't download. Doesn't matter what client I use. Oh no, I genuinely am not connected to the internet. Hold on. Okay, you wanna... Oh wait, that's got my IP on it. Oops, that was close. You wanna explain how I can still ping Google, but I am apparently not connected to the internet. Anyone wanna explain that to me? Dear, this computer might be a bit of a lost cause. It was working okay. I had a setup that worked. Holy shit. Guys, I somehow made anime work. I don't know why it worked this time. It didn't work the last 3 times I tried to do this, but oh my god. This is pain. Linux is pain. I'm sorry, why? Wait, this just doesn't make any fucking sense. I did the same thing that I just did last time. Here it is. Here's Hidamari's sketch. What? What is happening? I don't understand. It has hard subs. I guess it's not optimal, but this is definitely reasonable. Okay. So what I've done... okay. Everything broke. Because Alpine devs are fucking retarded. I don't know. They don't expect me to exist. Fuck. Okay. Everything broke. Everything broke. Everything broke. Web browser broke. Internet broke. Everything broke. Okay? So then I had the genius idea. Hey, wasn't there that one anime from the command line thing? Can I just type in can I just git clone that and build it from source? And I did, and it kind of works. A little bit. But BusyBox instead of GNU Core Utils seems to kind of fuck it sometimes. It seems to be okay with it. Well, it wasn't working until just now when it decided to work. I didn't change anything. I didn't do anything to it. I'm a little confused as to what happened here. Little confused. I don't know why it suddenly decided to work. But let's see. Hold on. If I can try and... Hold on a minute. I did it. It fucking barely works. Holy shit, this show looks weird. That is the weirdest looking... That is a weird looking face. I don't know. Maybe I'm just tripping. Dude looks weird. But here we go. Okay. This Annie-CLI thing seems to work about 1 in 3 times, despite just doing the same thing every time. I think it might be dependent on my internet connection, which is kind of spotty. I honestly don't understand what's happening. Like, to be frank with you, just to be completely honest and open with you, I have no fucking idea what's happening. Why would it work sometimes and not work other times when I'm doing the exact same thing? I frankly don't know, and I'm not gonna risk trying to find out. This is kind of a fascinating anime. It's kind of like, I mean, it's very dated. It very dates itself. It's very of its time. I think you could even say it hasn't aged that well. I think... I don't know. I think there would have been a time period where Japanese otaku, maybe even now, maybe, I don't know, there would have been a time period where this would have been in the cringe bit of the cycle, where it's like they're using really outdated slang and just, stuff like that sort of thing. But now it's gotten to the point where it's the nostalgic part of that cycle. It's like, remember this time when we used to say that was so nostalgic, that sort of thing. Like, what I mean by this is, the show's from 2001. It's kind of carried, so far at least, I'm only on the first episode, but it seems to be that it's going to be kind of carried by just the novelty of otaku culture in the sort of the way it has evolved into modern otaku culture, with a focus on moe, like the evolution from the sort of otaku no video otaku culture, which is kind of completely different. Or there was the big moe boom, which I suppose maybe even sort of started with Too Hot, or and some of these key visual. Well, I guess the key stuff kind of came. Well, no, Canon was Canon 1999. Hold on a minute. Too Hot was 1998. Hold on. Now I need to look all of this stuff up. Canon was 1999. Yes. Yeah. Canon was 1999, and Too Hot. No, Too Hot 1, not Too Hot 2. Too Hot was 1997. Oh. It's interesting, because this anime, I would say this show treats Too Hot like Lucky Star treats Haruhi, and it's interesting because this show came out, by the time this show came out, Too Hot was already 5 years old, right? 7, 8, 9, 10... 4 years old, 5 years old. I don't remember if this show came out in 2001 or 2002. I guess I should check. Comic Party. Uh, 2001. Okay, so it was 4 years old by the point this show came out, and yet, they're constantly referencing it in the same way that Lucky Star constantly references Haruhi. But Haruhi had come out the year before Lucky Star, and it was the biggest thing ever. I guess Too Hot was the biggest thing ever, but it had come out 4 years before. And now, you don't even get shows that, that sort of thing just doesn't really happen anymore. And definitely not to the point where shows would get, or I guess visual novel would get, anything like that would get talked about for 4 years and still be the big thing 4 years down the line. Unless this show is just sort of lagging behind, they had some sort of, yeah, I'm not sure. But this is, I guess this was also, hold on. So this show was originally a visual novel. This is a visual novel adaptation, and that visual novel came out in 1999, which makes much more sense that Too Hot would be heavily referenced. So is this show set in 1999? Because I suppose, I don't know, it would be kind of weird if I don't know. I actually don't know what to think. In 1999, referencing Too Hot would have still made lots of sense. And to be fair, referencing Too Hot makes lots of sense to this very day. You still see anime referencing it, and media referencing it, because it was just that influential. Too Hot pretty much spawned Garge as a thing that people liked, which in itself spawned moe into anime, right? The early 2000s conception of moe was born out of those early visual novels, and yeah. So, I suppose it is important, even though, well, I should just read Too Hot, honestly. I should, I should probably, do like a text hook, machine translation, MTL. You know what I'm talking about here, right? You know what I'm trying to get at? I think you know what I'm trying to get at. I've been avoiding watching the Too Hot anime because Too Hot, like, that just kind of feels wrong. But also, I kind of feel like I maybe shouldn't be watching the anime if I haven't seen Too Hot, because I get, like, I know, I recognize the Too Hot character designs and the uniforms and stuff like that. Like, if I, like, here, like, right at the start of the show, 15 minutes in, okay. So right at the start of the show, the start of the show is the Too Hot characters. Look, here they are. Here's the girl from Too Hot. Here's the other girl from Too Hot. Like, I recognize them because I've seen Too Hot around, right? And well, I haven't read Too Hot, but I've seen it around. Maybe I should watch the anime. I don't know. What do you think, guys? Yeah, I'm starting to think I should probably... It would be like... I mean, the first time I watched Lucky Star, I hadn't seen Haruhi, and I didn't get any of the references. And then going back to rewatch it, I got the references. Is that true? No, I think I watched Haruhi before I watched Lucky Star, actually. No, wait, Oh, wait, never mind. Yeah, I actually don't remember. I actually don't remember what order I watched them in. But, yeah. Yeah, things. Yeah, things and stuff. Sorry, kind of getting distracted here, trying to work out what to do. I'm sure I can find Too Hard. The question, I mean, there's a fan translation in English, but it's like seems to be dead. Like, they're not actually, they never finished it. Someone I know, I asked someone I know who knows Japanese, and they said I could learn enough Japanese to read Too Hard in a couple of months if I studied decently hard. Like, it's pretty simple. How long is Too Hard? 26 hours? From one vote? Yeah, and I think one of the things is that the 2-hour visual novel doesn't hold up very well at all. Like, isn't that, like, one of the... Like, compared to modern visual novels, 2-hour is extremely basic, because it kind of invented the whole genre of gaoge. Like, it has a 7 on VNDB, which is pretty fucking low, honestly. Like, I've played really bad visual novels that had higher than a 7. So that's kind of disappointing, I suppose. But the anime is also only a 6.58 on Mao. I don't know. I'm honestly kind of... It's a bit of a conundrum. I think maybe I should watch the 2-hour anime then. Yeah, you know, I think I'll do that. I think I'll put a pause on Comic Party and watch 2-hour instead. I've never marked the Daikon opening animations as watched on Mao. Obviously, they're great. Yes. Apparently, these are the anime to understand anime/otaku culture. People tried to get me to watch Genshiken. I am really uninterested in Genshiken. I don't know why, but it just doesn't look interesting to me. Yeah, and here's one of my hottest anime takes. I don't like Otaku no Video. I found it kind of really boring and, like, nothing happened. Well, not even nothing happens, but more so just meaningless. It just I was like, it's celebrating something that I have no connection to or no understanding to. Like, I guess if you were an anime fan in 1991 and you saw it, you know, it would be like, whoa, this is literally me. But it's like, oh, we love fucking Lum. We love Lum. Don't look at all the Lum cosplays, and I don't even like that show. Yeah. Oreimo, sure, based, good, cool. Lucky Star, obviously based. Eizouken, obviously based. Modern classic Eizouken. Genshiken, haven't seen. Watamote. I don't know how much this has to do with otaku culture, honestly. Maybe just because Tomoki is like like an icon of otaku culture, but I don't know. NHK, obviously based. This sucks. Why is this here? This has nothing to do with anything. Waterkoi sucks. Recreators, I haven't seen it. Sonobisque Doll, I don't know why this just looks dog shit. Every time I see this on A, I'm just like, why does anyone watch this? Shirobako, pretty cool. Yeah, I probably should watch that if you wanna. Yeah, it's probably good. Kaminomi's the World of God Only Knows. World God Only Knows is great. Watch it if you haven't. It's good. Bakuman, read the manga, didn't really like it, to be honest. Don't know what this is. Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun. I don't know this one. Never heard of it. Imoto Side, that's an interesting choice. I don't think you should. I don't know about that choice. I don't know if I agree with that one. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with putting that on an anime to understand. This is just gonna drive. Why the fuck does this have such a high rating? Like, that show is dog shit. Kaguya-sama? No thank you. What does that have to do with understand? This is bullshit. Bokutachi no Remake, I remember making videos about that. Comic Party, hey, that's the show I was just watching. This one, I remember this sucking. Outbreak Company was cool. I like Outbreak Company. Check it out if you want kind of an interesting twist on isekai stuff, I guess. Seto no Ichizon, I kind of want to give it another shot. I feel like I might have dropped it prematurely. I think it might have some merit that I just didn't see. Nurse Witch Komugi-chan. The Nurse Witch Komugi-chan franchise is very confusing to me. So, here's what happened. A long time ago, I watched The Soul Taker and dropped it after 4 episodes because honestly, it looks amazing, but it's kind of a bad show. I watched The Soul Taker. If you don't know the backstory behind Nurse Witch Komugi-chan, Soul Taker is this batshit insane Akiyuki Shinbo anime, right? And it's one of the most batshit insane Shinbo shows. It's extremely batshit insane. But also, it's so batshit insane that the plot doesn't really make any sense. It's very much like lots of really cool visuals, but the storyline is just kind of not there. And the characters are just kind of not there. It's a lot of really cool visuals and imagery, symbolism, directing choices, all the stuff that Shinbo is known for, but doesn't really have any substance to back it up. But one of the characters in this show, kind of a side character, is this Nurse Witch Komugi-chan. And she got her own, there's a spin-off show about her, right? Spin-off show about her. And I've watched one of them. There's actually 2. There's actually 3, sorry. So there's Nurse Witch Komugi-chan Magikarute. Then there's Nurse Witch Komugi-chan Magikarute Z, which I guess is just the straight up sequel. But those are OVAs. And then there's this one, Nurse Witch Komugi-chan R, which is much more recent. I've definitely watched one of these and dropped it, but I don't remember which one it was. I didn't mark it, which was really stupid. I've either watched this one or this one, and I don't remember which one it was, and that's kind of annoying. If I had to guess, I would say it's this one. But I might have even just accidentally watched the sequel without even noticing. I've done that before. I wouldn't put it past me. And maybe that's why I thought it was bad. So, honestly, at some point, I'm just going to need to go back and watch the original Nurse Witch Komugi-chan Maji Karote and give it another chance. I'm pretty sure this is the one I watched. But I don't remember how many episodes I watched of it before I decided to drop it. Or if I even did decide to drop it, maybe I just sort of was like, I'll come back to this later, and then never did. So that's kind of annoying. I'm kind of annoyed with myself for not marking this on now, because this is kind of an important, well, it's not an important anime in the grand scheme of things, but it's an important anime in the grand scheme of me, because it's very much, I don't know. But anyway, I don't know what this one is. Cosplay Complex doesn't look good. I've thought about watching it before, but then decided not to. Don't know what this one is either. But Anime Gataris is an interesting show. If you haven't seen it, I recommend checking out Anime Gataris. It's not amazing, but it has a bunch of interesting ideas, especially towards the end. Doesn't quite stick the landing at the very end, but it definitely has some interesting ideas. It's a pretty unique show. It starts, it is also, even without those, it's just a kind of a solid cute girls do being in an anime club show, even without the interesting twists. It's not amazing, but I think it's definitely worth checking out if you want something kind of unique. Saiki Kusuo, hey, I'm watching that literally right now, sort of. Not actually literally, but I've just been watching that. Don't know what this has to do with otaku culture. There's not that many otaku culture references. I guess there kind of are, but whatever. Denkigai no Honya-san is weird and sick. It's like, it's weird, it's kind of fucking insane, it's batshit insane. Okay, let's be real. It's batshit insane, and it's good, honestly. It's not amazing, but it's good. Dojin work, Koi de Oshigoto, the animation. Gintama, Mushoku Tensei. Oh, I guess because it was the first isekai, maybe? I don't know, this list is kind of falling apart, honestly. I don't know what Mushoku Tensei has to do with anything. Maid Dragon, why? What? Konosuba? I understand having Haruhi. This is the wrong Osamatsu-san. What is happening? Anime Tenjo, Chunibyo de Makoi Gashitai. This is, I don't know, man. This list is fucking weird. I don't know who put this together, but this is some strange choices to make. Like, what's this? What even is this fucking show? Akiba Maid Senso? What does that have to do with anything? The Eminence in Shadow. What is this? Hold on a minute. Why is this on that list? This has nothing to do with that. This doesn't make any goddamn sense. Okay, well, don't know why I went on that tangent. This Too Hot, terrible quality recording. I'm not sure I actually want to watch it, you know? Now that it's started, I'm just like, I don't know if I'm actually in the mood to do this to myself. Might put this off for another 10 years. I'm gonna finish Psyche K. That's what I'm actually gonna do. I'm very disappointed. Man. My fucking anime posters were supposed to come today, and these bitches just didn't even deliver it. They just fucked me around for no goddamn reason. Had to talk to customer service. They're like, we'll try again tomorrow. Credit where credit's due. The customer service lady was very nice, but whatever the delivery driver's doing is fucking me around. I don't know why they do this to me. This is actually the second time something like this has happened. The first time I think it was an Amazon package, and I called the Amazon like sorting facility near me, and I managed, whoever I talked to, I guess, must have been like a manager there, and he was very like, this is my experience. I don't know why, like, boomers, like, I remember my parents would always talk to customer service people, and, like, you know, they put you on hold for like 10 years, which is annoying, and then my parents would get mad at them. But I've never had an experience like that. Every time I've ever talked to a customer service person, they've been like these call center people. They're normally nice. I don't know why boomers. I don't know why they're getting mad at these people. I don't think I've ever had a bad experience with these sorts of people. But anyway, yeah, that time, this guy I talked to, and they were like, okay, we'll redeliver it the same day. And the guy fucked me over again, didn't come the same day when he was supposed to. And then I called the guy again, and he was like, I've just seen it. He's nowhere near your house on the tracking app. I'm gonna be having a word with him when he gets here. I'm gonna be having a word with him because it's not acceptable. He seemed genuinely mad and apologetic. And then I got my package like 2 days late, but it was fine. But this shit, I don't know what this is about, man. This is different. This ain't Amazon. This is the Royal Mail. Royal Mail's supposed to be legit, no? And they ain't royal, no nothing. They're just fucking me around for no reason. They're just fucking... I don't know. I think... I don't know, man. Maybe there's some problem with my address or something. I don't know. Address? Address, not address. Yeah, address sounds better. Anyway. Yeah, that's fucking annoying. So I have to wait till tomorrow to get that shit. And I fucking stayed up. I stayed up for 3 extra hours to wait for my package to come, so I wouldn't miss it. And then they were like, "Oh, you missed it, bitch ass! I didn't miss nothing. I'm right here. No sure I missed anything." And then, but then they just made some shit up. They just made some shit up. My address is inaccessible. Have you ever heard that before? I've never fucking heard that before. What are you talking? How can it be inaccessible? What is that? What does that mean? Fucking meaningless bullshit. There's no shot. There's no shot that it's just nonsense. I don't know. I'm just kind of mad about that. I was excited. I was excited to get the fucking posters today. Man, god fucking damn it, these bitches. I don't know what's going on. I got all sorts of theories. Maybe it's because they're having like labor disputes right now, the mail services. But even then, I don't give a fuck. Do your goddamn job. I do my goddamn job. I'm doing it right now. It's not difficult. You just drive to a place and then it's not like it's like requires a high level of focus. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure it's not like the easy. I'm sure everyone's job has difficult parts. Okay, I'm sure there are times when, as a mailman or mail person, you're like, oh man, I've got to make like 50 deliveries in no time at all. I got to rush, and it's stressful. I'm sure that shit happens, but also, that's why you're getting paid for, bitch. No one pays me when I have to do stressful shit. I just have to do it. Okay? Get your fucking life together. Come on. This is like a ridiculously long video, man. I didn't expect this to become such a long video, but I'm kind of having fun with it. It's been a long time since I made a long video. Ridiculous. This is probably maybe this will be a 12-hour long vlog. I don't know. We'll have to see. I haven't checked how long it is, but it's probably very long. I want to tell you the story of this one time when I played Counter-Strike 1.6. Actually, a couple of times. I normally don't play Counter-Strike 1.6. I play Counter-Strike Global Offensive, which is the best Counter-Strike game. But there was a time where there's a couple of times I've ever tried it. One time when I just wanted to try it out. One time when at the time, I didn't have a desktop and I used to play Counter-Strike on my old Mac, right, that is now broken. But that old Mac that is now broken was already broken back then, it was just less broken. Sometimes the screen would, I found out what it was, even though no matter how many times I tried to tell Apple what it was, they wouldn't replace it, they wouldn't fix it. It was a known bug, a known design flaw in that generation of Mac, which is that something called the T-Con board, which I guess is some sort of driver for the monitor, something called the T-Con board has really bad airflow and overheats, and I think that's what it was that was causing my problems. And so that would happen and my screen would start to bug out, and the only way to fix it would be to not use the computer for a couple of days, and then it would go back to normal. Sometimes you'd only have to wait an hour, sometimes you'd have to wait 2 days, but yeah. I think it was during one of those times that I was bored and I was like, well, I want to play Counter-Strike, but I can't, so I'll play Counter-Strike that I can play on this baby, 1.6. So I go to 1.6, I download it, and I boot it up, I look for servers and shit, and I'm thinking to myself, well, I know for a fact that Dust 2 has barely changed. I know that that's the only map that... I know Dust 2 is really popular, so I'll be able to find a server, and I know it's barely changed since 1.6. So I won't have any trouble adapting to it. I'll be able to know the map instantly. So I boot into 1.6, and I'm surprised to be faced with the 1.6 version of Dust 2 where the T's view down mid is blocked, which at the time was surprising. Now, that's also in CSGO, but at the time, I was used to playing Dust 2 and sniping down mid from T-spawn, which was one of my favourite things to do in the game, and I'm kind of mad that they took it out. I never play Dust 2 anymore, because that was the best part of Dust 2, was trying to hit flick shots with a scout through the Dust 2 mid doors. Now if you do it, you have to run down suicide, and then you have no cover, and then you just get shot. It's pointless. What else are you going to do on Dust 2? Rush B? But anyway, we played Dust 2. I tried to rush B. I was kind of confused because of the wallbanging mechanics. I wasn't aware of how extreme the wallbanging mechanics were. I'd heard that you could wallbang much more in 1.6, but I wasn't aware of how extreme it was. You can wallbang literally any wall in that game, no matter how thick, and that in Dust 2 on B in 1.6 there's a strat, well, one of the main strats, and also wallbangs work with the grenades, not just shooting. Grenade damage goes through walls too. So a lot of the strats for entering from B tunnels is to just shoot through the walls onto the site in various pre-planned wallbang shots, none of which I knew, and throw grenades in corners where the damage will leak through onto the site. But I picked that up pretty quickly, but I'm not going to tell you all the details of the game. What I do remember is one time going along and hitting, just spraying down a couple of guys, and I was like, yeah, you know what, I think beginning the hang of this, and then looking down at the chat and seeing someone calling me a hacker. First time I'd ever played 1.6. First time I'd ever played 1.6, and someone's like, you are a hacker. And I was like, that was maybe one of my strongest moments of pride in my life. I was like, holy shit, I'm a gaming god. First time touching this game, someone's already accusing me of hacking. And I fucking fragged out that game, man. I wasn't top of the scoreboard, but I was second or third or something. And it was it wasn't a normal 5v5 competitive lobby. It was I don't know, probably there was probably 8 people on either team or something. It was weird because, custom servers weird, but there were more people than in a standard CSGO match. And I did pretty well. I also joined halfway through the match, so yeah, the fact that I was like third on the scoreboard was pretty impressive to me. And someone called me a hacker. I was pretty much fragging out every round. I was like, damn. Okay, well, at least I know I can play CS 1.6 really well. I didn't actually like it that much, but I did frag out. The stuff I didn't like, well, there's a couple of things. First thing I didn't like was nades. Nades in 1.6, just utility in general, works really fucking, like, really janky 90s physics that I couldn't get the hang of. The wallbanging mechanics were alright, but they kind of got annoying. They kind of got annoying pretty quick, just because I wasn't that familiar with them. And then another thing was long is weird. Like, long doors on Dust, long, like, A-Dust too, like, the shape of them is different, and the angles, it kind of, I don't know how to explain it, but it just didn't. I guess it's kind of the same in CS. Like, instead of actually, there's no doors, right? It's just a box and an opening. And I wasn't used to it, but it wasn't that bad. And I don't know why I'm complaining. It works fine. But yeah, and, but I didn't, yeah, I felt like spraying was, like, less reliable than it was in CSGO, which is fine. Probably good, actually. Like, you kind of had to do more of a burst fire / tap shooting playstyle, which is completely fine by me because I suck at spraying. Maybe that's why I was good at 1.6. Yeah, and it was alright. It was an alright game. And then I sort of played that for a while, logged off. That's the first time I ever played at 1.6. I played a couple of other 1.6 games at some points. At one point, I tried to play 1.6 HNS. I sucked at it, but also the server was dead. There was only one other person on the server, and I joined, and then they left. So it was just me on a server, and then someone else joined, played one round, and then left when they saw how bad I was. So yeah, that was alright. But then the other time I played so you hear this story. Hey, here I go. First time ever playing 1.6. Get accused of cheating, frag out. It's all good. Hey, it's a couple months later, maybe even a year later. One of my friends says, "Hey, I'm doing a couple of my friends. We're playing a game of 1.6. You want to hop on for a pug?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." You want to yeah, sure, I'll hop on. I'll be on your team. So I hop on, and it's this map I've never fucking even it's being played on what is maybe the worst map I've ever seen in my life. I don't know what the map was. I don't know what the name of the map was or like anything, but the map made no fucking sense. It was just awfully designed. I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know why they wanted to play this map. I'd never heard of it, never played it before, so I was learning this map, and also the map made no fucking sense, and was just god awful. Like, hallways that go to nowhere, like whole areas that are just pointless, that just no one ever goes to. Like, CTE spawn, you had like 3 ways to go. You could go like down a ladder, which would take you somewhere. Down a ladder would take you to like a place where T's could rush. Then there was like the forward, which would take you towards the bomb site, and then there was the other direction, like, and that would. This is what was confusing me: is that direction would just take you to a useless place. Like, it would just take you away from everything to another place which didn't connect really to anything, and then it'd be the sort of thing you would expect to be like a flank route, but it wasn't a flank route. It didn't make any fucking sense. I couldn't figure out the map. I had no sense of what was going on. I don't know, man. There was like a whole bunch of areas like where CTs would be just out in the open. I mean, there was the cover in the map just didn't make any fucking sense. There was cover in like seemingly random places that didn't like actually suit the angles that you would be getting shot from. And that there was like places that were way too open, and then places where there were like really awkward corridors that were it was just a corridor that didn't really have any cover or anything, no corners. Like, there was balconies around one of the bomb sites, but the balconies, so like if you're T pushing onto the bomb site, there could be a CT anywhere on the entire balcony, and you have to clear, like, you have to clear the entire balcony and then get shot from behind. Yeah, it was just bad. It was a really bad map. And also, I'd never played it before. I'm sure, look, playing bad maps is fine. I enjoy playing CS Office. But there's nothing inherently wrong with bad maps. But if you don't know the map at all, and it's a map like that, then it's a problem. Because I couldn't fucking figure it out for the life of me. Like, I would just get lost. Yeah, and so I played really badly that game. Something wasn't clicking with me. I couldn't figure anything out. And that was a much less fun experience. And then I decided, and remember, going into this, I'm like, oh, well, that's cool. I'm actually really good at 1.6. There was that one game where I got called a hacker in my first game. But then it turns out, no, I'm not actually good at 1.6. I just got lucky in one game on a map that I already knew. In a map that I don't know, against people who actually play the game. It's not like they were amazing. But it's not like the people I was playing against or with were like incredible 1.6 players. But yeah, I don't know why I wanted to tell that story, but well, actually I do know why. It's because I just saw Warwell's new video and I was like, this reminds me of that one time when I played 1.6 and then I did this because you are my real life Family Guy cutaway gag. I just watched this Vsauce video, new Vsauce video. Remember when that's kind of a nostalgic phrase. And it's about selfies. Not a bad video, pretty standard fare, Vsauce fare, but it's about selfies. And it made me want to talk about why I don't know, I point the camera away from myself. I don't know if you've noticed this. Damn, I just got mad again. I looked over here, my fucking anime posters never arrived. Fuck. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. But yeah, I point the camera away from myself. I don't point the camera at my face. A couple of reasons for that. Firstly, sometimes I do point the camera at my face. When I do that, there's just a fact about humans, which is we're just inbuilt with the faces in our minds. Like, we love looking at faces. So if I'm trying to make a video that's actually like supposed to hold your attention and be interesting, I'll put it at my face just because humans we just like looking at faces. So that's like enough to make something that could hold your attention to watch a video. Right? It's like the easiest way to frame up a shot. Just point it at a face. You don't have to do anything interesting if you just point it at a face. But we don't care about these videos being interesting. These kinds of videos can be as boring as I want. I wonder if I have a cold. I'm blowing my nose a lot today. That would be unfortunate. Maybe it just is cold in the world. But the other thing is my face. Hold on. Let me show you it, in case you've forgotten. Alright, this is my face, right? This one is my face. Well, let's just blow out the thing. Yeah. Alright. Is there a way for me to do this? Okay, well that was a bad idea. But that's my face. You can barely see it. There you go. My face. Boom. Face. Me. Face. Okay. That's my face. The thing about my face is it's not a particularly interesting face. I'm about average attractiveness. Pretty average looking. No particularly standout features. I guess I have a big beard. That's about it. I don't emote super hard. You know, like there's nothing that interesting about my face. What I mean, and why that matters is because there's nothing really about my face. Like, I could be anyone. You could. What I was trying to say was, I don't tell you anything about myself with my face. It doesn't mean anything. It's meaningless. I could be anyone. I could be a 3rd century monk. Well, probably not. I'm not bald. But, okay, well, I'm kind of bald, but not bald enough to be a monk. I could be a 3rd century... I mean, what does it tell you? My race? My sex? Gender? That's about it. Like, that's about all you can get from it. It's neither of which are very important aspects of me. I know some people care a whole bunch about those aspects of themselves, but to me they are completely unimportant and meaningless. Whereas my environment tells you much more about myself. Look, like this, I've crafted this. This is me. This is not me pointing at my face behind the camera. This is not me, but this is much more me than I could ever be. And that's the thing that I wanted to say. Probably a bit of whiplash from whatever I was talking about before, but let's get into it by opening this video up with, I'm not endorsing eugenics. I'm not endorsing eugenics. Okay, now we got that out of the way. The fucked up thing about eugenics is that from an objective, pragmatic perspective, it objectively works. As in, if you really wanted to, you could breed all of the star athletes together and make a race of superhuman athlete people, because a lot of the things that determine whether or not you can be a star athlete is genetic. Obviously, a lot of hard work goes into it too, and a lot of them are on performance-enhancing drugs, but there is also a large genetic component. I don't think anyone denies this. Just as an example, there's something called the swimmer's body paradox. It's something athletes actually talk about a lot, and in the fitness community they talk about it. If you're not aware of it, I'll give you a quick rundown. So there's a guy, he's like, I want to get fit, I want to get built, and he looks at all the different, he's like, I need to pick up a sport to try and get fit, to try and get stronger and built, and the body I want. Power lifters, bodybuilders, kind of too bulky, too muscly, don't really like that. Runners, long cyclists, kind of too skinny, too lanky, don't really like the swimmers. Swimmers, now these guys, they have the muscular, lean physique that I want. So he decides to start swimming. So he swims, hardcore, doing lengths, doing Olympic whatever, back and forth. 1 month, 4 months, 6 months, he's getting built, he's getting strong, but he doesn't have the lean swimmer's body that he wanted. And he's very confused. Why don't I have this? All these swimmers look like this. I'm doing the same thing they're doing. Why don't I look like this? Well, what he hasn't realized is he's got the causality mixed up. It's not that swimmers have that body type because they swim a lot and because they are excellent swimmers. It's that they are excellent swimmers because they already were born genetically with the ability to have that body type. In the same way, rugby players are stocky and broad shoulders just genetically. Powerlifters are skeletal muscle fucking freaks of nature. Lots of long distance runners are genetically predisposed to transport oxygen around their bodies better than most people. There's just a lot of athletic performance is genetic. It depends on the sport, it depends on whatever. The obvious example, basketballers are tall. Right, so I don't think anyone denies that fact. It's also a lot of hard work and performance-enhancing drugs, but there is also a large genetic component. So if you wanted to, you could do that. You could just be like anyone who isn't genetically predisposed to become who could theoretically become a good athlete shouldn't be allowed to breed. And theoretically, in a couple of generations, there's no reason why you wouldn't have a more athletic population. Objectively true. I'm not saying it's desirable. I do not approve of eugenics. I'm not saying it's desirable. Okay. The other side of this, the more controversial side of this, is intelligence. Believe it or not, it is pretty widely accepted in the scientific community that there is some genetic component to behavior, at the very least. The very least that I think every scientist on Earth
would be willing, or who's in the field, would be willing to say is that there is some genetic component to behavior. And so therefore, different scientists will disagree on how significant that component is. There's some scientists like Robert Sapolsky who believes that behavior is like in very large part genetic, that like he's a really hardcore into this like genetic determinism of human behavior. There are lots of people in even though he's a very popular figure in the field, there are lots of people in behavioral biology who strongly disagree with him and say it plays a much less significant role than he says it does, much less deterministic role than he says it does. I would need to be much more of an expert in that field to really actually make a case for one or the other, so I'm not going to. I will leave you to do your own research on behavioral biology. Don't just, like, everyone who does that just watches the Robert Sapolsky lectures. Don't just watch the Robert Sapolsky lectures. Read his critics. Make sure you get the full picture, because even though he's very popular, he's also very controversial. So read both sides of the story and everything in between if you actually want to know what's going on. I definitely am not qualified to comment. But all of them agree there is some genetic component to determining behavior. So, in theory, that being true, that means you can breed out undesirable behaviors. I think it's possible. You probably wouldn't be able to breed them out completely, depending on who you believe. If you don't want to go full Robert Sapolsky, if you're like, there's some genetic component, but it's not all genetic, blah, blah, blah. But you could still, theoretically, even these people, things like violence, you could, they have a genetic component, your propensity for violence, it's kind of proven, or your propensity for drug addiction, stuff like this, or gambling addiction, or lots of other things like this, depression. You can theoretically, even if you can't breed them out completely, you could put a dent in the numbers, and that would be ostensibly desirable for society. The only reason doesn't happen is because we have a ethical concern with it rather than a practical concern with it. It would be pretty hard to implement, but it would be far, far from impossible. People have done much more difficult things. It would be about as difficult as a high-end infrastructure project. I don't think it would be anywhere near as difficult as like going to the moon, for example. If a society really wanted to do it, they could do it, but they don't do it because of moral and ethical reasons, rather than practical reasons. And this is the part where I have to once again clarify. I'm not saying that those moral and ethical reasons are unjustified, or that I agree with eugenics. My question is simply to wonder how much control humans actually have over this process, and how much of this is going to happen because of humans accidentally, unintentionally influencing our own evolution. That's the only thing I just want to plant that idea in your head. I just watched the newest H-Bomber guy video. Really good video. Kind of in my favorite genre of YouTube video, which is way overly deep dive into a ridiculously obscure subject that no one should by any logical means care about, but is unreasonably passionate about. This is like some of the best people in this. You got Droaga1 with the Lego Island videos, and just a whole bunch of that guy's computer-related videos, obscure retro, well, not that obscure, but just like stuff that just no one, like doing stuff with old Windows versions that doesn't make any sense. Like Droaga1, great, one of the best YouTubers. Matt KC does similar things. Who else? Cybershell's made some videos like that. There's actually it's kind of a fairly big subgenre. So some of them are pretty big. Like I would say Sarah Z is in that category, even though I don't actually like her videos. But her co-writer / editor / producer type person who writes her videos with her, I forget her name, but they also make some videos, and those ones I think are actually better than Sarah Z's videos. Sorry, Sarah Z, but anyway, in a similar genre. But I keep thinking I should make videos like this. The problem is they're kind of really high effort. Hence, these people generally make like 3 videos a year. I've tried to make a video like this before. In particular with my otaku-oriented magical girl video. You saw how that turned out. I sort of burnt out writing. It's got a decent script. It could definitely be improved on. I kind of rushed through the ending. The scope could be expanded, definitely. I kind of wish I'd talked more about Nanoha in the video. Like, I sort of brought it up to be like, that's the one everyone knows, and here's some examples that most people don't know. But I actually think in the modern era, like, Nanoha is nowhere near as big as it once was, and a lot of people don't know anything about Nanoha. I don't know if I just redirect Digi's old video about Nanoha, if that even, because Digi doesn't exist anymore. I don't know how easy it is to find the Nanoha franchise retrospective, which is a shame. It's one of the best videos, but probably should have gone more in depth than that. Should have gone more. Anyway, the biggest problem with that video is that there was no video to the video. It was just me reading the script with a black screen because I burnt out of the project and didn't want to edit a whole video together. Anyway, but this Age Roma Guy video inspired me to think, what are some people that I think deserve credit? And I might actually make a full video about this person. So there's this developer, Dylan Araps, or Araps, Linux developer. You probably know them as the person who made NeoFetch. NeoFetch is a really, really popular Linux program. It even comes pre-installed on a lot of operating systems. Yeah, but they've done a bunch of other really interesting stuff, some of which are like elaborate jokes, which I think is really cool. I mean, one of the things that I genuinely use is FFF, fucking Fast File Manager. It's a file manager written in Bash, and it like works, and it's magic basically. Like it's a Bash file manager. It's like fairly fully featured, you know, like it does all the stuff you want a file manager to do pretty much. As you can see. And yeah, it's only in Bash, and it's super fucking minimal. I think it says somewhere how small it is. Maybe not. Maybe that's a different thing I'm thinking of. But anyway, yeah. This random thing, and then you click on the Y, and it's just a shrugging emoticon thing. But yeah, like that's cool. And even that is one of their most popular things. But I've gone through here, and there's like all sorts of like Talk. This is a fucking terminal, like torrent client. Well, it's like a UI, a terminal UI for transmission. I've used this before. It's pretty good. In fact, I think it's really good. I actually recommend it. Although I don't use it right now, I have used it in the past a few times, and I've always had good experiences with it. And then like you get even weirder, and it's like this person, they're my age, they're self-taught, and like they know like look at like you look at the fucking source code for like it's fucking, there's a whole bunch of shit that's just like insane wizardry. Like I don't understand any of this shit, you know. Like this is way like what even is this, you know? Like this is like 90% symbols. Like, I don't understand, like, there's just this insane fucking, like, Bash and POSIX shell wizardry that this person knows. And it's, yeah, they wrote this thing, with, like, pure SH alternatives to Bash stuff. And then you go down, and they've got this, like, I've never been able to get this to work, but there's this, like, fucking insanely tiny 220 lines of code window manager. Like this is insane, written in I'm pretty sure it's written in Bash, something like that. Oh no, it's written in C. Okay, well that makes actually more sense. So you got that, and you go even further, and then you get to these like weird jokes, like joke things they've made. More window managers. They've made like a lot of these projects they've made multiple attempts at. Like you have this thing promptless, which I get it's like a complex joke about a minimal shell prompt. And it's like this is pretty funny. Like it's got it's got a README, Makefile, license, Docker file, code of conduct, git ignore, GitHub, patch it, like all of this stuff. And what it actually does, it's like this way overcomplicated thing that all it actually does is give you when you like bring up your terminal, there's just nothing there. It doesn't have a prompt. Like you see when I bring up my terminal, it has this little like lambda symbol. It just doesn't have one. It doesn't have anything like that. That's literally all it does. I think this is like a really weird, funny joke. And it's like it follows this suckless philosophy. Yeah, I think this is really funny. There's also there's more stuff. They have like some scripts. They have this other POSIX shell file manager. I've tried this one out too. This seems to be much older. But this is a POSIX shell file manager. It basically does the same things as FFF, but it works. It's a little sketchy, but it works. They have all of these random scripts, and you get even further. And then they keep making these weird jokes like hello world.rs, and it's this like memory safe, blazing fast, minimal, configurable hello world written in like this is objectively funny, right? And they have this like I'm like so fucking confused as to what this is. Use your terminal as a bar. Like I can't tell if this is a joke or not. But I've tried it out and it sort of works. Like you can get it to launch a terminal at the bottom of your screen that's like super thin and display information. Like, you can do it. I don't know why the fuck you would want to. I guess you can have fewer packages. If you don't have a bar installed, you just use a terminal to do it instead. Like you can, yeah. If you've ever wanted to do that, if you've ever been like having Lemon Bar installed or Polybar installed it's just too bloated. If only I had a way to get an information bar at the bottom of my screen or top of my screen or whatever, without having to install a whole extra package that is like 0.5 megabytes. Well, there you go. This is it. Bar. And then like, yeah, it's just fucking insane. And then not even to mention, this person has a fucking Linux distribution that they just made called Kiss Linux, which as far as I can understand, very few people have ever been able to actually make work. But it's like arguably one of the most minimal, if not the most minimal or simple Linux distributions, which is also ridiculously obscure and hard to get to work. Like there's a guy I follow on YouTube called Denshi. He's made like 3 or 4 different streams where he's trying to desperately figure out how to... And this guy knows his shit. He knows way more about Linux than me. And he can't get it to work. Like, yeah, Kiss Linux is fucking insane. And like absolutely tiny and no bloat, no systemd, no nothing, you know, it's just nothing. Yeah, this guy's fucking insane. And then he's disappeared. That's the other thing. He's disappeared. He's stopped, like, if you, like, look, he just hasn't, like, he just stopped doing anything. He's just vanished off the face of the earth. His website's down, like, yeah. Away till New Year, Merry Christmas. I see. Well, yeah, this guy, cool guy, made some weird shit, some stuff I actually use. FFF is my default file manager on my X60. Yeah, and I've used Torque before and it's good. And obviously, NeoFetch and pfetch are both good. Although I don't use either of them, but they're both good. So yeah, I don't know, it might be funny to make a little video like obscure Linux developers that I happen to know, because I know a couple of them. Well, when I say I mean know about, not know them. Yeah. Tell you one thing that Digi was wrong about. Remember Digi?
person existed a long time ago. But yeah, here's one thing they were wrong about. All of their fans would always be like, make more videos about obscure anime and the stuff that you really like, the classics or the obscure art house stuff, you know. Make more videos to teach us something, not just shitting on currently airing seasonal stuff or, you know, talking about that no one, you know, that whatever. And Digi would be like, well, the algorithm, you know, I need to do it, no one watches those videos. Let me tell you, bitch, okay? Here's a video about a fucking McDonald's DS game that has 8 million views, 8.5 million views. Like, okay, sure, the timescale's a little off. The timescale's a little off, but, you know, it's possible. All that proves is possible, which gives me some hope that maybe if I were to, for example, try and track down the origins of this obscure anime, Hoshi no Umi no Amori, which, I mean, bro, if we're talking obscure fucking anime, like, this show, I don't know, all I can tell is that it's like, I'm just believing Mao that it's like, that it's from 2008, even though it does not look like it's from 2008, but Mao says it's from 2008. Apparently, you know, like, this would be a good video to do a deep dive on. And I think that it has some sort of, like, Japanese-Chinese co-production thing going on. Like, it was made by, like, no one, or no one like, this would be a good producer, Bandai Visual. Like, man, okay, now this is some shit that I want to actually research. I don't know how would I promote this? What would I title a video about this to get people interested? I don't know. It's a fucking weird OVA, but it's notable for having really, really ahead of its time 3D CG, and just being kind of batshit insane. And I kind of wish more people knew about this show. And I've always been curious what's going on with it, so maybe I'll try and do some research. Oh shit, guys. It's time for the grand motherfucking reveal. I haven't been this excited, this happy. Damn. It's time for the grand motherfucking reveal. Boom. Posters of anime peoples. Look at that. There they are. They're hanging out there on my wall. It's real. Chunibyo demokoi ga shitai. Kamichu. Bakemonogatari. Season 2, specifically. I think, right? Chino. Gochiusa. Steins Gate. Nanoha. And Yuyushiki. And 2 lane posters. And a ThinkPad keyboard. You may notice there used to be, where the Steins Gate poster is now, Mao poster, and another thing sort of here from the Lane art book. I took it down. They're over there now. The Mao poster joke was getting old to me. I kept looking at it and being like, why the fuck do I have a picture of Mao on my wall? I was kind of getting old. I was kind of like, it's not really funny anymore. It's just kind of like, why do I have this? It's kind of annoying, actually. Like, the poster itself, it's not even, I don't know, I used to think it was really good, but now I look at it and I'm like, it just looks like kind of unbalanced and weird. Like there's just too much red, you know? It's too much red. I don't know what's going on with the Mao poster. I don't know why I bought that, but these are much better posters. These are much better. Let me go I got a couple of things I could do. Okay, so these are all the posters I considered getting. I went through every single scanned Megami magazine on Danboru
to pick out the best ones, and these were the best ones, but I couldn't afford them all because they were pretty expensive, so I had to narrow it down from that list even. But these are all the ones that I saved as the best ones. This Mahoraba poster, which I'm kind of sad I didn't end up getting, but there was a reason for it. It wasn't really working in the website for some reason, unfortunately. I don't know why, but I was kind of like really the website where you up like their website for this poster company was so bad. It was just so frustrating to use, and it wouldn't let me do what I wanted it to do. It was really annoying, and I was kind of fed up with it, so I decided to not bother troubleshooting and just to not get this one. But this is a definite maybe in the future get type poster. This Lucky Star one, I like it, but also I kind of started looking at I was looking at this face, looking at this face is gonna get kind of annoying. It's kind of off, the smile is kind of off. I don't know, something about it that I was basically just it's a good poster, but the face, the Konata face is kind of intense. It's I think the problem is that she's not smiling with her eyes. Her eyebrows are down, and it looks kind of, I don't know. I don't know why, but the face kind of put me off. Do you see what I'm getting at? There's something weirdly off-putting about the Konata face here. Am I tripping or no? I don't know, but that's why I didn't get that one. This Kamichu one. I actually got this one, so I don't know. This Hokagu, I really like this poster. The only reason I didn't get it is because, although I like Hokago Table Nishi, it's I don't like it that much. But I really like this poster, and I will probably be getting this in the future at some point. But yeah, I really like this, the design of this poster. I literally just decided to get it because I was trying to prioritize other shows that I like more. Yeah, I got that one. Okay, this one I didn't get literally there's two reasons. First reason, the fold, it's a double page spread, and the fold is pretty apparent. You can actually see the fold in the Kamichu one if you look real close, but this one is much worse because the color of the background is light. So that was one reason, and the other reason is just it's kind of too lolly to put in my room. I don't know. I do like it, obviously. I mean, it's a great poster, and Ichigo Marshmallow is one of my favorite shows. I'm still a little, I don't know, little cautious. I'm a little cautious with that. Maybe I shouldn't be. This is the Moe-tan poster, right? The one. Again, you can see why I was just maybe I should have not prioritized the super lolly shit, And then this is a Korege Watashi no Goshijin-sama poster. I literally just couldn't find, the first thing is I couldn't find a high enough resolution scan. And then when I did, I was I don't really like that show that much. I like it. It's good. It's better than it should be because it has a bunch of competent people working on it. It's an interesting show just for that, right? Korege Watashi no Goshijin-sama is it's an interesting show for the fact that it should be a bad show or a very mediocre show, but it has a bunch of really talented people working on it who know what they're doing, and so it turns it from a bad / mediocre show into a surprisingly good show. The only problem with it, really, the biggest problem, is the main heroine is kind of annoying, just in her personality. But the main thing that makes her annoying is her seiyuu just screams every fucking line, just shouts every line, and it gets tiresome. Again, I was do I want a Wata 10 poster? Do I want every single video I ever make or every single picture I ever take of my room to broadcast to the world that I like Wata 10? Maybe I might want to hide that sometimes, But again, definitely an option in the future. Although I'll probably try and find a better poster than this, because this also isn't a great... I mean, it doesn't have my favorite character from the show in it. It's kind of a shame, missing out on that. yeah, so not the best poster, and not necessarily a show I want to advertise that I like all the time. Like all of these shows, I'm happy. Hey, anyone want to know that I like Steins Gate? Well, who doesn't? Anyone want to know I like Kamichu? You know, great show, you etc. Right? But what's a 10? Maybe not. Maybe not sometimes. And I got all the other ones. There's a couple that I didn't get. So I will go through my logic as to why I got the ones that I did. Because you might think, if you know my anime taste, you might think it's a little strange. In particular, like Steins Gate, I never talk about Steins Gate, even though I love that show. Right? Like, I obviously I love that show. And in particular, this poster is just good, right? Like the Catgirl made poster. I mean, come on. It's just a good poster. It's just a really good design. It's like, it kind of sums up otaku the Catgirl made. I've often thought, like, two kind of nonsensical symbols that no longer signify what they were originally meant to holy shit, am I having a stroke? Two, like, random symbols that no longer signify what they're meant to signify, but now, in conjunction with each other, signify something completely different and wholly unique. Especially mixed in with Steins Gate, a show kind of about otaku. Like otaku, the nature of otaku in a sense. At least that's part of what the show's about. And I was like, this is just good symbolism, good shit. Hell yeah. So that's why I got the Steins Gate one. Kamichu poster, honestly not my favorite poster. Like, the poster design's kind of cool, but I think in composition wise it's my least favorite, even though I still like it. It's just that Kamichu is such a good show, and there was only 2 Kamichu Megami magazine ones, and this was by far the best. The other one, it's like 2 of them in swimsuits, and it looks like shit. The characters are kind of off model, and I'm not really I don't know, it just didn't look good to me. This one captures the more wholesome vibe of the show much better. Yuyushiki, I've obviously talked about this before. I love Yuyushiki. There's a few different Megami Magazine Yuyushiki posters. I got this one because, again, I feel like it fits the vibe of the show much better. There was another one that I thought was okay, but then there's one that I've seen around before where Yui, just for no reason, has like the fattest ass. Let me find this. Yeah, this is it. Why is her ass so fat? Like, what's going on there? That's definitely not the one I want to get. Yeah, not good. But yeah, it was a choice between this one, and I just chose this one because, I don't know, I just liked it a little better. But anyway, yeah, I love you, Yushiki. And there was another one as well, but the other one I didn't like so much, just for other reasons. Wait, I don't know if I even saw this. Now that I think about it, I don't know if I even saw this one. The one I saw was the one it wasn't this part, but just this part. And the reason I didn't like it is just because she's doing this weird thing, fake pigtail thing, and I don't like it. I just want the character. And I felt like this is better. No? Like, I think it's better. And it's definitely better than this one with the random gigantic ass for no reason. Not a fan of that. Again, it's like square as well. Like, it doesn't look round. It doesn't look natural. It looks like someone just like shoved cubes in there. Just some cubes. I don't know what that's about. But yeah, I love Yuyushiki. I'm happy. I'm a proud owner of a Yuyushiki poster. I've seen the show twice. It's a good show. Okay, now the other ones might be a little weirder to defend. Because neither of them are shows that I actually particularly like that much. I'll start with Chunibyo. I don't like the show Chunibyo that much, but I do like the main character a lot, or the female lead. I actually forget her name right now, so maybe that goes to show just what I know. But I used to be really into her. There was definitely a time period where I would have said that she was one of my favorite characters. And just that aside, Chunibyo holds a special place in my heart as the first anime I ever watched. So there's that, and I also thought that the darker tone would contrast the other posters nicely. Although in reality, it just kind of puts the whole thing off balance. But I thought if every poster is cute girls on a light background, I have 4 of them now. Cute girls on a light background is like, give me one cute girl on a dark background. The cute girl smiling on a light background. Like, I don't want every single poster to be cute girls smiling on a light background. Give me one that's a cute girl on a dark background, kind of vaguely pointing. Sure. I'm kind of disappointed with the scan quality of this. I put it far away because the scan is like a little blurry. It's definitely not going to come out in 640 by 480p camera resolution in a kind of weirdly lit room. But like if you get up close to it, compared to the other ones, which are super sharp, this one's a little fuzzy. The lines were a little fuzzy. Not as well. Not that the original scan not so good. Didn't notice that. Just looking at it on my computer screen. And then the other one is Nanoha. Now, to give you a little extra context, specifically, it's from Nanoha movie The First, which is by far my favorite piece of. Well, that's not actually true. It's joint my favorite piece of Nanoha with Vivid Strike, which doesn't even have Nanoha in it. Well, I think she has a cameo, but like it's not a part of the main line. Well, is it? Is Vivid Strike a part of the mainline Nanoha series? Whatever. Nanoha. There were a few different Nanoha. It seems like they did it. I mean, Nanoha and Megami Magazine, they've always been together. Megami Magazine has about 1 billion Nanoha posters. And so it kind of just seeing all of them made me want to get one. That's the first thing. Also, as I said about Steins Gate representing otaku culture, I think Nanoha also represents otaku culture very strongly. Nanoha, a side character from a kind of shitty eroge, who, it turns into this like gigantic, insane sci-fi series that is also a magical girl series, which is a genre made for little girls, except this is a magical girl series targeted at adult men who like the series for little girls because they're weird. And it turns into this insane batshit sci-fi thing, and it all centers on this one character. Like, if that doesn't represent everything anime can be, I don't know what does. Yeah. Nanoha. And I thought the poster was good. There was a couple of Nanoha posters. Some of them, there was one from Nanoha A's that I was looking at that I thought was kind of neat. It was more in the sort of Chunibyo style. It was more of like an action, all of the characters doing action poses on a cool background thing. That was kind of neat. But then I realized, I don't know, I thought, I don't really want that. It doesn't really fit. That's not why I like Nanoha A's. I mean, it kind of is. But, yeah. The Nanoha movie is good. Actually, I think I might like the Nanoha movie second better than Nanoha movie first. I like both of them, I think. Maybe I gave them... You know what? I watched them back to back, so honestly I can't remember which is which. Well, apparently I like the A's movie better than I gave the A's movie an 8, I gave the first movie a 7. But whatever, it's the same character. It's the same character, same franchise, same movie series of the franchise. I'm happy with it. I'm not a stickler about stuff like that. I just wanted a poster with Nanoha on it. I like her character design. I like what she represents. I like the movie, the second, A's, and Vivid Strike, and not really that much else about the Nanoha franchise, to be perfectly frank with you, other than what it represents. But I'm happy with it. Yeah, definitely need to get more posters. This makes me want to fill the entire, Just the fact that I can film this and it has empty space, now I'm like, putting me on edge, man. I need to get more posters. I guess Moe Tan naked. Oh no, that was a joke. You know, I don't know, just more and better. Yeah, but I'm pretty happy with it. Honestly speaking, this sparks joy. Also, this Yuyushiki poster is from the Yuyushiki OVA, which I don't think I've even seen. So I might have to watch that right now so that I don't feel guilty about having a poster for a show I technically haven't seen. That's the sort of person I am. This is it, the OVA. I have seen it. I've seen it. It wasn't that good, apparently. Apparently I gave it a 6. I don't know why I would have given it maybe it's bad. Okay, well, whatever. I like the original show a lot, so I don't really care if I didn't like the OVA, because it's the same characters. I don't know what I wouldn't have liked about this OVA. Sure, like, I wish I had like a little note that was like, I didn't like this because of this, so I could remember why I gave this a 6. I'm surprised. I wouldn't have expected to give this a 6. But, hey. Surprising. Anyway, yeah. Posters I need to get. Lucky Star would be Pog, but that's not what I meant to say. I meant to say Hidamari Sketch. I feel like this is firstly, there's a big space here, which just feels like it's missing, right? Like, it kind of goes up. Feels like I need a poster here. Gotta look for a Hidamari Sketch poster. Honestly, sadly, there were very few good Hidamari Sketch posters. Hence, I didn't find a single one going through literally every Megami magazine. There were a couple of Hidamari Sketch posters, but none of them were that good. Second thing, Chino looks kind of small now, and that cannot be. There must be more Chino. Again, I found a couple of good Gotcha User posters. I actually found a couple of Chino posters that I would definitely have gotten, but I was thinking at the time, I already have a Chino poster. I probably shouldn't get another one. At least not for now, if I'm like, I already have one. But seeing how small the Chino looks compared to all the others, this cannot be. It makes it look like Chino isn't as important as the other girls, which cannot be. This is not allowed. We cannot allow this to take place. We cannot allow that to even be a thought that could possibly occur. Chino is in the center, which is good, but we need more Chino. Okay, we need more Chino. So, Hidamari Sketch, Gotcha User, and maybe something else. Who knows? Honestly, like, there's a I don't know. I also, like, one of the things is that I always try and get, one of the problems with me is that I will notice the little off things about posters and wallpapers and all of these things. Like my wallpaper for my desktop, one of the girls, it's a wallpaper of the Chimame trio from Gotcha User, right? One of the girls' arms doesn't make any biological sense. Like, when you really look at it, it doesn't make any sense. And another one has like one hand that is like too small. The perspective's off. And that stuff will really annoy me after a while. I keep thinking I need to change my desktop wallpaper in the front room, in the desktop, because of this. So I'm kind of I have to make sure I'm getting posters with correct anatomy and everything like that, because I will just stare at them and I will notice everything that is slightly wrong with them. Which is why I didn't get there was a K-On! Posters. There was a couple of K-On! Posters, and both of them, there was a couple of K-On! Posters that I thought were good, and both of them had something weird about them. either some anatomy was off or some perspective was off. And yeah, I didn't like that. There was also a Horizon in the Middle of Nowhere poster that I considered getting, but then I realized I actually could not for the life of me remember who those characters were, other than the fact that they were from Horizon. There was 2 Horizon in the Middle of Nowhere posters. One of them was 2 of the girls. I don't know who they are. I think somehow all of my Horizon knowledge has slipped my mind. I'm going to need to rewatch that show or reread the light novels at some point, because all of my Horizon knowledge has slipped my mind at some point, and that is kind of annoying. It took me a long time to get that knowledge. That show takes a lot of study to understand. I had to read the goddamn books, like, just to get it. And yeah, it was like it was 2 of them, and they were pushing their boobs together. They were like squished up against each other, so their boobs were pushed together. And I mean, I'm not a fan of like lewd posters. Like, to be frank with you, I don't understand the appeal. I don't. Yeah, I'm much more a fan of the sort of moe aspects than the lewd aspects. You might think that like something like this is lewd, but it's not lewd. There's nothing lewd about it. Okay, there is nothing lewd about this in any sense. This is moe. At least how I interpret it. This is entirely just moe cuteness. Especially like, I mean, come on now. Are you kidding me? Look at this. Look at this. Are you like, come on now. Look at that. Look at that. That is moe. Okay. There's nothing lewd about it in the slightest. I don't understand the appeal of, honestly, having like half naked anime girls on your walls. I want fully clothed anime girls on my walls who seem to be having a good time. You know, I want everyone to be having a good time in here. I don't want anything risque. I don't understand. Yeah, not my thing really. I say with, literally, well, whatever. Yeah, not my thing. But not for a poster at least. Yeah, specifically a poster that I like posters. I don't really like it. So so the fact that I can remember the 2 girls' names from Horizon, and the fact that they had booba as like a big element, kind of put me off of that one. And then the other one was a few of the girls in an onsen naked, and that also too risque, too booba, not really my thing. It is weird. Like, I don't know. Like, it's just, I guess it's just unappealing. Like, it's not an appealing aesthetic, because the point of it is not to beat my dick. You know, they got websites for that. The point is to have something that is aesthetically appealing, and clothes are much more aesthetically appealing than no clothes. That's why people wear clothes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't find that appealing at all. So yeah, there was another really good poster, and it was a poster for Miko Tokuma. That was what it was called. Miko Kuma Miko, right? The show that I just found out was evil. But that's why I watched the show, is because it had a really good Megami poster. And I was like, damn, this is a really good Megami poster. I should check this show out. And then it turned out to be the work of Satan. I can't even think about it. Thinking about it is making me go kind of schizo. Thinking about it is making me mad. Making me think about conspiracies. So let's not think about it too much. Yeah. Anime. It's cool. Anime is cool. Here's another thing. Just before I go, one more thing. I would really have liked a visual novel poster, but not that I couldn't find any that I liked. That's pretty simple. Like, just for the fact of having one, I would have liked one, because it's cool. And Japanese otaku rooms tend to have lots of visual novel posters, whereas Western otaku rooms tend to have only anime posters. And so I was like, I'm gonna be a cool guy like those guys in Japan and have a visual novel poster, but there were no good ones. Not for visual novels I liked, at least. I need to get back in my visual novel era, man. I was fucking hardcore banging them out, and I kind of fell off. Mostly because most of them suck, and the good ones are untranslated. I don't know why. Yeah. There's definitely a ton that I could probably read and have fun with, and I don't know why I'm not doing that right now, to be... Well, probably because I'm watching Psyche K and having fun with that. Psyche K's good. Not a cute girl, though, so no poster. This Mick Gordon thing that's going on, this drama... Is that even appropriate? It's like a legal case. But, this, if you don't know, Mick Gordon, composer for the soundtracks of Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. I suppose, well, not really supposedly, but seems to have been pretty badly fucked over by the team at the game and stuff. And yeah, one thing I just want to say about this is this sort of thing, like, Mick Gordon is one of the very, very few video game composers who people actually know the name of. There are very few of them. Like, can you name 10? Maybe if you're a nerd, but I can't. I can't name 10 video game composers. And like, I've been thinking recently, you know, the film industry, I mean, it continues to fuck people over, obviously. But at the very least, the Hollywood is known for having the strongest union in the world. Like, the SAG, the Screen Actors Guild, is one of the strongest unions in the world. And yeah, like, yeah, Hollywood, big union place. Everyone who's half decent at their job is part of the union. Ridiculously strong union. Almost too strong, to the point where it gets kind of very inconvenient and makes costs very high, but that's why everyone in Hollywood gets paid so much. They have a really good union. The games industry is bigger than the movie industry. Why isn't there a massive game makers union? Like, I'm sure there exists some attempts to do this. It would be amazing if no one had thought of this before. But, like, it makes me think, like, if you're a game dev, join whatever you can, you know? Like, these sorts of things just keep happening in the games industry, and that, like, you've, like, got the whole crunch scandal, devs being pushed ridiculously hard, crunch culture thing, you know, obviously, Blizzard falling apart, this Mick Gordon thing, the recent, like, H-Bomber guy video also related, like, this stuff just keeps happening. It just keeps happening. It's not going to slow down. You can make it public all you want, but for every one that goes public, there's probably 10 that no one's ever heard of, because it's just some random guy that you've never heard of. But I'm pretty sure this is why unions exist, right? And the thing is, like, musicians have unions. I don't know the details of how they work super well. I'm not part of one. Maybe I should be. But yeah. Real shit. I'm not normally a big pro-union guy. I'm like a small pro-union guy. You know, I'm not a unions solve all problems type of guy. But in this case, I think it's ridiculous, given how successful SAG has been in the film industry and the other film industry unions, given how strong they are. Like, And given how the games industry is even bigger, I don't know, it makes me think, you know, some shit could go down in the next few years. Because I feel like it's gonna happen eventually, right? Like, surely. Surely something happens eventually. The film unions were made at a time when unions in the US were just much stronger in general, had much more power in general. But it seems to be coming back. I mean, like Amazon and Starbucks unionizing and stuff recently has been a fairly big deal. I don't know. Do you guys think it's gonna be a thing? I feel like it's gotta become a thing at some point, right? Surely. I mean, maybe not. It's possible that it couldn't. I mean, the anime industry doesn't have a union. They don't have shit. They just work themselves to death. Yeah, so maybe not. Who knows? I guess that's Japan for you. Although things are supposedly better these days. Look, I tried my best to set myself up for success today, but I'm pretty sure that today's gonna be tough no matter what. I've tried my best, but today's gonna be tough. I have to stay up for 21 hours, which is not anywhere close to my limit. I've done 32 before, I think is my max. Like, it's not anywhere close to my limit, but it is suboptimal. Now, to be fair, a good chunk of it is going to be watching a film, which is not too bad. Like, it's not a particularly strenuous activity, and it's a David Lynch film. It's Lost Highway. I'm talking about right at the end. I'm gonna be going to see I'm gonna be going to see Lost Highway at a screening with Young Sai. It's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. I love David Lynch. I love movies, and Young Sai is a good friend. So there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that my sleep cycle happens to not align very well with late night movie screenings. The movie's gonna end at like 11:30. Oh no, the movie's gonna end at like 11, and it'll take me a good while to get home from there. So I might not get home until midnight. And right now, I've just woken up at 3 a.m. So 21 hours. Yeah, the problem really is just, I tried my best. Yesterday, before I fell asleep, I tried to stay awake for as long as I could, reasonably. I ended up staying awake for an extra 3 hours or 4 hours. Yeah, to try and, just to try and like push my wake up time, forwards. Unfortunately, it didn't push it forwards as much as I would have liked. I would have liked, look, 4 a.m. I would have been much more thankful to wake up at 4 a.m. than 3 a.m. 3 a.m. was like the minimum acceptable. I did everything in my power. But yeah, another interesting thing that's happening today, Smite is arriving. So that'll be interesting. So, yeah, busy day. Yeah, I should probably get some, what do I even have food-wise? I think I'm like almost out of, I probably should get groceries today as well. Yeah. I have so little interest in playing any AAA game, it's insane. I've never really thought about it before. I know I'm not much of a gamer, but I think maybe this is why. Is that like AAA games just have nothing that appeals to me. Like, they just so nothing. Like, I look, oh, new God of War Ragnarok. I'm just like, bro, there's no fucking way I would ever finish this game.
Like, I would pick it up, I would play it for like 3 hours and be like, it's alright, and then never play it again. But I don't know I don't know why people do this. Like, games are expensive. Why would you spend so much money on such a mid piece of shit? Honestly. Like, I understand going to see a Disney Marvel property thing, right? I understand it because cinema tickets are cheap and it's just a few hours long, you know? So yeah, sure. I get it. I maybe you want to turn your brain off, hang out with a friend or some friends, or just catch up with the lore so that you can keep up in conversations. You know, it's cheap cinema ticket, cheap Netflix or whatever, Disney Plus, you probably already have it. Not that expensive, all things considered. You know, like, I get why normies do that. I'm not, like, super on board with it. I don't think they necessarily should when you can get it for free, if you know what I'm saying, but, like, I get it. But AAA games are different. Like, you spend way too much money on a console, and then you spend way too much money on a game that most people don't even finish. Like, most people don't finish games anymore. I don't know if you know this, but like lots of publishers have been reporting that they have that the retention rates on modern games are super low. I think whatever, but you can look into this yourself. Like the majority of players of these AAA games don't actually finish the games. You can see it through like Steam achievements and etc. And these are like AAA. These aren't like Zachtronics games that are like super difficult, and of course no one's finishing them. You know, like, I'm not surprised that most people don't finish those puzzle games. They're not designed, like, that's part of the design philosophy, is that most players won't actually finish them. But that's not the case with these story-driven AAA games. These are like babies first, you know, super fucking easy, super story-driven, super polished. Like, I don't understand, I don't know. It's just they're too long. This is my actual theory, is that these movies, these games are just too goddamn long. Like, the reason Portal works, and Portal's one of the best games ever made, is because it's short, right? It's just, I don't know if anyone, like, how, Portal's like a super fucking short game. It's like 3 hours long or something. I think I last time I played it, I beat it in like 3 hours. That was a few years ago. I don't have all the puzzles memorized or anything. 3 hours is still like, I think 3 hours is about average, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe it was less than that. Honestly, I don't remember. I think it was about 3 hours. Let's just say that. Let's say it was about 3 hours. Like, Portal, great game, right? Feminist deconstruction of the first-person shooter genre. It's genius, right? And it is also fun. And it's like, I guess, a AAA game from a few years ago, but AAA nonetheless. Man, I don't know why my nose is running. What's this about? It's not like I'm going outside. How could I have a cold? I don't interact with anyone. My animes. I just don't understand why anyone plays AAA games, like, when there are so many indie games out there that are a tenth of the price and can cover any individual niche that you want and can run on anything. Like, why? Oh, I need to spend, you know, how much is a PS5? 500, 600, 599. Let's say about 500 quid to 600 for some reason. Some of them are more expensive, I don't know why. Right, 500 quid on a PS5. That's a lot of fucking money. Holy shit, that's a lot of money. And then $60 per game. Right? That's insane. That's an insane amount of money to spend. Holy shit. Or like on a gaming PC, you're spending over $1,000 easily. I mean, I did that. But yeah, you're spending all of this money right? When there's just no reason. Like, I just don't understand. Like, it's literally you're burning money for no fucking reason. I don't understand. I just don't understand. Why would anyone do this? Why would you buy a PS5? Why would you buy... I don't even know what the new Xbox is called. But why would you buy a PS5? It's just pointless. It's just 100% pointless. You're spending fucking all of this money to play bullshit. When you already have a computer that can emulate at least 20 years worth of games. At least. Plus modern indie games that aren't... Like, most people don't use a ThinkPad, right? Like, but most people don't use a computer this old. This is from 2011, I think, right? This is from 2006, I think. Actually, it might be even older than that. But, yeah, most people don't have a laptop this old. The vast majority of people use much more recent laptops, right? Or desktops or whatever. Okay? Yeah, I'm trying to think uber normie here. Uber normie. Okay, how difficult is it to type itch.io into your search bar? You can play, like, you just go HTML5 games. Look at all of these, like, amazing, like, I'm sure a lot of these suck, but I'm also sure a lot of these are really good and just run in browser. Look, Pico 8 Doom. Like, any of these Pico 8 games, there's about 1 billion Pico 8 games, right? Help me plenty, you know. Come on. We ain't no pussies here. We played Doom before. What is happening? Oh, okay. Can I control, like real Doom? Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, this is Doom. This is not E1M1 though. This is very hard to play one-handed. Okay. That's enough of that. But anyway, yeah, like, you can play Doom. These people have never even played Doom. I mean, I'm not a gamer. I'm not a gamer, and even I know this. This is why I'm not a gamer. I feel like the other day, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't get it. Why, what is it? Someone explain it to me. What is the appeal of these, like, AAA games when there are literally tens of thousands? Look, I just went on HTML5 games. 250,000 HTML5 games. And that's just HTML5. And, like, that's, like, the least interesting one. Like, not... Hold on a minute. Clear filters. Okay, games. We've got almost over 500,000, 600,000 itch.io games just on here. A good chunk of which are free, and even the ones that aren't are gonna be super cheap. Okay, and that's just itch.io. Like, you go on Steam, there's a bajillion games. And that's not to mention all of the millions of, or thousands of retro games that you could be emulating on whatever system you have. Like, whatever you have, I can guarantee you can at least emulate up to, like, PS1 N64 era. Dreamcast, maybe? Like, every single computer can do that. Okay, new CSGO update. I haven't played on it yet, but I'm just guessing they nerfed the M41S even more, which sucks. I don't know why they would do that. The M41S is already pretty fucking nerfed, with the fire rate being so low and the mag capacity reduced. Like, it's... I don't know why they keep nerfing it. I don't understand. I don't understand the position. Like, what... They're nerfing it to the point where it's like, what place is this supposed to even have in the game? Like, you know? I always considered the M4A4 is more like the mid-range option because of the, like, more extreme spray
pattern where you have to pull down more, which makes it harder to hit shots at long distances. And then the M41S is the more precise long distance option, but not as good in close or mid range. But they've nerfed the M41S's long distance damage. They've made it drop off more. Honestly, the mag capacity is annoying. The fire rate being lowered, I don't really mind because, again, I see the M41S as more of a tap shooting / burst shooting, mid-long range precision gun, and then the M41S or the M41 is more M4A4 is more like the spraying gun. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to switch to the M4A4 now. Probably I'll see how bad it is, but I've been thinking of it for a while because the magazine being so low in the M4A1S is kind of annoying, so I'm probably going to have to switch to the M4A4, which just, whatever. But the thing, and then the AWP lowered to fucking 5 bullet mag capacity. This is insane. This is just ridiculous. This is annoying. I guess it's going to make it harder to hold down angles for just like an entire game with the AWP. It might, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think there's good and bad here. No, actually, I don't think there's good and bad. I think it's just bad. Because here's what it prevents. Here's what the lowering the mag capacity prevents that I think Valve wants to prevent. Let's say you're rushing B on Mirage, and there's an AWPer truck holding B. Right? They can just, there's 4 of you rushing B. The AWPer can just pew, 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 all of you, right? Even if they miss a few shots, or they're firing through smoke or whatever, right? Even if they miss a few shots, they have plenty of time. But if you're the B, rushing B, all you have to do is bait out 2 shots, and the AWPer can't kill all of you. Because they need to reload, which gives you a chance to push the AWPer without having to rely entirely on utility. So an AWP can no longer just hold down a single corner for an entire game. They have to take a break and reload, which puts them under pressure to be rushed by multiple people, that's a good gameplay change, right? Because having an AWPer just holding down an angle for a whole game and just having to waste utility on them is annoying. So yeah, that's fine by me. But the problem is that's not all it's going to affect, because the other thing it's going to affect is my favorite playstyle, which Valve just hates. They've been hating this playstyle forever, which is aggressive AWPing. Aggressive AWPing is one of the most funs you can have in Counter-Strike. It's just a super fun way to play the game, and it can be very powerful. And yeah, with this 5 bullet reduction, you're gonna be in trouble if you miss I guess the point is it also just prevents you from missing shots, but you're just gonna be imagine running out of ammo, behind enemy lines, trying to flank with an AWP. Then you're just fucked. Which is definitely not the way the AWP is sort of supposed to be used in the game, but is also just a really fun play style that is a good mix-up. Yeah, I don't know, it makes the game a little more boring to me. Lots of reloading. Reloading sucks. No one likes reloading. Take reloading out of video games. Who does it help? But I still think it could be good because it just raises the skill requirements for an AWP, and an AWP should always be a high risk, high reward gun to buy since it's expensive, and it should be each shot, since there's a long gap between shots, right? That it's you have to hit your shot precisely, and if you do, you get a high reward, instant kill. But if you miss, you're very vulnerable, and if you die, you lose the AWP, which is very expensive, and then your money fucked. It could be good because it does kind of play to that side of the AWP, where it's now you're even more punished for missing shots, because reloading is even more vulnerable than just the normal time between shots. So I think it could be okay. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't really see what the problem with the AWP was, but I suppose just as a bit of a change of pace, it could be fine. I guess we'll have to see how this affects the meta. But the thing I really don't like is Anubis, the map. I've complained about Anubis before. I don't think they fixed it yet. Mid in Anubis is arguably the worst part of any map ever. It sucks. Mid in Anubis is just like unplayably bad in my opinion. It is so bad. No one goes mid, really. That no one knows how to. It sucks. It just sucks. Just to be frank with you, it's just awful. Now I'm okay. I suppose it doesn't matter, right? Since Anubis was already in the game, now it's just in the competitive pool. They removed Dust 2 from the competitive pool, which is fine. You know, Dust 2 overplayed as hell. I would rather they removed Mirage from the competitive pool, but what can you do, eh? It's fine. You can still play Dust 2. The problem is I don't see pro matches on Anubis being very fun. I see it because mid is so dog shit. Like, I don't see watching pro matches being very fun. I mean, I hate playing Anubis 100%. I hate playing it. It has one really good bomb site that's one of the best bomb sites in the game. Really well designed to both take and defend. It's just super fun. And then it has one not bad bomb site, but that bomb site, I'm actually forgetting which one's A and which one's B right now. See if I can like check. This is, hold on a minute. Okay, so yeah, B is the best, a really good bomb site, really well designed. A is okay, would be much, it's really hard to take as T, because you have to push out into the open, and even with the utility, your options are limited. And the real problem with this is mid, because taking A would be way easier if you could split A, and half of your team would go mid, and half of your team would take A standard, and then you could split, and that would be fine. Then you could take the bomb site much easier because their attention would be divided. You could execute properly. It would be based. The problem is that in order to do that, you have to take mid, and taking mid sucks. It's possible. It's not like it's super CT sided or whatever. In fact, I think mid is arguably T sided, but it just sucks. It's not fun. It's not fun to take mid. It's not entertaining gameplay. It's kind of just it's just a clusterfuck. Yeah, it's just a clusterfuck. It's not. No one wants to do it because it's way too risky. Like it's way too risky for both teams. You can go mid and just get absolutely demolished as T, or you can go mid and just absolutely roll the CTs because the cover is just so weird and awkward and doesn't make any sense. And that makes split A kind of hard. Split B is much easier because of the canals section. But really, there should be something like that for, I don't know. I'm not a fan of Anubis personally. There are my opinions on the CSGO update. I want to talk about a concept that I don't hear people talking about very often, and that is the idea of shows, anime being easy to watch versus hard to watch. And neither of these are actually an indictment or praise of a show. Like a show can be amazing and yet hard to watch, or a show can be just okay and easy to watch. What I mean by this is, maybe I should give you examples. So a show that I would say is maybe the easiest to watch that I've ever seen is Hunter x Hunter. The reason for when I say easy to watch, I guess what I mean is it rewards you a lot and it doesn't demand that much of you. So like Hunter x Hunter, just as an example, every episode ends on a cliffhanger, which makes it super easy to just marathon, because every time an episode ends, you're like, oh, well, it ended on a cliffhanger, I have to find out what happens next, and then you go to the next episode, and it keeps you engaged the whole time. Hunter x Hunter also has a lot of shit going on, but it has fast pacing, but only exactly as fast as it needs to be. Like you're never confused as to what's going on. even though by the time the show really gets going or towards the end, there's a lot of shit going on, a lot of moving parts, a lot of like characters to remember and so on. There's 140 episodes of build up. Like they introduce it over a long stretch of time gradually, so your brain has plenty of time to understand and process all the information. Hence why, when I watched Hunter x Hunter, I spent 4 days doing nothing but watching Hunter x Hunter, because it is so easy to watch that it becomes easier to watch Hunter x Hunter than it is to do literally any other thing. It is easier to watch once you start watching it. It's easier to keep watching it than it is to stop watching it. Easiest to watch show of all time. Also a wonderful show. Something that is hard to watch might be, let's say, as an example, what the hell is this? Bit of something stuck to me. I don't know what that is. Anyway, a show that is hard to watch. I'd say Text No Lies. Very hard to watch. Extremely slow paced, brutal, very little dialogue, and no rewards. It demands a lot of you. It demands a lot of patience. It demands that you pay a lot of attention, right? That it's asking you to think about everything all the time, right? It's demanding a lot of you, and it gives you nothing back. There is very little reward, like, in terms of dopamine hits per episode. You're not getting very many dopamine hits at all. Now, this does not mean that Text No Lies is not a brilliant show. It's a brilliant show. It is just very hard to watch. Like, it requires a lot of effort, mental effort, focus, and determination to get through that show. For me, at least. I'm sure this is subjective and different between people and people, but for me, at least. Whereas a show like Hunter x Hunter doesn't demand very much of you at all. You just have to be vaguely paying attention. There's no like long, slow-paced sections where nothing really happens and you have to like kind of force yourself to keep paying attention to it and not let your mind wander because you might miss something, or there's not like really complex concepts introduced very quickly that you have to grasp very quickly in order to understand things, or there's not like a super complex plot line that you have to follow, and it's not always clear, like, or there's not like complex moralities that you have to engage with or anything like this. I mean, there kind of is that, but it takes place over such a long period of time that you have a lot of, I mean, it's also just masterfully executed so that like it all makes a lot of sense. Whereas, yeah, a show like Text No Lies has none of those like quality of life features. There's no cliffhangers of the endings. There's barely dialogue. There's no like pretty moving colors to focus on. The show is like brutal and harsh to look at. There's no uplifting message. There's no good guys and bad guys. There's no constant drip feeding of rewards and dopamine. And again, this is not to say that one style of anime is better than the other. It's simply a matter of what mood I'm in, of what sort of thing I want to watch. I think both can be equally rewarding, but I think it's likely that a hard-to-watch show is more likely to be either awful or amazing, whereas an easy-to-watch show is more likely to sort of be middling, but not terrible or amazing. Now, Hunter x Hunter is amazing. There are definitely some of these shows that are really, really good. It's not that they can't happen, and there are definitely shows that are hard to watch and also just kind of middling. But I'd say that's a pretty general rule of thumb. So, yeah, and I don't see anyone talking about this sort of aspect of anime or media in general. Like, take my favorite film, Tokyo Story. Tokyo Story is really hard to watch. It is boring. It is slow. It's just people in rooms talking about, like, it's not even like high-minded philosophy stuff. That's all implied. It's just, kind of personal drama, family drama. What it means to grow old. What it means to have a family. These sorts of things. Like, there is no fight scenes or cliffhangers or anything like this. It's just a slow plot about people in rooms talking to each other. No dynamic camera moves, nothing like this. It is difficult. It's difficult to get through. But that is also my favorite film. Because it asks a lot of me, right? Like, it asks me to engage with it, and it doesn't give me those dopamine hit rewards. But what it does do is ultimately reward me with something deeper, so a level of emotional catharsis that could only be attained by asking a lot of me, by asking me to invest a lot of myself in the movie. And I think the same can be said of a lot of anime. And one thing I want to get clear here is about slice of life. Slice of life is generally, I think, more on the hard to watch side than on the easy to watch side. Shonen tends to be on the easier to watch side. Slice of life tends to be on the harder to watch side. The less comedy focused ones are on the harder to watch side. The ones that are like gag slice of life, like Nichijou or something like that, they tend to be easier to watch because they're constantly drip feeding you jokes, which is rewarding. Whereas the ones that are just sort of pure slice of life, Iyashikei almost, or just actually Iyashikei, they tend to be hard to watch. They tend to be very slow, not much happens, there's not big dopamine moments or big emotional catharsis moments that much, you know what I mean, right? And so, it can be difficult to marathon those sorts of shows, which is fine. Not every show should be optimized for marathoning. In fact, I think you'll get a much more enjoyable experience out of, let's say, watching Aria. If you watch one episode, maybe once a week or something like that. You sit down, you get yourself a nice cup of tea or something, a warm beverage, get under the blanket, whatever, get yourself comfy, and watch an episode of Aria, and then be like, well, that was fun, and then move on with your life. Because it's hard to marathon that sort of thing, right? There's nothing to keep you going, there's nothing to keep you engaged. But, those shows are things that I value extremely highly. They also are in themselves very rewarding experiences, even if it's in a different way. Yeah. And I think this is actually this aspect of anime is very important to me, because I am someone who often struggles to keep my attention focused on these sorts of harder to watch things for long periods of time. And this is why I end up dropping a lot of shows, not necessarily because they're bad, but just because they are hard to watch and not amazing. Like they're like 5s or 6s, but they're also quite hard to watch. Whereas if it's a show, like, this is why I've watched so many, like, not very good isekai shows, because they're 5 or 6s, sure, they're not good, but they're not, like, awful, in the sort of 4, 5, 6 middling range. I've watched a bunch of these shows because while they're not good, they're not, like, awful, but they're not great, they're also very easy to watch. Whereas a show like, let's think of one that I've dropped recently, Etotama. A show like Etotama, you've probably never heard of it. Go on now and look it up. A show like Etotama is, well, at least while I was watching it, it was also probably about a 6. I would say not a 4. I would say it was about a 6. Maybe a high 5 to a middle. I'll say it was a 6. It was a 6. It was a decent 6. It was also quite hard to watch, and that meant that it just wasn't really worth it for me. Whereas a show like Aria, that I used as an example earlier, is probably equally hard to watch in terms of, like, getting through it, but it's like a strong 8. Which means, yeah, so those sorts of shows have to be better. Whereas, yeah, a show like, let's say, one of these, like Isekai, Death March to the Isekai Parallel World, whatever, is dog shit. Like, it's nowhere near as bad as everyone made it out to be. I mean, the animation quality is bad, but lots of shows have bad animation quality. It doesn't really mean anything. Unless it's like hilariously, comically bad, like My Sister, My Writer, where it's like really distracting. But I didn't find it that distracting with Death March to the Parallel World Rhapsody. I've just found it to be kind of like on the low end of normal. Like there were lots of I don't know if people remember the early episodes of Hidamari Sketch have pretty terrible animation quality, but the genius direction kind of covers it up. But a lot of shows have not very good animation quality because anime is a cult medium. There's not that much budget for a lot of anime. There's not that much time to make them, and not every show can be made by the best animators in the industry. That I don't know why people complain about this. Like it's like the most important thing ever. If the story's good and the dialogue's good and the characters are good, then who fucking cares if the animation quality is a little low? But not to say that Death March to the Parallel World Rhapsody has an amazing story or characters or whatever, but the fact that the animation quality sucks isn't that important to me. And in terms of the story, it's nowhere fucking near as bad as everyone made it out to be. Everyone was saying, "Oh, it's such bad isekai trash, blah blah blah." It's fine. It's fine isekai trash. It's not good. Don't get me wrong. It's not great. It's not even good, but it's fine. Like it didn't offend me. It didn't offend me in anywhere near the same way that lots of other shows offend me. Like, take that show. Oh, fuck, what was it? I dropped it just the other day. Hold on, I'll get it up. Take this show. Wait, where is it? Yeah, Oregaski no, this one, right? No, this isn't it. It was another sitcom one. It was something Oni-chan something something. Did I not mark it? Hold on. Hold on. No, this isn't it. It was Oni-chan something. It was like some stupid fucking like tsundere title. It was like, it's not like I like my Oni-chan that much or something like that. I'll recognize the thumbnail. This one. I did mark it as dropped. I don't know why it didn't come up in my mouth. Like this show offended me. Right? Like this show... Oh, maybe because I didn't mark it as one episode watched, because I only watched the first 1 minute and 30 seconds. I can mark it, fuck it. I hated it. But yeah, like this show offended me. It was like offensively fucking awful. Instantly, right off the bat, it was offensively fucking awful. Like the first, everything about it was offensively fucking awful. The Isekai Smartphone show or the Isekai Death March Rhapsody show, they're not offensively bad to me. They're just regular bad. But they're also easier to watch than some shows that might ultimately be better. And the fact of the matter is, I'm just not always in the mood to put in a bunch of effort for something that is not, like, amazing. I think this is something that needs to be talked about more. Like, why do I drop these shows that are, like, not that bad? Like, let's go on my drops list, okay? Like, some of these shows, like 91 Days, I watched, like, 5 episodes of that. It was alright. A Kite, it was alright. It was a 4, right? You know, some of these shows are probably kind of good, almost. Like Akima Made Senso. It wasn't great. It wasn't that bad. I dropped Ashton Ojo. Well, that wasn't that good. Boogie Pop 2019, Bubblegum Crisis. Like, there's definitely shows here that I think there are people in my audience that would like them. Like, maybe Data Life. Someone probably likes Data Life in my audience. Endro. This is a good example. Like, Endro has like, I should like it. I just didn't. It was just boring, mainly. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff like this. Galaxy Angel, I still need to... I mean, apparently I watched 10 episodes of this and then dropped it and gave it a 4. But I feel like I really have been meaning to give this another chance, to be perfectly honest with you. Like, I feel like there's got to be something there. Yeah, there's definitely shows here that I think other people probably like more than me, like Golden Kamuy and Gothic. I'm sure there are people who are really into that. Cubic Euphonium, there are definitely lots of people who are really into that. I finished High School Fleet. Why is this marked as dropped? When did I drop this? Tell me when I dropped this, please. It doesn't tell me. I finished this. I thought I finished this. What? I could swear I finished Haifuri. Did I really not finish Haifuri? I fucking swear I finished this show. I swear I finished this show. I really remember finishing it. What? Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. That's surprising. I could have sworn I fucking finished that show. Like Higurashi, who fucking cares? JoJo. Canon. Kemurikusa. Nanoha. Nanoha A's. Nanoha Strikers. I've really tried to get into Nanoha, okay? I've tried watching all of them. I finished Nanoha A's. I rewatched it at one point and finished it. No, I didn't actually. Never mind, that's a lie. That's actually a lie. I just realized I lied to you. No, I lied to you. I didn't actually finish it. I was getting confused. Like, there's definitely shows here that I think probably have some merit, but I dropped because they were too hard to watch. Like Etotama. Princess Connect Redrive, like the Redive, that probably has some validness. Princess Tutu, again, Princess Tutu is a really good example of this. Like, I just don't get I honestly don't understand the hype around Princess Tutu at all. I didn't find it to be particularly interesting or intellectually stimulating. To be frank with you, I think I didn't get it. So I need to here's my problem. Here's my real problem. I keep starting new shows. My real problem is I keep starting new shows when I'm supposedly watching 11 shows. And some of these I really do plan to, like, all of these, I mean, I've been really slowly making my way, I've just been slowly making my way through all of these. I am happy to mark all of these as actually watching, because I have been slowly making my way through them. And then there are all of these fucking airing shows that I'm like, I haven't watched, maybe I should just catch up on these 2 shows right now, actually. And like Harukana Receive, I don't know, I watched 2 episodes of it, I haven't really come to a conclusion as to whether I like it or not. And Takagi-san, I've watched 7 episodes of it and I still am not sure if I like it or not. So, yeah, I mean, I can't say that any of these are shows that I don't sort of want to finish. I'm kind of mad about Do It Yourself turning out to be not as good as I hyped it up to be. You know, I'd like to defend Huel. I don't know if anyone's actually coming after me for drinking Huel, but I would like to defend it preemptively. Look at all of this shit, man. You think I'm getting this shit in my body any other way? You think I'm getting any of these shits in my body any other goddamn way? No shot. If I have to get all of this shit into my body, okay? If I gotta get all of this shit into my body, I would much rather it taste like chocolate than taste like vegetables, okay? I'm just gonna be frank with you. I'm being honest with you here. I'm being open and honest, and I would appreciate some open and honest, compassionate caring, okay? If I gotta get all of this shit in my fucking body, I would much rather it taste like chocolate than taste like vegetables. Fact. That's all it is. That's all there is to it. But I guarantee you, my testosterone levels are fucking insane. I don't know how or why, but like,
Bro, I got that testosterone in me. I got that man power. All these other people I know, they're all twinks. I don't know what's going on with that. Why are they all twinks? Why are all these like hickey needs? All these like twink fucking delicate ass, femoid looking ass bitches. You know what I'm saying? What's up with that? Like, how come I'm the only real man out here? I don't understand. And they're all gender confusion. They're all, oh, I got gender confusion. What's that about? Look, if you got gender confusion, like, you know, there's chicken I'm about to put in. Look, like, if you got gender confusion, I got nothing but sympathy for you, really. Like, good luck sorting that shit out. You know? Like, good luck. But, couldn't be me. Could not be me. I am male through and through. Be really funny if in like 3 years' time I decide that actually I don't want to be a guy anymore and then this clip is brought up. But no, I'm pretty fucking certain. Male. Look at my hands. See this? Look at all this hair. Look at all of it. I'm so hairy. This is what a man looks like. People have forgotten all these Marvel hairless beasts, you know, 6 packs and no hair anywhere except a perfect head of hair. No. This is what a man looks like. I'm not gonna get my chest out on camera, but bro, if you could see it, it's like a forest. And I'm balding on top. That's what a man looks like, right? Chimpanzee body, pattern baldness. I've never understood all of these people, all of these like people freak out when they start going bald. It's like, bro, that's what's supposed to happen. That's normal. That's not. It's not a problem. People treat it like a medical problem. Male pattern baldness. They gave it like a fancy name, like halitosis. Male pattern baldness. If you're suffering from male pattern baldness, here is this medication that will turn you into a woman and give you like a period. Here's a medication you can take that'll give you violent mood swings. Also, here's a surgery where we put your ass hair on your head. Like, bro, it's not that deep. It's not a medical problem. That's just what's supposed to happen if you're a guy. You're just supposed to go bald. That's normal. Why are you freaking out about it? I don't understand why people make fun of people for it either. It's nothing weird. Like, it's a weird thing to make fun of someone for. Like, you're bald. Yes. And? Question? Go ahead. Yes. Nope can put an Akira slide in their movie. Okay, if Nope can do this in live action, why don't we have more live action anime references in movies and TV shows, okay? Appeal to me, your core demographic, the guy who... I would watch a movie. Listen, if your TV show had anime references in it, that would be enough to get me to watch it, okay? You gotta put more anime references in shit. Like, just subtle ones. Like, stuff that doesn't interrupt the storyline. Like, for example, have a character randomly be talking... let's say there's a conversation going on. You gotta do this. It's for the good of the good of the family. And the other guy, he turns around. Yes, that's an interesting idea. Daga kotowaru, right? Like that's sort of like subtle stuff that doesn't really get in the way of the story, right? Like that's the sort of stuff you gotta be putting in your shit. And can you imagine how many fucking people on the internet would freak out if a JoJo's reference made it into a TV show? Like, I don't care about JoJo's, but like, can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? Actually, maybe you don't want those insufferable people, JoJo's fans, to be like a part of your shit. But like, can you imagine? Okay, 2 characters. They're in a cafe. One of them, I'd like some more coffee. I'd like some more green tea. Just that. Just that enough with the like exact shots from Gotcha. I would watch your entire TV show if it just had that in it, honestly. I just realized the thing I'm asking for is Anime Crimes Division, and that now I want to kill myself because that fucking sucks. Do the Anime Crimes Division but reference better shows and make it a better show.
Fuck. Don't make the whole show about referencing anime, but imagine like a low budget movie, right? Low budget movie, like this is the sort of movie I would make. Low budget, about a group of otaku in America or something. Like that would be a pog movie. Just make it something just simple, but just make a simple heartwarming movie about a group of otaku, and then but also make it like kind of artsy, you know, because it's low budget. So like cover up your budget issues with artsiness, like Hidamari Sketch does. And if I was making a movie, man, I would throw in so many fucking references to every anime in the universe, man. There'd be all sorts of references. I'd put an Akira slide in it. You know what no one's ever done? No one has ever done a live action brave pose. You know the brave pose? Let me show you. The brave perspective. This thing with like the sword, like it looks like this, you know? You've seen it in every anime ever. This thing. Like that in live action would look so fucking sick, man. Can you fucking imagine sword fight, brave pose? Make it kind of cartoony. Like, imagine a movie with sort of a Scott Pilgrim versus the World type of tone, right? So it's kind of like action, kind of lighthearted, and comedy focused, but also like cartoonish over the topness is built into the very structure of the movie, like that sort of thing. And in Scott Pilgrim, it works to reflect the characters' inner childishness, although they don't really go very hard in that in the movie. That's why it works in the comics. In the movie, it's more just like he's a nerd, so nerd things. Yeah, unfortunately, they don't go as hard as that in the movie on that aspect in the movie as they did in the comics. But like, imagine that sort of thing, but it's built into the structure because the main characters are all weebs. Like there's the blueprint is already out there because there's about 50 anime about this, right? Like you just rip off Genshiken, or you just rip off Comic Party or something like this, right? Like you rip off Anime Gataris. Like there's so many. The formula for this type of show exists and has been successful. All you need to do is turn it into a movie, make it American, or European or whatever. And I don't know. I think it would be sick. No one would ever do it though, obviously, but except for me, the world's genius. But I'm not a very good fiction writer. But I happen to know some good fiction writers. But I don't know if they would write. It's not possible for me to make a movie. I'm not a director. I'm not a writer. I'm definitely not an actor. The only thing I can do is edit. I'm a pretty good editor. Like, yeah. I have a good natural sense of pacing and timing and stuff like that. And I am good with the tools. Like, I've got a lot of practice so I can work fast, which is basically the two things you need to do as an editor. So that's like it. I'm not a good VFX artist. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing there, so I couldn't do any of the like VFX heavy stuff. But you could easily make a movie like this with the budget of a super low budget movie, you know? Like it could even be like a one room movie, you know? Like you could just have the anime clubhouse place be the place, you know? And then you could just have slice of life stuff happen. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like renting out a school on a weekend to film in has got to be like a super cheap location, right? I mean, or just an old school that's like not being used. That's got to not be a super expensive location. And film most of it in a school or in a university building. Probably better if it's uni, actually. Make the characters older. Just makes more sense so you don't have to deal with like children being children. Make them university students. That's better, and you can have them drink in the movie. Then makes it based. I guess you can have them drink if they're not, but it has different connotations. Make them uni students. Find an old like it's the anime club at the university. There's a new kid who's joining the anime club. You've got cosplay girl, super hardcore otaku hikikomori guy, like chummy jock shonen fan. Have like a, oh, you know what would be sick actually? Mexican Dragon Ball fan guy, Mexican shonen Dragon Ball fan guy in the club. Bro, that would be such a good character. You could do so many great like interactions between moe guy or hardcore otaku guy and hardcore shonen Mexican guy. I think that would be fucking sick. Yeah. So I said the thing about movies being easy to watch and hard to watch, and anime being easy to watch and hard to watch, and whatever. And I think there's something else that I should mention. That okay, movies can be good, or anime can be good, or whatever media. It can be good either because it appeals to the animal part of your brain, or because it appeals to the executive function part of your brain. Like, big explosion action movie with lots of, girls in skimpy outfits and so on. This is an animal part of your brain movie. Big thinky French film. This is an executive function part of your brain movie. Now, this isn't an either or situation. Like, for example, I've been known to say that RoboCop works on every level. These are 2 levels, and you'll never guess, RoboCop works on both of them, because it works on every level. RoboCop has the big explosion-y, gunfight action scenes, macho men, attractive women, etc. But it also has the political satire, the cinematography, the commentary on what it means to be human, and etc. The sci-fi concepts, whatever. It works on both levels, because RoboCop works on every level. I challenge you to find a level on which RoboCop doesn't work. You won't be able to.
4D.
Oh yeah, Dotesmite is here. What's it, 4D?
Yeah.
RoboCop works on that level.
Fuck.
If he wanted it to, it could.
That's true.
Yeah.
4D cinema must be so wild. Like hypothetical.
A hypothetical 4D cinema?
Yeah.
How would it even work? Because it would need to be like in VR.
No, I mean if you lived in 4D.
You can't display a true 2D image in a 4D world.
Yeah, but that's why it would be fucking insane.
No, but so it'd have to be 3D cinema.
Yeah.
But that doesn't exist unless you count video games.
I mean, yeah, but you would have another dimension to work with so you can make 3D cinema.
That's true.
Yeah.
You could do that.
Yeah.
But you couldn't... You can project it. You'd need a 4th dimensional projector.
Yeah.
Whoa. If you had a 4th dimensional projector, you could project a flat 3D movie. That's insane.
Also wild to watch.
That must be fucking insane.
Yeah. Also, this is the guy from Hajime no Ippo who's like the drunken master guy.
Hajime.
Yeah.
But yeah, movies can be executive function appeal, and also they can be animal appeal, and they can be both, and they can also be neither. And that's the thing about, it's not just movies, it's everything. All of these books, same thing. I like both, personally. I think everyone kind of likes both. But there's a level by which, I'm just trying to figure out, like, there's a level by which, culturally, we value the executive function things as sort of higher art than the animal things, right? Like, big thinky French movie better than animal brain Marvel movie. And I think there are definitely people who would be like, this is a false, like, societal standard, blah, blah, blah. But I've been on record before saying it's important to have discerning taste. I don't think it's necessarily good to go after people for what they like, but I do think that what someone likes can tell you a lot about them and about who they are as a person. And it is, so thereby, it is kind of okay to judge people for the sort of stuff they like. Like, if someone comes up to me and they're like, my favorite album is Art Pop by Lady Gaga, I know exactly what kind of person they are, and I know to avoid them.
Why would you avoid him? What's wrong with White Pop by Lady Gaga?
There's nothing wrong with the album.
Oh, I see.
It's the sort of people who would say that's their favorite album.
I see.
Or the sort of if a man, like a 20s man, not from the 20s but in his 20s, came up to me and said, my favorite album is.
Just came up to you.
If a man ever talked to me, it's on site. No, if a 20-year-old or older man, maybe, yeah, let's say that, came up to me and said their favorite album was by, what's her fucking name? Hold on, I gotta go look this up. Carly Rae Jepsen. If someone says their favorite album is a Carly Rae Jepsen album, I know exactly what kind of guy they are. They are the kind of guy who thinks they invented liking Carly Rae Jepsen. Like, it's actually good. Like, listen, like, it's crazy. It's like this pop album. You think, but it's actually, like, listen to the album. Like, it's actually good. They're that kind of guy. Art pop is kind of the same but different. More annoying. More Tumblr. The Carly Rae Jepsen one is more on the like 4chan Tumblr spectrum that doesn't really exist. The Carly Rae Jepsen guy is more on the Mew 4chan side of things, whereas the art pop Lady Gaga guy is more on the Tumblr side of things. There are lots of other examples of this. Anyone who says their favorite album is a Beatles album and isn't a boomer, like a young person who says that,
On site.
On fucking site. If you say your favorite if your favorite anime is Yojo Senki, it's like something's going on there. Like, you're definitely a fascist. There's no question that you're a Nazi. Which is, be a Nazi. I'm not gonna stop you. But, like, you can at least tell that about someone. There were lots of... I mean, if someone's favorite anime is, like, Jujutsu Kaisen or Demon Slayer or something like that, then they don't have anything worthwhile to say about anything, ever. You should just ignore those kinds of people. If someone's favorite manga is, like, Oyasumi Pun Pun, it's like, that's the only good manga you've ever read. Guilty as charged. Oyasumi Pun Pun probably isn't my favorite manga, though. It's definitely in my top 10. But
What's your new favorite manga?
I don't know. It's hard to choose. I really like Disappearance Diary. I really like Shimeji Simulation. I really like... I haven't read that much really good manga, so, like, if you were to say that about me, you would be right. But I also... Yokohama Kaide Shikiko is really good. Azumanga Daio's good. Yeah, I know, it's kind of hard to choose. There's a lot of good... I haven't read enough to really make good judgments. I'll have to read more manga. My favorite manga is actually JS-san Tooro-san. But anyway, my favorite manga is Kyo Kara Ore no Dori no Himo by Henrietta. Anyway, sorry, got a little off track there. If your favorite movie is a Tarantino film or Fight Club, then you're a first year film student, or maybe less. Maybe you're like, bro, I love cinema. You've never seen a film that isn't in English. But also, if your favorite film is some, like, ridiculously obscure German film, then I'm like, that's not actually your favorite film. There's just no shot. All of the famous films are well known. Like, all of the really good films, people who know films know them. And I'm not knowledgeable enough about films to have seen all of those films, but I'm knowledgeable enough about films to know about all of those films. Like, if you're like, I love Bergson, I'm like, I haven't seen any of his movies, but I know who Ingmar Bergson is. Bergman. Okay, maybe not, because I can't remember if
I
it's...
think I might have seen one of his movies.
If you've seen one of his movies, it would have been The Seventh Seal. It's about the guy playing chess against death.
Is he like the Swedish film?
He is the Swedish guy.
I haven't seen that one. I've seen like a Swedish movie where like it's about a guy who just drives through the country
I see.
and lives into misadventures.
I don't know that one. But yeah. I don't know. Like, what I mean to say here is, you can judge people. You definitely can judge people by their taste in media. But at the same time, there is a let people enjoy things aspect. Like, none of this is morally wrong. I don't think you're a morally corrupt person if you like Lady Gaga or whatever, or the Beatles. Like, I don't think you're well, maybe the Beatles. I don't think you're a morally corrupt person. But I just know we're probably not going to vibe very well, you know? That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think it's okay to, like, I don't think it's good to indict people for their media taste. At least not, like, to say that there's some, like, sort of problem with it outside of itself. As in, there's no... generally, like... Yeah, like, if there's a problem with someone's media taste, it should remain within the realm of media taste, if you know what I mean. Like, I suppose the only thing I can think of where it might be an exception is, like, if someone was like, oh, I couldn't... I guess even that's, like, it's hard to hold that against them. Okay, well, there you go. There's my take. I said something about monkey brains, I said something about Carly Rae Jepsen, and, we talked about something else. I forgot what it was. But there's your 11 minutes and 32 seconds of extra content. It's time for another no thank you doesn't know how to program moment. So, I use this web browser. It's called Qt Browser. I really like it for various reasons, but the main one being how extensible it is and how keyboard driven it is. The fact that I can have many different keybinds that do many different things, and I can set them all myself, and the config file is like super editable, super well, like, this is all great. However, there are two big downsides to using Qt Browser. The first one is the smaller one. The first one is it's kind of slow and bloated because it's written in Python and it's a modern web browser written by one person. It's not super well optimized. It is kind of slow. That's the first one. The second one, which is a bigger problem for my everyday usage, is, although it has some ad blocking capabilities, they are not nearly as good as uBlock Origin, and specifically, it can't block YouTube pre-roll ads, at least not natively, right? Like, there's nothing in the native ad blocking features or even the extended ad blocking features don't block YouTube pre-roll ads. Now, I have a user script which will try its best to, instead of playing me a pre-roll ad, like if I click on this SNES Drunk video, instead of playing me this pre-roll ad, it just doesn't play anything. Like, it will just show this loading icon for the length of the ad, and then show me this skip ads button like this. So I don't actually have to see the ad, but I still have to wait the length, like I still have to wait a long while, which I guess is just a lag that is probably built into YouTube to prevent you from doing this, which is suboptimal, not ideal at all, don't like it. So what I actually do to watch YouTube videos is I have a keybind which brings up hints, right? Like, you see these little hints, and then I type in that number or the title, like the ending, right? I type in this and it opens a new tab in Invidious, and this is great. It stops it from tracking me, and it opens it in Invidious, which no ads. I can still read the comments. I can still get related videos. Great, amazing, wonderful. We love it. It works generally pretty well. It's not quite as seamless as just being able to click on the video, but honestly, the privacy feature of Invidious is probably cool enough, and I much prefer the way Invidious is designed than the standard YouTube video UI. It's just way less bloated. The web page loads faster. Like, you know, honestly, it's an excellent solution. The alternative solution, which I also have set up with a different keybind, is this, which takes a little longer to actually do. But this is what I used to use, which, if you wait, opens the video in MPV. Also has its own advantages, you know. It's I can control exactly how MPV displays the video, entirely under my control. No ads, no trackers. You know, MPV is nice. I have MPV set up how I like it. Also a decent solution. The problem here is that YouTube doesn't like people doing this, obviously, and I started noticing this with MPV first, which is that YouTube started throttling my MPV. If I would watch more than a couple of YouTube videos in a day, they would start to load excruciatingly slowly to the point where, like, it would buffer every 1 second. They were just unwatchable. So that's when I switched to Invidious, which has been so far perfect. However, over the past month or so, I've noticed Invidious getting progressively worse. All of the instances have some problems, but the main thing is YouTube is clearly trying in their back end to make it so Invidious doesn't work. I'm not going to be able to show you this because it doesn't happen every time. It doesn't even happen most of the time, but it happens often enough to where it's annoying. Where what will happen is you'll get an error halfway through watching the video. You get an error where it will basically say the stream was corrupted. This has only just recently started happening. I guarantee it's something YouTube is changing their back end. They might not have even done it directly to fuck with Invidious. They might have just done it like for some other reason, and Invidious hasn't caught up yet. And maybe the Invidious guys will figure out a way to circumvent this error. But for now, it's very frustrating. The other thing I've noticed is more and more Invidious instances are getting shut down. More of the biggest ones are getting shut down by YouTube. And this, you know, could just continue happening ad infinitum, whatever. So I'm starting to try and think of a backup plan, because if they, you know, obviously Invidious being open or like free software and distributed, federated, I mean, you know, there are lots and lots of instances. Invidious will probably never truly go down, but the fastest ones they're going for first. The biggest and fastest ones they're going for first. You know, there are some left that are usable, but maybe only up during certain times of the day, or just not fast. You know, very slow, very long to load. Or in particular, the weirdest one, the one I actually use mainly, which is very fast and very reliable, which is yew.be, like YEWTU.be, is great. However, sometimes seemingly randomly it will crash my browser tab, and it's only this instance that does it. The other instances they've never crashed my browser tab. And then when it does, it will just continually, like every time you try and like refresh the page or anything, it will just keep crashing the browser tab the second it loads. Now this might be a problem with Qt browser. It could be a problem with any number of things. It only happens with this particular instance, which is very annoying. But anyway, it's got me thinking, this is kind of fucking annoying, right? I want a backup plan. I want another option. Now, fortunately, Invidious is well designed and it has a few options. The first one is this button here. So if your Invidious link is very slow, you know, it's a little bit of a pain, but I can just go switch Invidious instance and it'll do it for me to one that works. Or alternatively, sometimes it seems, sometimes it just switches to one. I don't know why, but sometimes it will give you a list of possible instances to choose from. That's good. The other alternative that Invidious has in their sidebar, which I find to be exceptionally useful, is this little button right here, embed. And this just loads the embed page for this video, right? Now this is fucking sick, okay? Because embedded YouTube videos don't have ads, and they have the advantage of running on YouTube servers because, you know, it's run by YouTube, and that means fast loading times. And you don't have to load the entire bloated dogshit YouTube webpage in order to view them. The disadvantage, obviously, trackers, can't read comments, no suggested videos. Not that really matter. Like the second part doesn't really matter. The trackers not great. However, I will say one thing: YouTube, I'm pretty sure, will never be putting ads on these things. I doubt highly that YouTube will start putting pre-roll ads on embeds, because then no one will use YouTube embeds anymore, or they'll very quickly find a way around it or something. Like no one in the world wants to deal with that. No corporation is going to host their own trailer video on YouTube to embed in their website if all of their users are going to have to watch a pre-roll ad. Like it would be dog shit if YouTube did that. I don't think they would do that. So it should be very, very ridiculously simple, right? All I should have to do is make the world's simplest program. And it should be a very simple regex thing, which I know how to do. I know how to do that. And it should just be this. Hold on. All I need to do... One second here. All I need to do, right, to take the, let's click on this video so you can see. So this is the normal YouTube URL, right? The normal YouTube URL, it's youtube.com/watch?v=, and then the video ID, right? All I need to do is, and then the embedded version is youtube.com/embed/ and then the video ID. So all I need to do, really simple, is this little regex thing. I just need to replace... Oh, I didn't mean to put I there, sorry. All I need to do is just replace the bit that says... Wait, this isn't even right either. Hold on, what the fuck is this? I didn't check this before I just scrolled up. Yeah, all I need to do is replace this with this /watch ?v= with embed / right? You have to do the backslash so it works. So you do that, and then if I take this and copy the YouTube URL and paste it here, right, and then press enter, it'll give me the perfect embed URL, which will unopen, and it's exactly the same, and it works perfectly, and it's great. Great, if I could just have a keybind that does it for me, that would be wonderful. Now there's a couple ways I could do this. I could do it with, the ideal way would be to do it within Qt Browser, but I could also probably... Actually, I don't know how I do that. I don't know how I would get the current... Oh, I guess what I could do is I could make a script that... how the fuck would I do this? Okay, it would have to be 2 keybinds. This would be the annoying thing. Or it wouldn't necessarily have to be 2 keybinds, but what it would have to be is it would have to work with the clipboard, is what I'm saying. So I could press YY, which takes the current URL, and then run with SXHKD, run a bash script, which just takes whatever's in my clipboard and then runs that little sed thing, the little find and replace regex sed thing, and then puts that in my keyboard, in my clipboard, and then I can just paste that into Qt Browser. Kind of a pain, kind of a really bad hacky way to do it, but that would technically work. I don't really want to have to do that every time, but that would technically work. Obviously, the easier way would to do whatever the current untrack URL user script does already, which is from whatever place I am on YouTube, right? I can just use my keybind, bring up the hints, and then type the board emergency, right? And then it will open that link in youtube.be or whatever Vidius instance I want it to be. Yeah, great, excellent. The problem is, and that untrack URL thing, by the way, it's actually a pretty good extension. It doesn't just work for YouTube, it works for redirecting Twitter to Knitter, for redirecting Reddit to Teddit, and for a few other websites that have FOSS no tracking versions as well. It's a good script, but Yeah, it's a good Python script, but it's way overcomplicated for what I want to do for this. All I wanted my user script to do is to just take the URL from the hint or whatever it is, the current URL, just like take the URL and then just find and replace that little section and then put it and then open that, like just give me that. Just output that in standard output. That's all I want to do. ST out. That's all I want to do. Sadly, I don't know Python. I don't know how any of this works. I don't know any of this shit. This is beyond me. This is far beyond me. And for whatever reason, again, the creators of this untrack URL script have decided to do it in a what seems to me to be an overcomplicated way. Now, I'm sure there's a perfectly good reason as to why they had to do it this way, that I just don't understand. I'm sure this is the correct way to do it, and I'm just stupid. That they're handling variables instead of raw text strings. They're turning everything into a variable. I guess it makes it more general, which is probably good for a program, right? You want it to be more general, less just like handling specific text strings, more handling variables. Probably smart, especially since they're dealing with multiple different websites, and that way they can reuse the same. If you're just setting something as a variable once, then you can reuse the same thing for whatever thing you're redirecting. Probably sensible, probably smart, but I don't need any of that. However, I'm too stupid to know how to do it on my own. So instead, what I've done is I have just copy-pasted their code and just replaced the important bits in the dumbest, most hacky way possible, where when I say dumb, the program has no fucking clue what it's doing. It's just completely blindly replacing shit, which is fine. I don't care if it's blindly replacing shit. But that makes like a whole bunch of this just fucking doesn't matter, because it's really overcomplicated for what it's actually doing. It also doesn't really work. But I'm proud of myself for getting something that barely works in the first place, because I don't know Python at all, or anything really. So it's kind of impressive that I managed to make something that barely works. Holy shit, that scared me.
Yo, this RuneScape YouTuber I'm watching just said the most autistic shit of all time.
Okay.
He was like, yeah, so I was working a manual labor job because I needed a gym membership, so why would I pay for it if I can get paid for it by just lifting heavy boxes and doing that job?
That's fucking genius.
That's RuneScape players for you.
That is RuneScape
That's how they think. Oh yeah, I can spend $20 a month for a gym membership or whatever, but instead I'm just gonna get paid $10 an hour to do the same thing.
Based.
These people are insane. Okay, keep going.
Okay, so here's my little user script running in Qt Browser. I called the user script new test. So this is gonna give me the hint links, and then whatever it's gonna bring up hints for all the links on the page. Those hints are the little the numbers that come up. They can also be letters. You can change whatever the hints you want to be in the config file. And it's gonna spawn this user script new test that I copy pasted and changed a couple of things from the untrack URL user script, and then it's gonna open the whatever the URL it outputs is. So if we run this and we go 08 the Bob emergency, boom! Now we have the embed version of the Bob emergency. Here's John Boy in all of his glory. John Boy's on all of his glory. Embedded. So I can do this. Isn't that Pog? Now, someone who knows what the fuck they're doing, please make this better. Because this fucking sucks. This doesn't work half the time if anything changes other than that. If it's not doing literally, there's so many cases in which it doesn't work, I can't even go through all of them. There are so many cases in which it doesn't work, that it's really fucking stupid, and I don't know how to fix it because I don't know Python, and I don't know how to program. There are many cases in which it doesn't work, and I wish it did work in those cases. And also, I wish Invidious wasn't breaking, which is not the Invidious people's fault, I'm sure. I'm sure it's YouTube's fault for being assholes. But really, ultimately, this is Cute Browser's fault. Look, it's not actually nothing's actually Cute Browser's fault, because it's basically this one guy called the Compiler who made an entire fucking web browser basically from scratch, and it's amazing, and I use it every day, and he's extremely hardworking and based. But he's also been saying he's going to implement the ability to use extensions from like Chrome or something similar for years and years, and he hasn't done it. Now, he just works on Cute Browser for free as a hobby. So, like, absolutely based Chad, Giga Chad, for doing that. Some better... So, you know who it actually is the fault of? You know what, Compiler, you're fine. You've done your best, okay? You even added, like, the ad block stuff that is, like, pretty robust enough for 99% of websites. YouTube is just trying its best to, like... You're not at fault here. I know you're watching this video to, like... however many hours in we are, you the compiler. So you know what, I forgive you for this. It's really whoever runs these like ad block fucking, I don't know, it's YouTube's fault ultimately. Fuck YouTube for making me watch ads. You make enough money already, you don't need me to watch ads. Yeah, fuck YouTube. Whoever, like, whatever the Python ad block script is, like, that should work better. That should work better for YouTube. The fact that it doesn't work for YouTube is stupid. And the fact that all of this stuff has to happen, like, how the fuck does, just look at how uBlock, or however the fuck uBlock Origin does this, and just copy it. I don't know how they do this, but just copy that functionality into, like, I don't know, how hard can it be? How hard can it be to just, like, uBlock Origin's open source, right? I'm pretty sure. Right, uBlock Origin, free open source ad content blocker, okay? I can read the source code right now. Here it is, okay? I can read it right now, and I can find out how the fuck it works if I know any of what this means. But I'm sure I can, right? If I'm smart, like the guy who makes Cute Browser, and I can just copy however the fuck he does it. Maybe there are more lists that I can add. I don't know. I gotta figure this out. Because I'm sick and tired of all these goddamn ads on this goddamn plane. I feel like these things must be possible. Like, whatever technique they use, implement that into your... I mean, maybe not the compiler has to do this. He's busy enough. But the people who make these other ad blocking things that you can make Cute Browser cool to, they should know this, right? Like, they should be the ones that can figure this out. Like the Brave ad block thing. That's one of the things it can do. Like, Brave people, I know that browser doesn't block. It claims to have ad block, but it doesn't block YouTube ads. At least it didn't when I was trying it out. So it's their fault. But anyway, that's my fucking gay, stupid programming, bad, very, very, very bad, very embarrassingly bad thing, where I just, no IQ, no brain cells, take the thing that already exists, copy paste it. Like, this is so embarrassing that even though I think this would be super useful for Cute Browser users who are always complaining about YouTube ads, and like any of these user scripts that help alleviate the YouTube ad problem are always massively important in the community, even though this is like should be, you know, I think, I don't know if I'm not brave enough to post this on the subreddit. I'm just not. I mean, as long as I give like big credit to the person who made, if I just say like, I literally copy pasted X person's amazing untrack URL user script. Like, if I start that with that's like big credit. I think that's Good, right? No? Yes? Should I make a post on the subreddit? I might. Yeah, so I got my script to work, by the way. I should probably mention. It doesn't... So here's the situations it doesn't work on. It basically anything other than the standard YouTube URL. I already explained this, but just to go over very quickly. So if the video's in a playlist, it doesn't work. If the video's on YouTube or youtube.be, it doesn't work. I think. I actually haven't tested it. If it's on the mobile version of YouTube, it obviously doesn't work. If it's a YouTube short, it doesn't work. If it has a timestamp in the URL, it doesn't work. There are probably more cases in which it doesn't work. But if you are just watching a video from your subscriptions feed without a timestamp, so with history turned off, or from a recommended feed, it should work every time. And it's usable. I have it on a keybind now, so I can, like, you know, watch weekly NL Twitch highlights, you know, this 5-hour long video. Oh, whoops, wrong keybind. Yeah, there you go. I actually lost my place in this, which is kind of annoying. It was further than that. Further than that. Before this. I don't remember this. Anyway, sorry, getting distracted. I think this is about where I was. Anyway, so that works, that script works. It's on my GitHub if you want to use it. I don't recommend using it unless you're trying to fix it. Especially because looking on the Reddit and stuff, it looks like the compiler is thinking of adding some sort of native functionality to be able to do URL redirects and stuff like that, which would work even with clicks, which would be fucking sick if he added that. So please add that compiler. Shouts out to you, you're the most based Giga Chad on the fucking planet. Yeah, anyway. That aside, now something completely different. I realized if you go on my anime list, right, the website where you list all of the anime you've seen, and you can rate them as well. And you can have these favorites. Now, I have listed in my favorites Kyokai Senjo no Horizon, or Horizon in the Middle of Nowhere. And I've just thought about this. So I have a bunch of these, right? I have a few favorites, right? I have a top 20 here, but let's just focus on these. So I have Lane, Hidamari Sketch, Horizon, Take You, Ava, Mahoraba, Lucky Star, Azumanga Daioh, Malice Doll, and Gotcha Yusa. Now, these are not in the correct... I haven't updated this favorites list in a while. I would probably downgrade Mahoraba because I really cared about it for a brief period of time, and now I don't really care about it anymore. I would probably upgrade Gotcha Yusa. But anyway... and I might not even put Malice Doll. I do really like Malice Doll, but I don't know. Well, I'd have to think about it more. But the thing that I really want to point out is Hidamari Sketch, Horizon, Take You, and maybe Gotcha Yusa to some extent, but mainly, actually, even Gotcha Yusa. Okay, so Hidamari Sketch, Horizon, Take You, and Gotcha Yusa, these are all technically wrong. Because the first season of Hidamari Sketch is not my favorite. It's my least favorite Hidamari Sketch season. And the thing that made me actually think about this is the second season of Horizon is my favorite part of Horizon. I suppose I would have to go back and check which season of Take You is my favorite, but there's a good chance it wouldn't be the first season. And I think the second season of Gotcha Yusa is my favorite. So, like, actually, I'm using these... My policy before was, well, I'm using these to represent the entirety of the show, right? But maybe I should actually pick the individual seasons that I'm talking about here. What do you guys think? I'm asking you a lot of questions in this video. I'm not sure if I should pick season-specific favorites, or just, like, shows, regardless of seasons, that are favorites. Like, should I just put Hidamari Sketch... I mean, obviously, Hidamari Sketch Season 1 is still, like, a strong 9 out of 10. It's, like, the difference between a 9.8 and a 9.9. Like, Season 1 of Hidamari Sketch has its own charm.
that's slightly different from the later seasons, but is also amazing. But I also like season 1 does like Naozuna in it, who's one of my favorite characters. Like, she doesn't come up until later, so it's like, but obviously those later seasons wouldn't be as good if it wasn't for the first season setting everything up and being a masterpiece of its own right. So it's like it's hard to judge season by season, which is why I've never done it. But I'm thinking, like, the thing that made me think about it more is that Horizon, like, when I think back on Horizon, a lot of my favorite things that happen are from the second season, not the first season. So I'm not sure. What do you think?
What do I think?
Okay, my top 10 anime: Lane, Hidamari Sketch, Horizon, Take You, Ava, Mahoraba, Lucky Star, Azumanga Daioh, Malice Doll, and Gochu Yusa, right? At least 4 of these are wrong.
Yeah.
Hidamari Sketch, Horizon, Take You, and Gochu Yusa are all technically wrong, because the first season of Hidamari Sketch is not my favorite season of Hidamari Sketch. The first season of Horizon is not my favorite season of Horizon. The first season of Take You is not my favorite season of Take You. And the first season of Gochu Yusa is not my favorite season of Gochu Yusa. Should I use the first season to represent the whole show, which has been my policy up until now, I shouldn't pick the season out of the whole show that I think is the best. No. What is your reasoning behind this?
Would just look weird.
I also think it would look weird, right?
Like, the poster just, like, would be off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll accept that. You want to see how you win me over?
Hidamari Sketch is the solution to all of mankind's unsolved problems. It is the cure for
Hello, people. I have updated my Mal page. I've never really been happy with my Mal page, and now I am finally happy with it, sort of. The profile picture, I think it's cool, but I'm gonna have to see how I do. This is my new Mal page. Good morning. Here's my Mal. I hope you enjoy gazing upwards at my superior taste and Asperger's syndrome. The story goes like this. Earth is captured by a Moe capital singularity as cute rationalization and funny navigation log into slice of life's takeoff. Logistically accelerating autismo-economic interactivity crumbles social order into auto-sophisticating kawaii runaway. As Yuno from Hidamari Sketch learns to manufacture intelligence, Sugoi modernizes, upgrades comfy, and tries to get a grip. This is my new Mal page. And the profile picture is a Tsukimizu drawing of a girl with dango on her head. I wasn't sure exactly what to put as the profile picture. My original one, which still hasn't updated up here, scan lines, scan lines, scan lines, scan lines, scan lines. Look at all these scan lines. Focus, please. Focus. A little bit of focus. Can I get some focus? There we go. Look at all the pixels. But that one, I literally, when I first went on Mal, I just picked the first one that fit the size requirements that I saw in my folder, and I didn't really put any thought into it, and it's just stayed as my profile picture ever since. And I feel like it has a little too many transgender boy moda vibes. I've thought this for a while now. Not that there's anything wrong with being a transgender boy moda, but that's not, to quote Skepta, that's not me. So now I'm a Tsukimizu girl with a dango on her head, which is obviously Tsukimizu profile picture, 0 transgender connotations there. But anyway, I made the font, I made it bigger, which looks, I mean, it just automatically looks so much bigger with so much better and cleaner with just big font. I don't know why I never thought of doing that before. I also removed the manga section from my favorites list. The reason being that I don't mark manga on here, really, like reliably. Like I don't really want people to look up. I don't know how. Maybe I should add a little note to the bottom of this thing. Actually, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna add a little note that says like, by the way, I don't really focus on. I don't mark manga on here reliably. I only use this for anime, so the manga stuff is really outdated.
do a political bit now. Okay, so I call myself an anarchist. What I've meant by that has changed over the years, but I think, like, fundamentally, obviously there's, like, stuff has stayed the same, like opposition to government, right? But there are a few different definitions of anarchy or anarchism, like no government, no gods, no masters, or some people say opposition to unjust hierarchies, or some people say opposition to unjustified hierarchies, stuff like that. But the reason is really, like, these days, after thinking it through for a long time, reading a lot of anarchist theory, and then realizing, wait a second, I've only ever read anarchist theory and like a tiny bit of communist theory. I've never read any like theory from other parts of the political spectrum. Like, I see how people who don't know anything about anarchism or communism talk about those ideologies. What if I've been thinking about like right-wing ideologies in the same sort of cartoonishly wrong way this whole time? So yeah, I read some and watched some videos from everywhere, center, right, libertarian, you know, all of them. Tanky even. Tanky's, out of all of those ideologies, tankyism was the least appealing to me, probably. I guess, like, traditionalist fascism is also equally unappealing to me. But none of them were particularly appealing. I remained an anarchist. However, it was an enlightening experience. It was interesting. I recommend everyone does this and steps out of the stuff that they agree with to read stuff they disagree with, because it will broaden your horizons. And it'll make you, cause you to examine your own belief system better and make you a more rigorous person. Is that such a thing? A rigorous person? It will make your belief system more rigorous. Anyway. But I still maintain that I'm an anarchist. But these days I just think, like, I think there's just too much shit going on. I think just the system is bloat. Like we need to de-bloat. We need to reboot and de-bloat the system, the world. Like, if you're going to approach from scratch, okay, let's say I'm approaching from scratch, building the system of organizing people. How do we organize people in society? Well, there's let's just say rights, right? You can start by giving people the right to do anything, and then taking away rights when you think about them. Like, people can do anything, and then it's like, well, first question, what if one person does something that infringes someone else's rights? Okay, you're not allowed to do that. Like, that sort of thing. We can start for the other direction. People have no rights, and then you give them rights until you build up to, like, whatever. Now, I don't really like the idea of human rights anyway, but let's say you start from zero and you're building a society. Well, the best way to do it, from my perspective, what I'm seeing is we reboot, we uninstall everything, we're reinstalling the OS, new OS from scratch, building it from the ground up. What we want is not this, like, giant fucking... Okay, I'll put it this way, right? People who are statists, people who are, like, pro the existence of a state, let's say someone like Destiny, for example, they will make a lot of arguments which fundamentally boil down to the idea that, well, you know, all of society is an incredibly complex system. So, of course, you need, like, a bloated, very big, very, like, overarching, centralized organizational system and authority in order to keep that system moving. In the same way that, like, you might argue, well, the modern web is just so bloated that you need a bloated web browser. Like, minimalist web browsers just don't work because the modern web is so bloated that you just kind of need it to, like, right? Similar kind of argument. And my contention is, Of course, if you're trying to have one entity that can do all of the things, then of course it's going to end up being obscenely bloated, inefficient, bureaucratic, and authoritarian. Because of course it is, because that the system is just too complicated, right? The thing you're trying to organize is just too complicated to do with one thing. And that's what being anti-government really means. That's what being an anarchist really means. It's just that belief. That of course that's the case. It's the Unix philosophy of ideology. Instead of having one ridiculously bloated sort of program that deals with everything, pretty much, right? Or two, I suppose. We have two ridiculously bloated programs, and that's the entire operating system. Or really, maybe this metaphor kind of breaks down if you really try and think about it. So let's not push it too far. But of course the government needs to be like super bureaucratic and whatever, because it's trying to do all this stuff. Well, maybe it shouldn't be trying to do all that stuff. What we really need are like a series of small groups, small organizations, small enough that they can organize themselves, that they can run themselves, small enough they can run themselves, without needing like that they're self-sufficient. And what those organizations do on their own may be very unimportant or very small. They may contribute something very small. But because they're all interconnected with these other similarly sized small systems in society, small small groups, they can, because they're all similarly interconnected, they have the capacity to... Hold on. Osaka Syndrome, what are you doing in this vlog?
I'm cranking 90s. What do you think? I'm cranking 90s out the window.
I see. This has been the case this whole time.
Yeah, I've actually been here this whole time. All those videos you've seen of me living in Louisiana, Kentucky, it was actually just an AI-generated force around me. It was green screen around this apartment.
And there we go. The answers to all of our problems. So yeah, what we need are small interconnected Unix systems of society. And that's...
You can't get that many Unix.
What? We need the... Anarchism is the Unix philosophy. This is the point I'm trying to get across. Mm-hmm. I'm saying, of course, if you're trying to run all of society with one thing, it has to be very bloated and bureaucratic and authoritarian and, whatever, because society is just too complicated to be accessed with one thing. I would much rather have, society in my metaphor that I was using is the internet. And it's like, if you use a web browser that has to be able to interact with every single internet protocol, it's going to have to be very bloated. But rather than that, what if you have an email client, an IRC client, an image viewer, a torrent downloader, a qubit torrent client, or BitTorrent client. Like you have these different programs that all do their own thing and can talk to each other. And that way, each of those programs can be small enough to be self-organizing and not need this big bloated thing that ends up being a bureaucratic nightmare and sucks for everyone.
Free as in freedom.
Free as in freedom.
Yeah.
What if we had a free as in freedom society?
It would be decentralized.
Exactly.
Yeah. And everyone could simply choose to live in their own, might I say, patches.
It's true. It's true.
Who can say?
We can say. We just said.
Did we?
I think so.
I've been trapped inside of that AI force field for so long, bro. I don't even know where
trapped in Yodi Land.
I've been trapped in Yodi Land for so long. I don't even know where I am.
Well, turns out this whole segment was just an excuse to say, Osaka Syndrome, what are you doing in my vlog?
Yeah.
But anyway, that's the bit of the video.
This thing about bloated government, this thing about a Unix-like state, right? Unix philosophy state, whatever. This is why here's my policy proposal. We need to start. There were too many laws. Okay, this is my proposal. There are simply too many laws. Okay, obviously starting right off the bat with we need to abolish all laws is a bit extreme. Never gonna happen, right? But I think you could get some traction behind this movement of there are just too many laws, and all of these antiquated laws that are generally not enforced, right? They just give the government an excuse to pin something on someone they don't like. There are so many laws that the average person just can't be expected to even know half of them. And they say ignorance of the law is not a defense, right? But the problem is, I find it quite hard to imagine, like, that kind of assumes that law and morality are like the same thing, whereas obviously they're not. So like if you're, especially because many of the laws are very specific or old or vague, you know, like I understand why ignorance of the law can't be a defense from a like logical perspective, from a practical perspective. But you need to actually make it possible that people can be not ignorant of the law, the average person. If you want that system to actually work, you need to make it so that it's at least vaguely feasible for an average person to have a good knowledge of the law. And the internet makes this much more viable, but I think much more things, I think there needs to be more steps taken. Because I think it's an unjust system where you have a country governed by laws, sometimes hundreds, thousands of laws, which are all written in this obscure legalese language, which only a few trained professionals who had the money and time and whatever to go to law school, who charge, you know, exorbitant amounts for their professional knowledge, only this small handful of people can claim to actually have any real understanding of it. And the rest of us are essentially operating completely at the behest of these laws without really having any chance to properly know what's going on. And that's why I propose three things. Firstly, we need to start getting rid of laws. We need to start trimming the fat. Okay, there are definitely laws that are either antiquated and just not enforced anymore. There are laws which shouldn't be enforced, which like are currently enforced but shouldn't be. Like, let's say drug criminalization is a pretty popular one to mention, but I'm sure there are lots of others. Jaywalking might be another one. Certain zoning laws in the US, like there's quite a few of these. And if you the thing is, right now it's hard to get these things to pass. But if you had a movement that was like, we need to get rid of 20% of the laws, right? We need to trim the fat. We need to get rid of 20% of laws. Then that's a great place to start. You know, consolidating or abolishing these antiquated or pointless or harmful laws. So that's the first thing I propose. The second thing I would propose is there's something called the spirit of the law, right? So when you are in court or whatever, you're not just charged by literally what the law says, but the people, the legal professionals are supposed to understand the spirit of the law. They're supposed to understand like not just exactly what it says on the page, but also what it's trying to actually prevent. The problem is, this is all pretty much up to interpretation. So it would be a quick and easy solution to this is every law should just have a section. It should be the law that you want, and then under the law, it should just say, and here's why, and then explain why. It should be that simple, because sometimes you might see some some law in some obscure field, like some finance law that like the average person doesn't have the context to understand, and then if you just put the and here's why at the bottom, it would make this spirit of the law problem where there's this sort of vagary around that. You know what I mean? Just have an and here's why section under every law. I think that's a good. I don't know. I don't see a problem. I can't see a problem with that. And the third thing, which lots of people have proposed before, is that laws shouldn't be written in this obscure legalese. They should be written in plain English, so that the average person can fully understand them. This obviously comes with some downsides, but I think the upsides outweigh the downsides, especially if you have this "and here's why" section, which will undo any of the like missed clarity, since the point of laws is really their spirit rather than their exact words. So, yeah, there you go. Fix laws. We need to get. I'm running on a platform of we need to abolish 20% of laws. There's a fucking fly. Okay. No, die, you cunt. Did I get him? Where is he? I think I got him. Okay. We need to abolish 20. We need to get rid of 20% of laws. Consolidate or get rid of them. We need to trim the fat. There are too many goddamn laws. Okay. There's just thousands of years of laws. They just stack on top of each other and stack on top of each other. A lot of them are just not relevant, and there are multiple YouTube videos about like English, like old English laws that aren't enforced anymore. Like, you can't handle a salmon suspiciously in London. That's one of them. Famous ones. You can get fined for handling a salmon under suspicious circumstances. What does that mean? Who fucking knows? Right? But like, that law doesn't need to exist. Obviously, it's not enforced. And there's a billion of those. Like, they should just get rid of them all. And there are lots of laws that could be consolidated, that where they overlap, and they don't need to be separate laws. They should just be consolidated. And I think it would be a much more just system if you could reasonably expect people not to be ignorant of the law. Like, if that's the legal expectation that's set out for people, right, is that if you know, for lack of a better term, if you sign the social contract, if you agree to the social contract of living in a country, that means you agree not to break any laws, and just being ignorant of those laws isn't an excuse. Well, then it's your duty as the government to make sure that it's actually a reasonable expectation that we're not ignorant of the law. Because if you're expecting that of us, and being ignorant of the law means being 99% of the population who aren't lawyers, then that's just insane. I don't know if people have thought about this, but if you're expecting, like, it's an unreasonable expectation for the average person not to be ignorant of the law, given how given how bloated and obtuse and antiquated a lot of the law is. In which case, if you're going to give us that expectation, then it's your responsibility to make it reasonable that we can actually follow it as an average person. So there you go. That's one of my proposals. These are my proposals. We need to start trimming the fat. Fewer laws. You remember the no thank you food pyramid? Cheap, tasty, and healthy? Let me tell you one of these under the food pyramid, one of these optimal perfect meals. I'm making one right now because it's me, Osaka, and Dotsmate all staying together, so big batch meals. This, my friends, is a pot of chili on the boil. Now, this is so not a traditional chili that I hesitate to even call it as such. You might just call it a vegetable stew. But it's basically just beans and some corn, just shit I found in my cupboard, right? And it's just boiling away. Some roasted peppers, jarred roasted peppers. Let me tell you, there's a life hack for you. These shits, jarred roasted peppers, there's a life hack for you, mate. Get some of that in your life. I'm telling you, get some of that in your life. But anyway, chili, it's cheap. You know, per person, this is definitely like under £1 for a portion. It's very healthy. This has no meat in it. This is vegan, technically. It's actually not vegan because I put some Worcestershire sauce in it, but it would be vegan without that. So, you know, all your vegans, you can just substitute the Worcestershire sauce for like yeast extract or whatever.
right? And it's extremely healthy because it's all beans, obviously. And it's easy as well, which is like the secret fourth thing. All you have to do is dump it all in a pot and just let it boil for a while. Chili. Vegan chili. Now, if you don't want it to be vegan, obviously the traditional option is beef. Works better in America, where beef is ridiculously cheap. Beef over here, nowhere near as cheap as it is in America. But I can't imagine that some bacon lardons as little crispy surprises in this would go down badly. So once this is nearing completion, I'm probably going to fry up some bacon lardons. I'm also, just because, I want to have some joy in my life. I don't want to just eat vegetables. Put chicken stock cube. I'm gonna hopefully this is my biggest pot pretty much. I actually have a bigger pot, but it's dirty right now. And it's, as you can see, it's filled right to the brim. And I guess I could have cooked it in a Dutch oven on the stove top. Maybe I should have done that instead. Could fit more in then. Or whatever. But yeah, this is the chili, and it's bean stew, whatever you want to call it. I was about to say something. What the fuck was I going to say? Oh yeah, you could add some chicken stock to it. Definitely not authentic. I hesitate to even call it chili. I think you could just call it a vegetable stew or a bean stew or something. Generic bean stew. But yeah. Look, I'm not, I make chili from time to time. I've actually never made chili without the meat. But this will be a first for me, and I'm excited. The tastes... Well, this is all just the watery stuff that's floated to the top. But it tastes pretty good. It's pretty spicy. I put quite a lot of spiciness in it. Oh damn. Is it that spicy? That might be too spicy. I think I just got an extra spicy bit. It's pretty spicy, but with rice it will be fine. Also, I like spicy food anyway. But yeah, this simmers down for a bit. I'll add some chicken stock to it, maybe. I'm still not decided on that, but I might. I might just you know what, maybe I just crumble in some of the stock cube while it's boiling. Maybe that's the good idea. Let's just do this. Just crumble it in. Add a bit of that meaty flavour that we all want. Okay. I'll tell you how that goes. Couple of things. First of all, I said I was going to end this video when my Mac arrived, my new Mac that I ordered. It turns out, at some point that order got cancelled. I didn't check, I didn't notice, I didn't realise because they never emailed me about it, but I just went to check. It turns out the order got cancelled at some point. So I'm going to have to go to the Apple store and buy it in person, I think, because I don't want to deal with this. So I'll just do that. That's the first thing, because I was because it was supposed to arrive yesterday or today, and it didn't. Well, it was supposed to arrive 2 days ago, and it didn't, but it said it could have arrived. Anyway, sorry, irrelevant. But I said I would finish this video when my Mac arrived, and since the order got cancelled, it's not arriving, I'm just going to have to go to the Apple store. So, anyway, I just watched this Matt Casey video. Matt Casey, good YouTuber. He made this video about the time he got suspended from school for installing Windows 7 on some laptops, basically. It's a fucking stupid story. It made me very mad, irrationally angry, even though I guess nothing really bad came of it, because he just got 2 days off from school and no real punishment. But stupid, watch the video if you want to be frustrated with school IT policies being dog shit. But it reminded me a lot of my school experience. And for this, I will give you some brief recaps in case you don't know about how schooling works in the UK and you haven't seen my video about the conspiracy against me in school. So, just as a brief for the non-British people, school in the UK, you have preschool, then you have primary school, which is years 1 to 6, then secondary school, which is years 6 to 10, and then at the end of year 10 you do your GCSEs, which is like your exams, and then you have what's called sixth form college, sometimes just shortened to sixth form or sometimes just shortened to college, which confuses Americans because it's not the same as university. But sixth form college, sixth form is years 11 and 12, and then you do your A levels, which is like the next, I guess it's like the high school diploma, it's like the equivalent of that, and then off to uni basically. Okay, so that's how it works. Now, for a brief while, I don't know if this still exists, but the government decided it would be a great idea in this new technological world to start a program for what they called technical colleges that would get a bunch of government funding and be like special schools, not special schools, but like a type of special school for like technology related career training type of stuff, like technology media focused schools. And these would be weird because they wouldn't fit into the traditional model of schooling. They would, instead of being like a secondary school or sixth form, they would be from year 9 up to the end of sixth form, or not, but they start in year 9, which is a really weird place to start. And they didn't think this through clearly, because who wants to change schools in the middle of year 9? That's the year before you'd start studying for your GCSEs. So you would have gone to this school for the whole time, then you'd suddenly switch the year before you start. It's an insane idea. I don't know why they thought this would work. Some of them seemed to do okay, but these things got pumped full of government funding, and I was switching schools in year 9 because I had left my previous school by mutual agreement. And that is basically how it worked for everyone. What actually happened is my school, just as a brief recap, the school I went to after I got kicked out of my previous school / left by mutual agreement, this school, it was a few very techie, nerdy guys, like myself, I guess, although I wasn't really that much. And then the rest of the people were all just people who had been kicked out of their previous schools and had no other option, because there was only one school that was like recruiting for year 9s, right? And they needed to fill up their quota. So like at first they were only recruiting people with good grades and shit, but then they quickly realized, oh, we don't have enough students, and they started recruiting just anyone who would come, which meant the fucking, like, they didn't think this through. They didn't have a proper, like, I don't know what you, like, behavior people. They didn't have proper school cops. Like, they didn't have proper whatever, disciplinary committee type deal. They didn't have all of that infrastructure set up to deal with being a school full of kids who were troubled kids, because they didn't expect to be that, because they didn't think it through. So that's the first thing that fucked it up. And then there's obviously a bunch of other shit that fucked it up, like the head teacher embezzling money, and one teacher teaching the wrong curriculum for an entire year, and various other problems. But that aside, this school was also flush with government money, at least at first. And so they had loads of computers. It was supposed to be the computer school. They do all the computer things. They had everything. They had a Raspberry Pi for every student. They had a laptop for every student. They had Macs. They had Windows. They taught us how to use Linux. They taught us how to code in Python barely, but they did like some very basic Python. Like it was supposed to be computer literacy focused, kind of. They taught us Photoshop. They taught us Premiere Pro. Right. When I say taught us, they didn't really do shit. They just sort of had the programs installed and were like, figure this out on your own, kids. They tried to teach us Adobe Dreamweaver, which who the fuck uses that? But anyway, so that's the setup. School with a bunch of computers and also a bunch of troubled kids and no resources to handle them and terrible teachers who are just kind of just checked out, right? Because they didn't expect to have to deal with this. So, put this all together, and you end up with what I'm going to call the short-lived Skiddy arc. There were 3 of us. It was me, this kid called Hamza, and this kid called Sam. Now, this guy called Sam, he was kind of outside of the group because he was like someone who joined halfway through the year, and he was kind of, I don't know how to describe it. He never really seemed like interested. He just seemed like he wanted to hang out with the girls. Not in like a effeminate, not because he was like an effeminate guy, but I think he just was horny. Like he just didn't want to talk to guys. He just only wanted to talk to the girls. So like he wouldn't really hang out with us that much. But he was like kind of cool, I guess. But he knew computers better than I did at the time. I think he probably was the most computer literate person in the school. He was the guy who got the admin password at some point for the network or for whatever, for the computer, and for some reason decided to install PlanetSide 2. We just played PlanetSide 2 in class. But yeah, so he was doing stuff like that. He was like, he used Ubuntu. I remember he used Ubuntu on his personal laptop that he'd bring into school. And I was like, whoa, Ubuntu, because this was before I had really messed around with Linux yet. This was like a year and a half, 2 years before I would install Linux for the first time. So he already knew all of that stuff. He was kind of good with computers, but he was mainly just doing things for his own sake. Like, he wanted to play video games, so just bypassing the firewalls and stuff like that. Because the thing was, this school was attached to it was attached to basically a, like, what do they call it in America? A fucking, like a free university, like a public, what the fuck do they call it? Community college. It was basically attached to our equivalent of a community college, and the community college ran the network, so that was what we were sort of fighting against. He was just doing it because he wanted to play video games, pretty much. I was also into playing video games, but I didn't play video games. This was before I had a gaming PC or anything like that. I wasn't a gamer. But I did want to just bypass the firewall to watch YouTube and play Flash games and browser games and stuff. At this point, this was past the prime of Flash games into like, browser-based Unity games and stuff like that. That's what I wanted to play, like Super Hot come out around this time. And I remember just playing Super Hot, the browser version, just over and over and over again. So we figured that out pretty quick. It wasn't that difficult to bypass the firewall. You just, there were so many different ways to do it, it wasn't even really a problem. Like, there were various just like online proxies that were probably tracking, terrible idea, don't do this. But that was one way, just using a VPN, using Tor. There were a million different ways to do it. You didn't even have to use a bridge to Tor. You like, it wasn't blocked. It was super fucking easy to bypass the firewall. And also the firewall didn't even block a lot of stuff. Like, it wasn't a particularly robust firewall. Yeah. It did block YouTube, but it didn't block a lot of other stuff. Like, I think Facebook was unblocked. Yeah, I was still on Facebook at this point. The Skiddy arc. So I kind of fancied myself as like I wanted to be a computer whiz guy, like I kind of wanted to know about the hacksaw stuff, but I didn't. So I was doing like research, and there's this other guy, Hamza, who sort of saw me sort of vaguely being into this stuff, and he was much more willing to go a bit further than me. So I don't know. I mean, just to be frank, what he used to do, like he was the skiddy here. Like I was never actually a skiddy, but he really was. Like he was like, I installed Kali Linux on my home computer, but he, and he used to like what he used to do is he would have some program that he would DDoS. I mean, I'm assuming it was just like Loic or something. Like he would just DDoS. He would go on Xbox Live, and he would somehow get the IPs of the people he was playing against. I think in FIFA, he would go on FIFA Xbox Live, and he would somehow get the IP of whoever he was playing against, and then he would DDoS their router and then ransom them, like say PayPal me, 20 quid or whatever, 50 quid or whatever, and I'll stop DDoSing your router and give you your internet back. And I suppose he made a bunch of money this way, even though you could just restart your router at any time, but whatever. Kids are stupid. So that's what he would do. I never did anything like that, obviously, because that's fucking retarded. That's a really stupid thing to do. But I did do some other kind of more retarded shit, like RF star on the Raspberry Pis, for example. Just uninstalling the entire, like everything, or like other like silly dumb scripts like that on like Linux. Reinstalling Windows to get rid of all the school bloatware on like the laptops. But most of the stuff I did was just like not even like hacking or any I mean script kidding or anything like that. It was just like really easy basic shit that they just didn't, like stuff that just requires a bare minimum of understanding how a computer works. Like one of the things, just so obvious. So I don't know if I should be revealing this. I don't know if this is illegal what I did here. Okay, let's just I'll change the story slightly just to cover my own ass. So there was an essay we had to write in class, and it was supposed to be 2 classes, an hour each, where for the 2 days in a row, you would, so the first hour you would basically like write an essay, write this essay, like you have 2 hours, 1 hour today, 1 hour tomorrow, to finish this essay, right? Just full class, you're just silently writing this essay. And so what I did was I just wrote the essay in Google Docs, and then just like in the first class, I just spent the entire time I spent like 15 minutes bullet pointing out the essay, and then the rest of the time just fucking around. And then when I got home, I just wrote the entire essay at home, and then just the next class loaded up the Google Doc with all my essay on it, and I edited it for like the first 15 minutes, and then I was done, and I just fucked around for the rest of the class. Like it was like that's the sort of thing I would do. Not like the hacking or like script kiddie stuff or anything like that, but just like really taking advantage of the really obvious holes in how they were doing all of this. Yeah, like that's the sort of thing I would do, mainly. Let me think. What else did I do? I didn't do that much interesting stuff. I was really obsessed with, like, they had this like screen watching program where the teacher, like whatever teacher could like see what was going on your screen, and this was like the bane of our very existences, right? Because as soon as you would try and do anything, if the teacher noticed you, they could just like look at your screen on their computer and take control of your mouse, or do whatever they wanted to do, lock you out of the computer, that sort of thing. So we managed to bypass some of it. So the first thing they had one of the things this program let them do is just lock you out of your computer. So that like if they were like gonna talk to the class, they would just lock everyone's computer, and then like you know while they were talking, so that you couldn't use it while they were talking. And we managed to, I don't remember how, but we managed to bypass that. Like, we managed to be able to use the computer while it was locked. The problem is, they would just see that we were doing it because it wasn't a very big class. So, like, you could, like, it was just the two of us, or the three of us. Like, it was so obvious. Like, they'd just be talking, the rest of the class is looking because the computers are locked out, and then just the three of us are just still on the computer. It's, like, really fucking obvious. So they would just tell us off anyway, and it didn't really make a difference. Same with the it was the same with the program when they would watch us. So we managed at some point, the teacher left the computer on and went out of the class, and we just like I don't fucking remember how. It was on Sam's computer that he was using, and he was like, come over here and see this, because he knew we were interested in it. And he said, like, I think I can uninstall this software from my computer. And he did it. He, like, I don't know what he did. I it's hard to remember exactly what he did, because I don't think I really understood what was going on at the time. But he made it so that the teacher couldn't see his screen. Like, I guess it was just locked out. But then, like, after I did the same thing, again, I don't actually remember how I did it. I think I honestly don't know. Maybe it was with the admin password or something. Just uninstall it. Just literally uninstall the program. I don't remember. But yeah, I mean, the teacher just was like, hold on a minute, I can't see you two screens. What have you done? You know, it didn't fucking work. And then the next day we came back and it was fixed. We did some other stuff, like we used the same. Oh, I remember now. So this screen sharing software, right, where the teacher could take control of your mouse. If you were an admin, you could just do it was a two-way street. So somehow what happened is we had done that. We had used the screen sharing thing to take control of what we assumed was the teacher's computer from our classroom. It was in a break time, but in break time you were allowed to wander through the school and do whatever you wanted. So like we were just in the IT classroom, and we were doing this thing, and we were on what we assumed was a teacher's computer using the screen share like mouse thing, remote access, that sort of thing, right? But then it turned out we were not on a teacher's computer. We were on the admin of the entire network's computer. And then he walked over to us and was like, hey, you better fucking stop doing that, bro. But like, buddy, you better fucking stop. And we all got spooked and we never did it again. This was, I'm assuming, a serious IT guy who was in charge of an entire, university, the community colleges network, probably doesn't have time for this shit. So yeah, that's the Skiddy arc. It wasn't particularly eventful, at least not for me. I didn't really do anything that interesting. Other than, that's pretty much the only interesting things that happened. Other than one time I did something really embarrassing, which is I was being bullied by this kid called Murthison. He was just a bastard. He's just a right bastard. But yeah, I was being bullied by this kid, and he was also way stronger than me. So he would just like hit me and beat me up, and I had no recourse. So like he was fucking with me somehow. I forget what he was doing exactly, but he was fucking with me, and I was just like incredibly mad, but I knew that I didn't stand a chance against him physically. Like I couldn't just punch him because he'd just beat the shit out of me, as he did on multiple occasions. Not that bad. He didn't beat the shit out of me, but he would just hit me enough where it was very obvious that I didn't stand a chance. But just like minor bruises, basically. Nothing, not actually beat the shit out of me. But he was bullying me, and I was just like, I was just so mad, and I was like, I'll hack you, I'll fucking hack you, and it was super cringe, and he just laughed at me, and then I just ran away. It was so bad. It was so embarrassing. I didn't know. I don't know why I said that, man. I was just trying to think of anything I could do to get like just to get him to stop, like fucking with me. So I was just like, maybe I can intimidate him with this. He knows I'm like vaguely into computers, but he just laughed at me. And he just was right. Like I wouldn't have had any fucking clue what to do. So yeah, that's the final embarrassing story from the Skitty arc. I was trying to get. I was also a right bastard as well. So I was like, one of the things I was trying to do was trying to convince this Hamza kid to like the school, because he has no fucking clue about OPSEC. Like he would have just done it without any precautions. So it would have just like everyone. It would have been very obvious who had done it, right? If an investigation had taken place. So, but he never did it. But I was trying to get him to do it just because I thought it'd be funny to see him get in trouble for that. But yeah, that's pretty much the full story as far as I know. The only other things I did with computers in my entire schooling was let me think. Yeah, nothing particularly crazy. I mean, later on in my after I had a ThinkPad with Linux installed and actually vaguely knew what I was doing, by that time I had no interest in any of the skitty stuff. So I would like the only other thing I would do is just bring my laptop in with anime installed and just watch anime in class. And I did that all the way up through uni. In uni, no one cares if you're watching anime in class because you're paying to be there. It's your own loss. Right? But I also knew that I wasn't losing anything because everything they were teaching us was stuff I already knew from self-taught music. Not everything, to be fair, but in the classes where I would be on my computer, it was everything. Yeah. Computery guy. I'm a computery guy. I think that's everything. So yeah, I say it's the skitty arc, but honestly I did very little. Even though I did very little, I thought of myself, I was kind of toony. Like I thought of myself, I was like, oh yeah, like I may not be that great now, but give me a year and I'll be the elitist hacksaw on the planet. But I thought of myself like this. But yeah, I didn't really do anything that special at all. In terms of raw dopamine per minute, there is no game better than Peggle, I've decided. Peggle, best raw dopamine per minute game. It's like it feels like gambling, right? It feels like playing slots or something. But the slots are just, it's just nothing. It's just no money. It's just like, why would you ever do anything other than play Peggle? I want to see a Peggle speedrun. I don't know. I want to see everyone playing Peggle. Peggle Gang. We're Peggle Gang now. I've been meaning to play this game for so many years, and I don't know why I didn't. And I was randomly like, oh yeah, I should play Peggle. Because what? Okay, let me, full story. I found, don't ask me how, I found this like obscure Japanese game called Up Up, I think, and then couldn't find it. Like I found out about it, but I couldn't actually find it anywhere. Couldn't even find a single detail about it, like a Wikipedia link or like anything. Like this game is, I don't know, it must be that obscure or something. I tried everything. I tried like the Japanese letters, nothing could work. Weirdly enough, it just, like when I googled it, it was just all JAV videos. It was all JAV links, but anyway, like the Japanese name, it was all JAV links. Weird, but I couldn't find the game itself, and then I was like, damn, I kind of want to play a game though. I was like, oh yeah, Peggle exists. I wanted to play Peggle for years. I never done it. I went on Steam. It was like 80 pence. It was very, very, very cheap, and I was like, "Fuck it, bro! I'm gonna hit the Peggle in Yodi land." Come on, come on now.
It's the agony and the ecstasy. That's what it's all about. Right, we're gonna hit this green one now. We're gonna go for a green shot. Boom, boom. Oh, I missed the green, but it's gonna hit now. All planned, all planned. Oh, not quite, not quite. I'm not that good at Peggle. Just to be clear with you. I'm gonna do a bank shot. Not quite what I intended. Oh, I got the pyramid 9 turns. Didn't mean to do that. Didn't help either. Well, you know, I may not be good at Peggle, but it is a good game. I think if I bank it off here, bounce off here, what happens? Boom, 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 boom. Maybe down here. Probably not the best idea. It might work if I time it right. Okay, that's not what I expected to happen. How come I didn't get a long shot bonus for that? Okay, well, I think I can go bing bing, right? But maybe I should be hitting this one. No, I'm going to save that for last, because that's easy to hit. If I go bing bing, bing bing, could hit this, if I time it, maybe get a free ball. Oh, okay, it binged all the way over there. Didn't expect that. Did not expect it. Okay, my plan is this ball. Oh, okay, it hit the thing, but I didn't. It hit. It's the best game ever made, frankly. Okay, my plan. We're gonna bounce it off of this. We're gonna plink upwards into another red ball. Or peg, whatever. Yeah. Oh, and the free ball. And the free ball. You know I'd be getting those. Okay, we're gonna try a crazy shot. Oh, come on now. I'm cracked. Maybe not. Oh, it was all on purpose. It was all on purpose. Not quite, not quite. Let's see. Just on the edge of the purple. Oh. Ah! I got the free ball anyway. Wait, it's okay. It was actually all okay. I think if I do like an edge shot on this thing. Boom. That's easy. And then we go for this. We go for the world's craziest bounce. There's no way. There's no fucking shot I win this. I'm gonna have to get a double at some point. Let's double up. Okay, let's just very simple. We try and double up on these balls. No, it's over. It's over for us. It's over. Unless I can free ball it somehow. If I can free ball it here, we might stand a chance. This fucking ball gets in the way. Oh, the timing. Okay, this is it. This is it. Boom! Okay, and now it's just boom, boom. It's just boom, boom. It's that simple. Just in case I can get a bank shot. Okay, and then I missed. I threw. Oh, okay, we got the holy shit. Okay, now it's all over for me. Oh my god, why can't I hit this? Why is this so hard? I don't know why. That almost went very wrong. But there we go. Peggle moment. See, it's not bad. We do what we gotta do out here in Peggle City. I've never been to a store where it's harder to buy things. They won't let me buy anything. They just keep shoving me off in a corner. They won't let me buy anything. It's actually Kafkaesque. It's crazy. They just won't let me buy things. I just want to give them money and they won't let me. Well, here is my new Mac. My new Macintosh. And I hate to say it. You know, me of all people hates to say this. Okay? I hate to say it. It actually pains me to say this, but this is actually a really nice computer. I hate that it's true. I don't want it to be true. But, if I were, which I'm not going to, but if I were to daily drive this, I'm going to stick to my ThinkPad, obviously, but if I were to daily drive this, I think I would have a wonderful time. It's just nice. The keyboard actually feels surprisingly good for a Mac. The build quality is amazing. It's like chunky. The I/O is like good. It actually has ports that you want. It has MagSafe. You know, there's none of this touch bar nonsense. The screen is exceptionally high quality. And it's super fast. It's small. It has a good form factor. The speakers are like good, high quality. They also get really loud. Not that I really want that, but if I ever did. And I like the way it looks. I don't like this little notch thing. That's really annoying. But other than that, that's like the only thing I really have a problem with, and the fact that it runs macOS. But other than that, I mean, this is just a really good computer. This is a really nice computer. Like, I don't feel... This is the first time I've ever bought an Apple product and not felt like I got ripped off. I actually feel like I paid only a little bit more than this is worth. Not like a crap ton worth more than this is worth. Yeah. Okay, let me talk about the Apple Store for a second, because this kind of annoyed me. So you saw that clip where I was like, it's impossible to buy anything? That was a clip from inside the Apple Store. And it's important, they don't want you to buy things. Like, I don't understand how the Apple Store works. You go in, there's no counter, there's nothing. There's no structure to it. There's just like demo tables where there's like objects, there's products, there's Mac products for you to demo. Right? But there's no... if you already know what you want, if you go in there like, I want to buy a laptop, or if, you know, whatever, even not that, even if you don't know what you want, it's impossible to buy anything. I wandered around the store, there's no checkout, there's nothing. What you're supposed to do is just stand by the thing that you want to buy and wait until an Apple Store employee comes up to you and asks you just questions. It's an insane way to do shopping. I don't know why they do it this way. It's like, why can't I just pick up a Mac and take it to the checkout and check out? Why do I have to like... And it's all really weirdly done. Like, what happens is, you stand by the... It took me... I had to ask people to try and figure this out. I had to ask the employees, and they were like, oh no, I can't do that. What you should do is go down here and talk to the employee over there. But I'd go down there and they'd all be busy. And then, like, even though I was just sort of standing around looking lost, and obviously I'm very autistic, so I don't really know what to say in these circumstances. So I just sort of interrupt... Like, eventually, after 5 minutes... Like, first what happened, I went in, and I sort of stood around looking lost for a bit and went up to some of the computers. None of the employees came up to me. This is probably about 5 minutes of that. Then I was like, maybe you're supposed to go to the upstairs section to ask to buy something. So I went to the upstairs section and I talked to the first person they said, and I said, I would like to purchase a MacBook Pro. And he said, we don't do that up here. You need to go down to the employees in the corner over there by those 2 tables or by the tree in the front. So I went to the tree in the front and all the employees were busy there. So I stood around waiting for them to not be busy, but they never stopped being busy. They just kept being busy. So then I was like, okay, let me go to the table that the other place he told me to go. So I went over there and I just sort of interrupted someone and said, I would like to purchase a MacBook Pro. And then he sort of looked at me a little weirdly.
and he was like, you gotta go over to the corner over there. And I went, it was Kafkaesque. It was very strange. I went over to the corner and I asked, I would like to purchase a MacBook Pro. And the lady said, oh, great, yep, wonderful. If you can just go stand over there, I think my colleague over here will be, is she free? And she just sort of looked like she was walking around. But then she they talked to each other, and the colleague, I suppose, was serving another customer. And eventually, after standing in front of this MacBook Pro, another lady comes up to me and says, are you all right there? Do you need anything? And I said, I would like to purchase a MacBook Pro. And I asked her a few questions because it seemed like just saying I would like to purchase a MacBook Pro wasn't getting anywhere. So instead I said, I think I would like to purchase a MacBook Pro, but could you tell me, what is the difference between the M1 and the M2 chip? I don't fucking care what the difference is. I already know which one I'm going to get. But I asked that, and then she sort of gave her spiel, right? And then they kept pushing me to buy this like Apple for business thing when I told them that I was a musician and that I was like self-employed musician. They kept telling me to buy this Apple for business thing. And I kept just being like, no, I don't think I want that. No, maybe I'll do that later. Like they really wanted me to get whatever this thing was, and I really didn't want it. And surprisingly enough, she didn't try and upsell me. Like when I said which model I wanted, or when I said like, I think I'm going to get the lowest spec version, like I was like, I think I'm going to get that version, which was the lowest spec version. She didn't try and upsell me at all. She didn't try and sell me any add-ons really, except for like a warranty, which I was going to get anyway. Yeah, which was kind of surprising. And then what was really funny is while we were talking, another one of her colleagues came up to her and asked her, hey, does the MacBook come with a charger in the box? And she said, yeah, it does. And she turned to me and said, yeah, of course it comes with a charger in the box. We wouldn't not put a charger in the box. And I said, didn't you do that with a phone though? Like, didn't you guys sell a phone without a charger in the box? And then she was sort of like, oh yeah. it was very strange. Yeah, it was very weird. And I told her that my old Mac had just died one day with no warning or anything. And she just looked at me and said like, oh yeah, I guess that, it was just time to get a new one, I guess. And I was like, that's a weird, like she didn't say that exactly, but the way she said it was just sort of like it's a normal thing to happen. Like, oh yeah, Macs just, one day they're fine, and the next day they just don't turn on ever again. And that's just normal. Like, that's how she sort of was talking about it, and I thought it was very strange. And then she said, do you want to pay in cash or a card? And it's like £1,500 or something. I was like, of course, I don't carry that kind of cash around on me, lady. I didn't say lady, but I said, I don't carry that kind of, and she said, you'd be surprised. People, they bring out these wads of cash, we have to count them. And I said, that's a little suspicious, don't you think? And she said, yeah, well, we don't ask questions. I was like, what is going on? Is Apple like working with the mob or something? And the other thing is, I believe her because I saw someone do that while I was standing around. I saw someone, a Chinese lady, bring out just a wad of fucking cash. It was insane. But eventually, after standing around, there were multiple ladies, by the way. I don't think I've made this clear. Someone came up to me and I asked her about the M1 chip. And then she said, would you like me to put you on the list to be served? Are you okay with waiting 6 minutes? Now, this was the third time someone had asked me if I was okay with waiting 6 or 7 minutes to be served. The other 2 times, I had waited 6 or 7 minutes to be served, and no one had ever served me. And I said, yeah, sure. And she said, just stand over here then, and my colleague will be with you shortly, or something like that. And I did it. And now, all of a sudden, everyone wants to talk to me. 2 different employees came up to me while I was waiting and said, are you okay there, sir? Do you need something or something like that? I was like, I wish I'd done this fucking 15 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago when I first came in the store. What is that? They really just don't want you to buy anything at the Apple store. It's very silly. And the way they have it all set up, like, why don't you just have a... Can you imagine if it was just a store? You went up to the place, you picked up the item you want, and then you went to the counter, and then you bought the item. Can you imagine how much simpler it would be? Why do they have to do it in this insane roundabout way where you're supposed to, like... I don't even know what you're supposed to do. I just lucked out eventually. But I don't, like, I think what you're supposed to do is stand by the table that has the product you want and wait for an employee to ask you what you're thinking about. But there's nothing to do on these computers. Like, you stand by it. And I was like, I opened Logic and you know, I'm like, what am I can't really do anything in a loud store. I don't have headphones with me anyway. So I was like, I opened Logic, I opened the browser. Yeah, that's Safari. You know, I was like, what am I supposed to do? Just sort of standing around. Very strange experience. But I also told her my order got cancelled, and she said that's strange, and she sort of seemed shocked by it. I don't know. Do these people, are they like indoctrinated with Apple propaganda that like Apple can do no wrong? I don't know. It's very weird. What I used to do every time I went in the Apple store was I would go to all the computers and I'd bring up the Wikipedia page of Apple's human rights abuses, and I'd just leave it open. But this time I didn't do that because I actually wanted to buy something, and I thought they might like fuck with me if I did that. But anyway, as much as they abuse human rights and don't know how to run a shop, which is very strange, I'm still happy with this product. Maybe someone in the comments is going to tell me, actually, this is terrible and you were completely scammed. Which, fair enough, if true. It is an Apple product. It wouldn't be that surprising. But so far, it's treating me okay. Yeah, it's not too bad. And she kept going on about like the bandwidth is higher, and I was like, what, it's a weird thing to brag about. She kept saying it was like she wanted me to buy the M1 but rather than the M. Maybe that was the upsell, because the cheapest M2 MacBook was cheaper than the cheapest M1 MacBook. But I already knew I was going to get the M1 MacBook because the M2 MacBook has the touch bar thing, which I hate. So I already knew I was going to get this one. I don't know, very strange. It was an extremely strange experience. And now, I think this may be the end of the video. Let's get Osaka in this vlog. Let's get Osaka in this vlog just for the final clip. Where's Osaka? Oh, Osaka's having a shower. Okay. Let's not get Osaka in this vlog. I'll do another vlog with Osaka, probably. Anyway, thanks for watching Unapologetic Maximalism, or whatever the fuck I called this thing. Very long. Longer than I anticipated it being. I don't know exactly how long it is yet, but I will find out very shortly. Yeah, oh, I should sign into Google on this so that I can upload the video. That's what I'll do. I'm trying to think. I feel like I need a more bombastic ending. You know, I'm always talking philosophically. I'm always talking about... I switch up. You come to this channel and you get three things in my vlogs. You get Linux stuff, you get esoteric politics, and you get anime. These are like the three things I ever talk about. Like, if you go on my YouTube channel... Hold on a minute. Let me just close these tabs. Just so that... Anyway. Maybe you saw what that was. It wasn't pornography. But you go on my YouTube channel and you see anime, Linux... I guess it's a movie review. It's not really either, but esoteric politics, anime, esoteric politics. I think there's esoteric politics and anime in this one. This one's neither of them. I guess movie reviews. Apparently, I did do that as well. Anime. There's both in this one. There's all three. Esoteric politics, technology. Something I don't remember what this one's about. Esoteric politics, strange things. It's all strange. It's all very odd. But I think I have some ideas. I have some video ideas. I maybe one day I should edit this video. Maybe I should re-upload this video.
The Magical Girl or Mahou Shoujo if you prefer genre.
Oh yeah. Wait, I already showed you. I already showed you my new my anime list thing. Woke Brands, Nick Lands, and OnlyFans. I thought that was a good title. God, I looked so... This haircut did not suit me. I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, this was the dead period in my channel, where I went from getting, like, over 200 views. Maybe this... Yeah, like here, it was all over 200 views. 300, 600, 600. And then up here, it dips down into the 100s for a long while. And I was like, I don't know what to do. It's my views are just dead. I just assumed the channel had died, and then at some point it sort of picks back up again, like here. This video is doing surprisingly well. I also check out my YouTube shorts.
Hello, welcome back to Think.
Welcome back to ThinkPad Things. I made this Nick Land video.
A few years ago, I stumbled down a rabbit hole that I am yet to stumble out of.
Interesting. Maybe I should, Yeah, I have a couple of other things that I want to talk about. I want to make a video about Web Zero futurism, and that might be my next video. I also I'm just gonna spoil, since you've managed to get all the way here. I'm gonna tell you some of my video ideas. These may or may not actually get made, but these are just like ideas that I have floating around. I want to make a video about Web Zero futurism, and if you don't know what that means, it's because I made it up, and that's what the video is going to be explaining. And then video ideas. And then I want to make a video about this anime called Hoshi no Umi no Amori, which it's more, how do I even explain what the video is? It's not an analysis of the anime. It's a like background sort of thing. It's kind of like it's not about the show itself. It's about how I want to know why it was made, because it's a weird show that shouldn't exist, and I'm trying to I want to sort of do a deep dive into the history of the creators and how it came to exist. There's not that much information on it, and it's also not like crazy interesting, so that video idea is kind of, I'm on the fence about making it, because it would also have to, or maybe it wouldn't have to be scripted. And I have these couple other ideas. These are the ones that I'm really not sure if I would do. I have one about fantasy computers / permacomputing. So that would be about UXN, about Pico 8, and about like Collapse OS. I mean, they might be two different videos. But stuff about fantasy computers, in particular UXN, would be quite, or I guess, what's it fucking called? Amsara? I forgot what the fucking... I forgot what they actually call the... Varvana? Varvana? Is that it? Varvana? Anyway, that might be an interesting topic for a video, but I'm not very smart. And then I also kind of... This is maybe the one I'm least likely to do. There's a guy called Dylan Araps. Or wait, I already put that in this video. I already put that in that segment in this video. Okay, well, that's fine. But yeah, and then those are some of my ideas. A video about Web Zero futurism. A video about Hoshino Umi no Amori. Those are like the most likely to get made, I think. And then I kind of want to make a UBI focused video, because I have said before that I'm a single issue voter on UBI. Like, that's the only policy I really care about. And the thing is, UBI has kind of been talked about to death, and I'm not sure. I would need to come up with a unique angle to approach it from. And I'm not 100% sure what that angle would be. Maybe like a Nick and Alex Williams sort of what the fuck's that book called? I just remember the cover. The front cover, it says demand full automation, demand utopia. Is it called like I actually forget what that book's called. I also don't like that book that much. I like it good enough, it's alright, but I think it has some problems. But I also, yeah, no, it's an okay book, but I do think it has some problems. But I don't want to just make a critique of that book, because I'm probably not smart enough to make a really good critique of that book. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure but I do kind of want to talk about UBI, maybe from a different angle. And I also kind of want to write a blog post about this thing called Sols that I've been thinking about. Sols, S-U-L-S. I invented it. I guess you'll have to wait and see what that means. Oops. I guess you'll have to wait and find out what Sols is. There's these fucking flies everywhere. Where do they come from? I kill them and they just spawn again. They're like Minecraft zombies. I also want to change my channel banner, because this Hunter Thompson image is very old. It doesn't really represent me anymore. There are many things. I also want to make music. It's an exciting time for creativity. Okay, that's, I think, the end of the video.